Chapter 741. A group of 10 people stood at the even more dilapidated school gate. After just one day of absence, the weeds grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. It felt like it would take less than a week to occupy the entrance of the teaching building. Lin Xiao said to the 9 students behind him, "This is the last time to remind you that there will be no room for regrets if you go out. I don't have time to send anyone back temporarily." No one responded. He nodded and said, "Follow me later. When you encounter any monster, the first thing to do is not how to deal with it, but how to save your life. Follow my orders. When I say run, don't hesitate. Run immediately. Follow me now." He stepped out of the campus first, and the 9 students followed closely. Less than 5 seconds after stepping into the bushes, several bad monsters rushed out from behind the dense leaves on the top of a tree next to him. He stood still and let them pounce on him. He grabbed them and threw them to the ground. He broke their wings with his feet and pointed at the 2 men and said, "Kill them one by one." The current bad monsters basically don't increase his strength much. But for the newcomers who just started, 1 is 5 kilograms of strength, which is very cost-effective. There were no big monsters nearby, and there were very few gorilla monsters. In the past 2 days, they only found 3 monsters after circling the school twice. Most of them were long-haired wolves and bat monsters, which were just right for them. The group slowly moved forward along the edge of the school. There were long-haired wolves, or bat monsters rushing over. He beat them all and threw them to them. The 9 people didn't get much, but at least they could increase their strength by dozens of kilograms. For ordinary people, this was a very considerable enhancement. After the enhancement, even a few female students seemed eager to try because of the greatly increased strength. Ordinary people suddenly became much stronger, and they would definitely be a little swollen. Lin Xiao didn't persuade them, but just caught a bat monster and threw it directly to them without beating it. The first one was directly chopped to death by random axes. The second time, he designated one of the most confident boys to deal with it. He was scratched a few times and cried for his parents. His whole body was covered with scratches, and he soon became honest. Next, he divided the 9 people into 3 groups, 3 in each group, to cooperate in dealing with it. They are all ordinary students. Don't expect them to be independent all of a sudden. Let them work together as a team and try to deal with more powerful enemies. Bang! Just as they turned the corner of the school, they saw a 3-meter-tall chimpanzee monster knocking down the school wall and preparing to enter. Lin Xiao took a brick from the wall and hit the chimpanzee monster. He pointed at the roaring and oppressive chimpanzee monster and said to the slightly frightened students, "I will deal with this. You should see its attack method clearly, so that you won't be powerless to fight back next time you encounter it." As he said that, he rushed up with a knife, slapped the chimpanzee monster in the face, and then he lowered his body to pass by, leaving a long bloody wound with the knife. The chimpanzee monster roared and turned around and slapped with both arms. Lin Xiao's mind moved, and the talent time acceleration was activated. His own thinking reaction and speed instantly increased by 100%. In the talent state, he could keenly feel that the whole world became slow at the moment when the talent was activated. The gorilla monster roared and turned around to shoot slowly. He turned around at a very fast speed and chopped the gorilla monster's neck. Blood slowly splashed out. He could even see the moment when the bone-chopping knife split the skin and flesh and cut the blood vessels. Then, before the gorilla monster roared and his face deformed in pain, he easily went behind the gorilla monster and chopped it on the neck again. In the eyes of several classmates near the wall, Lin Xiao was amazingly fast in an instant. Just like the video fast-forward several times, he chopped the gorilla's neck 7 or 8 times as fast as lightning, and chopped the flesh of the neck through the neck bone, and blood gushed out like a spring. When the time acceleration ended, Lin Xiao had retreated more than 10 meters away, coldly watching the gorilla monster's crazy counterattack before death. "Oh my god! You are so awesome!" When the chimpanzee's huge body covered with blood, more than 3 meters tall, fell heavily to the ground, the classmates came up with a shot that had not yet subsided. And several female classmates looked at him with admiration, as if their eyes were shining with stars. Shuo Jing pushed the big black-framed glasses on her straight nose, carefully examined the body of the gorilla monster, turned around to look at Lin Xiao, who happened to look over, and asked with a smile, "Does Shuo Jing have any questions?" She shook her head and said, "No. I am just amazed at how powerful Lin Xiao is." He smiled and said, No one is so powerful at the beginning. And I have accumulated these experiences through long battles. No one cares about the corpse. And the gorilla meat is not delicious. Then continue to move forward. And soon encounter a small group of long-haired wolves again. Lin Xiao directly intercepted half of them, and let the rest go to them. 3 is exactly 3 teams. But before he could kill the one in front of him, 2 bat monsters suddenly flew out from the treetops on the side. Lin Xiao was about to take it. But the next second his footsteps paused, and he only reminded loudly. 2 bat monsters are coming. Deal with it yourself. It's just an emergency situation that is not very threatening. Let's see if they can solve it. This sudden situation made them nervous. But after all, they had killed a lot of people with him. And their mentality was no longer that of an ordinary person. After the initial panic, they immediately calmed down. Shui Jing immediately said, I will deal with one. And each of your 2 teams will free up one person to take the other. As she said this, she left the original battle and went to meet one of the bat monsters. But she forgot one thing. These bat monsters and the besieged long-haired wolves would not cooperate obediently. As soon as she turned around, she heard a careful voice behind her. Before she could turn around, she was pounced on by the long-haired wolf from behind. She reacted very quickly and flexibly. She turned around to avoid it and chopped the wolf's head with an axe in her backhand. But the other 2 bat monsters had already pounced on her and knocked her down. They used their sharp claws and blood all over their faces. With a scream, an eyeball was directly taken off. Lin Xiao sighed secretly, and time wandering flashed by and cut off the 2 bat monsters whose minds were stagnant. He hugged Zhuo Jing, who fell to the ground, and kicked the long-haired wolf towards the other 2 classmates with a backhand kick, and was chopped to death in midair. He put her on the ground, took off his big black-framed glasses, and parted his thick bangs. An extremely delicate girl's face appeared in front of him. Unfortunately, the bloody eye sockets ruined this beautiful face. I didn't expect that she was the legendary treasure girl. But unfortunately, she was not so lucky. If she didn't get treatment for such a serious injury, she would definitely die. Heavy bleeding and wound infection would kill her. But it was different in this world. When they killed monsters to gain evolution points and power, they had a certain healing and recovery effect. So her left eye was definitely lost. But there was no heavy bleeding or infection. So her life was saved. For a girl, especially such a beautiful girl, disfigurement is more terrible and unacceptable than losing her life. But she was only sad for one night. When they set out the next day, she came to Lin Xiao again and looked at him. Lin Xiao looked at her left eye, which was hastily wrapped with cloth, and her firm right eye, and nodded. Come on. Facing the blow of disfigurement and near death, she still had the courage to continue to follow. This courage and firm belief are worthy of recognition. Lin Xiao certainly did not hesitate to give her a chance. The next thing was the same as yesterday. Starting from the school gate, with yesterday's tragic situation, they were more vigilant, and their combat effectiveness increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhuo Jing was especially impressed. Every time she faced a long-haired wolf or a bad monster alone, she would soon become covered in wounds. Her delicate skin was scratched with bloody wounds without any pain. What impressed Lin Xiao the most was her learning ability. He was surprised to find that Zhuo Jing had a very strong fighting talent. She not only imitated his fighting style, but also did not imitate directly. Instead, she combined her own conditions to form a set of her own fighting style, which surprised him very much. Lin Xiao soon became interested. He gave her special instructions, and gave her some special treatment in the following time. By noon on the 6th day, she successfully evolved to the first level after killing 2 long-haired wolves. Everyone gathered around curiously. Lin Xiao stood in front of Zhuo Jing, who was advancing with her eyes closed, and carefully looked at the scars on her face and hands that disappeared with the naked eye. Her skin had returned to the whiteness and tenderness of a girl. Everyone was amazed. He couldn't help but stretch out his fingers to touch her face, which seemed to be as smooth as a blow. A hint of red rose on it. He paused and retracted his hand. When he saw her open her eyes, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, as if she was a little shy. How does it feel? Very powerful. Let me see. He stretched out his hand, and Zhuo Jing pursed her lips and stretched out her hand. Lin Xiao didn't think too much. He held her small hand completely with his big hand and slightly forced it. He nodded and said, all first-level evolvers should have the same power. With a first-level evolver, and Zhuo Jing's character and talent are very strong. No one among the classmates at the same level can be her opponent. Lin Xiao is ready to let go. Let her lead the team to train nearby. And he will go further into the depths of the jungle to find more powerful monsters. He has wasted 2 days. And he needs to continue to grow. When he returned to the classroom at the end of the day, he told them his decision. Although they were reluctant, they knew that the team needed a strong person. They are all students who have not left the campus. And their thinking is relatively simple. Not so greedy. If they are adults who have been in society for a long time, they will not think so. When they returned to the teaching building, the boys from another class came back. Seeing them, they smiled a little awkwardly and went upstairs. Some students have come out from the corridor on the 4th floor. After their daily extermination, there are usually no monsters in this school. After a few days, they have the courage to come out. But they still don't have the courage to go out and take risks. Lin Xiao is too lazy to say that his fate is in his own hands. If he doesn't seize the opportunity, there will be nothing he can do. Besides, they also need some ordinary people to handle some small things, such as cooking and washing clothes. Now they must be handed over to them. At night, Lin Xiao, who was sleeping at the door of another classroom, suddenly opened his eyes and saw Zhuo Jing standing quietly in front of him. She saw him wake up and whispered, "Lin Xiao, can you come out for a while? I have a question to ask you." In the corridor, he looked at the completely dark school without a trace of starlight and asked, "What's the matter?" The girl said, "I seem to have awakened a talent today, but I don't know how to use it. So I want to ask you." Chapter 742 Treasure Girling Ba's Talent. Don't know how to use a talent. Lin Xiao became interested and asked, "Tell me how you introduce your talent." "My talent is called Destiny, and it has 2 effects. One effect is to choose an evolver and specify one of the shared target's talents. The talents of both the person and the selected person are all upgraded by 1 level, and the upgrade will be achieved as the ranks of both parties are upgraded. The second effect is to specify an enemy and permanently strip the highest level talent ability of the enemy at the cost of temporarily sealing his own talent for 1 year. His. Lin Xiao took a breath of cold air. What is Ba's talent? Just as the literal meaning. Her talent can be shared with others, and then the shared talent will be upgraded by 1 level, and it will be upgraded as both parties evolve in the future. It is equivalent to if she chooses Lin Xiao's time travel talent. His time travel will be promoted to the 2nd level talent now. In the future, when he is promoted to the 2nd level, all his talents will be promoted to the 2nd level at the same time. But time travel will be promoted to the 3rd level, and it will always be 1 level higher. Maybe it's just a little bit stronger now, but when he is promoted to level 6 or 7 or even higher in the future, his talent will be strengthened to that point and then upgraded by 1 level, and the increased strength will be infinite. Another effect is even more ruthless, directly stripping one of the most powerful talents permanently. He looked at the girl and asked, "Do you mean to ask if I have any talent?" She nodded. Lin Xiao was silent for a while and said, "I have 3 talents now. By the way, can your talent be replaced with a better one in the future? What if you die in battle unexpectedly?" She shook her head. "No. Once selected, it cannot be changed. If I die in battle unexpectedly, the selected talent will be reduced by 1 level. Unless you are promoted again, it will be restored to its original state." Sure enough, Lin Xiao pinched his chin and thought about it, and said, "My talents are all very powerful talents. Even without your enhancement, they are very powerful. That is to say, I don't need your talents. The most important thing is that my talents involve my power. Once shared with you, it is equivalent to you sharing my power." At this point, Lin Xiao paused, looked at the girl with a scrutinizing gaze, and asked seriously, word by word, "Although your talent is strong, it is not necessary for me. But it is undeniable that your talent can greatly enhance my strength. Now I need you to give me a reason to accept you." The girl looked up at him, suddenly reached out to grab his hand and put it into her collar, and soon touched a large, very firm and soft semicircle. "Although we are classmates, I can feel that you are incompatible with us. From my observations over the past few days, I guess you seem to have anticipated these changes. I won't ask you who you are and what you know. In this dangerous world, I think you need a reliable back to handle some chores for you and manage our team. I think I can do these things." Lin Xiao thought for a moment, and held her large softness with his 5 fingers. The girl hugged his waist and leaned against his chest, whispering in a trembling voice, "Go to the roof. The next morning, on the roof, the girl woke up from his arms, straightened his clothes and whispered, "You have to tell them about our relationship later, so that they don't have any illusions." Lin Xiao nodded. "I will go out early in the morning to take a look. If there are gorilla monsters, I will leave one for you, and the rest is up to you." On the fourth floor, the classmates who were preparing breakfast were stunned when they saw the two people holding hands. But there was no big reaction. Lin Xiao understood that when Zhuo Jing just showed her beautiful face and excellent fighting talent a few days ago, they did show their love intentionally or unintentionally. But since she lost an eye and was disfigured, this love gradually disappeared. After all, they are ordinary people, and their aesthetics still remain on the simple appearance. Lin Xiao is different. He also likes beautiful women. But in addition, he also needs to have enough potential and wisdom. Zhuo Jing's talent, potential, and wisdom are barely enough, and it is worth investing. Eat something and go out alone. Go around the school and kill a chimpanzee monster and leave one. Return to the school gate to meet them. Lin Xiao puts the chimpanzee arm claw on Zhuo Jing and waves to signal them to leave. When they disappeared, Lin Xiao turned to look at the lush jungle outside the school and dived in. Time-wandering LV2, in an invincible state. Penetrate time and appear at any position within a radius of 300 meters. And cancel any damage received in the last 3 seconds. Any hostile collision target will be damaged by its own maximum strength value *3. And add a 2-second mental stillness and 100% deceleration effect. It can be used 5 times a day. Zhuo Jing's destiny talent is the time-wandering talent, which combines combat, life-saving, pursuit and escape. After the upgrade, the range has tripled. The effect has been fully enhanced, and the number of uses has increased by 2. Now the total of 5 times fully meets the needs of high-intensity combat. Moreover, he is now less than 10% away from the second level. This time he enters the depths of the jungle and is expected to be promoted to the second level. He doesn't know how many monsters there are in this jungle. Every day, he clears the monsters around the school, and a large number of them appear the next day. He is wondering if they can be refreshed like in the game. 100 meters, 200 meters, and encountered 8 wolves and more than a dozen bat monsters. After crossing about 300 meters, he finally saw the 4th monster besides the long-haired wolf, bat monster and chimpanzee monster. It was still a wolf with gray fur. He named it the gray-haired wolf. But its body size is more than 2 times larger than the long-haired wolf. It is almost as tall as a buffalo, with long fangs and sharp claws. It is not easy to deal with it at first glance. Fortunately, this gray-haired wolf is a lone wolf, and I didn't see the second one. The gray wolf howled and leaped several meters onto a tree, using the force to rush 7 or 8 meters high and pounced on him. Its speed and agility far exceeded that of the long-haired wolf. Unfortunately, no matter how fast it is, it can't be faster than Lin Xiao. Even without opening its talent, it leaped 3 meters to the left to avoid the wolf's claws. The bone-chopping knife swept across the wolf's claws. Its reaction speed was super fast, retracting and extending again. The claws were longer than fingers and extremely sharp. Lin Xiao was quite surprised by the beast's reaction and ferocity. He silently took a big step back to avoid it. When the gray wolf jumped up, he slid to its belly and dragged the knife through the wolf's belly, cutting open its belly with one knife. The wolf fell heavily to the ground and howled for a while before it died. A little light rose and condensed into a ball. Skill book? A very ordinary claw attack skill, which causes 130% damage after release. It must be used with claw equipment. It was a bit useless, so I put it away without learning it. 5 minutes later, Lin Xiao appeared 1,000 meters away from the school. A clear transparent light curtain appeared in front of him. When he passed through the light film, a simple prompt appeared in front of him. You have left the newcomer protection area. Passing through the light film, a slight whistle sounded, and he quickly moved sideways. A blowpipe needle was nailed to the tree behind him. The jungle in front of him crashed open, and a group of short, dark-skinned, ugly long-haired people rushed out. Seeing him screaming, a large number of blowpipe needles and javelins attacked him. Lin Xiao appeared in the crowd of black people without hesitation, and chopped off a little head with a bone-cutting knife in his right hand, and cut off half of the neck of another with a fire axe in his left hand. After killing several black people with both hands, they reacted and rushed over fearlessly with javelins raised. One of the black people, who was sitting on another black person, with a colorful headdress on his head, screamed and pointed at him. Lin Xiao was immediately in a trance. When he came to his senses, several javelins were piercing him. But unfortunately, the damage was not enough to hurt him. He grabbed a javelin and stabbed the black person's forehead with his backhand, and cut off an ugly head with a backhand knife. After a great killing spree, most of the little blacks were killed, and only a few with cut feet were stepped on by him. He wanted to ask who they were, but unfortunately, they could only make babbling sounds and could not communicate, so he had to kill them. After leaving the novice protection area, the types of monsters suddenly became richer, and many monsters he had never seen before appeared in front of him. Among them, the most threatening to ordinary people were not various powerful monsters, but those little black tribes. Although the little black tribes were not strong individually, they were like fish in water in the jungle and had great lurking ability. They had a certain IQ and were all dispatched in groups. Both blowguns and javelins contained paralysis toxins, and a small number of them had special mysterious abilities. Even Lin Xiao would be affected. It was also because of his amazing damage absorption talent that other people would be overturned even if they were promoted to the second level and encountered a large group. After killing a group of little blacks, Lin Xiao followed the few who escaped and found a little black tribe and rushed in to slaughter them wantonly, and finally gathered enough evolutionary energy to be promoted to the second level again. Name, Lin Xiao. Race, human. Evolution, level 20.2%. Talents, time travel LV3. Time acceleration LV2. Damage absorption black hole. Skills, none. Evolutionary strength, 2,000 kilograms. Self-strength, 2,400 kilograms. Time travel LV3, in an invincible state. Penetrate time and appear at any location within a radius of 1,000 meters. Cancel any damage received in the last 4 seconds. And deal damage equal to 5 times of the maximum strength value to any hostile collision target. And add a 3-second mental stillness and 100% deceleration effect, which can be used 7 times a day. Time acceleration LV2, used on oneself. Mental reaction and self-speed increase by 100%. Lasting 5 seconds. Damage absorption black hole. Absorb all types of damage related to self-strength. Although no new talents have been added, the power and effect of all talents have been greatly improved. Sitting on the top of a big tree and resting for a while, Lin Xiao looked at the sky and decided to go back after another turn. After climbing over a small hill that was only a few dozen meters high, standing on the top and looking out, he suddenly looked in a certain direction and vaguely heard the sound of fighting and shouting from there. He approached curiously. The sound was getting louder and louder, and he went around a bush and saw a group of 40 to 50 black men in a low grass besieging 7 evolvers. They wore thick clothes layer by layer. Some held a kitchen knife and a frying pan. Some held a pot cover, and some brought 2 thick wooden boards to block arrows, and also used javelins to shoot back and forth with a group of black men. After watching for a while, it can be seen that 5 of the evolvers have been promoted to the first level, and the remaining 3 have not been promoted. But they must have accumulated enough, and it is effortless to carry the thick wooden boards. With more powerful strength, a single javelin can knock down a black man, and the black man will only be injured but not killed unless he hits the face directly. With the defensive counterattack tactics, they have a certain advantage in defeating more enemies with fewer people. The first time he saw other evolvers, Lin Xiao did not show up, and watched the battle with interest. Chapter 743 How to Leave the Novice Village. With the tactics of defensive counterattack, more and more black men were shot to death by javelins. As the number of black men decreased, their pressure also decreased. It seemed that victory was inevitable. This was the fact. When there were only 20 black men, they gathered together and began to push back with thick wooden boards. The black men shot a few shots and then retreated. Several evolvers who used pots as small shields rushed forward quickly, seemingly trying to encircle the black men. But at this moment, suddenly, 20 more black men rushed out from the direction where the black men had fled. The most important thing was that 2 of these black men were sitting on the shoulders of their kind. Lin Xiao knew at a glance that these few who rushed fast were in danger. Several evolvers probably suffered losses. Seeing the charging movements of these stacked black men, they turned back and joined their companions. But it was too late. The little black man who was sitting on top of each other raised his skull and screamed. 2 evolvers stumbled and fell to the ground without any reaction. Then, more than a dozen javelins flew and stabbed them. The two were instantly stabbed with javelins. 3 consecutive waves of javelins could not be blocked even by several layers of coats. The two who fell down turned into hedgehogs. After recovering from the effect of the secret technique, they were unable to get up. A group of little black men rushed over and stabbed them randomly. They only heard a painful scream, and the two were stabbed to death. As for the remaining few, they had already taken the opportunity to run away. Lin Xiao watched the little black men carrying the 2 corpses back happily, and then looked in the direction where the few people fled. After thinking about it, he turned around and left. I don't want to contact other evolvers yet. The next day, which was the 7th day after entering this world, Lin Xiao woke up before dawn. A loud voice appeared in his ears out of thin air. The 7-day protection time has expired, and the evolutionary journey has officially begun. It was a simple and plain sentence, but it meant that countless protected newcomers would be directly involved in the brutal fight. He looked to the other side. In another classroom across the wall, those students who didn't dare to take action were sleeping. After today, whether they were willing or not, danger had come. Given their situation, I don't know how many of them could survive until tomorrow. Gently putting the girl down in his arms, she opened her eyes with long eyelashes trembling and looked at him. He gently patted her smooth face and whispered, "It's okay. Go to sleep." When he came to the corridor, it was already dawn. He could vaguely see that not far away, the school wall had been covered with vines and mosses, as if time had accelerated in the past 7 days. The playground was full of weeds, as if it had not been cleaned for a semester. The concrete floor was arched and cracked by the weeds growing underground. Even in some corners and cracks of the corridors of the teaching building, some stubborn weeds were seen. A desolate scene. And this feeling was particularly obvious today. Suddenly, Lin Xiao seemed to realize something, turned his head, and looked to the other side. He leaned out of the corridor and saw a pillar of light that appeared in the dark night sky in the distance. It was particularly eye-catching in the dark night. The moment he saw the pillar of light, a piece of information appeared in his mind out of thin air. Lin Xiao knew instantly that the light column was the passage to leave the novice forest. Anyone, regardless of strength, could go to the light column to accept the challenge. If the challenge was successful, they could leave the novice village and enter the main city of each race. Then, let's go there in 3 days. He retracted his gaze to the right, and looked down to see a group of little black people appearing outside the wall. It would never have appeared before. Boom! There was a sound of heavy objects hitting behind the teaching building. It was just early in the morning, and it was definitely not caused by any classmate. At this time, Zhuo Jing came to him quietly, hugged his waist, and leaned into his arms, whispering, "Today everyone will face danger. What should they do?" Lin Xiao hugged the girl's delicate body, and his voice was flat. "The monsters around here are not very strong. The terrain of the school is very suitable for becoming a monster nest. It won't be long before a large number of monsters come here. We must leave here. Whether the monsters are attracted or the power in the dark is attracted, it is not safe here. Of course, the most important thing is that according to the decay rate of the school, it won't be long before the building collapses. And then, you won't be able to live there even if you want to." He paused for a moment and pondered, then said, "I will stay here for another 3 to 5 days. You take them to train for a few more days, and we will leave here together after 3 days or 5 days." Zhuo Jing nodded and said, "My evolution progress has reached 73% of the first stage, and I will strive to evolve to the second stage within 3 days." Lin Xiao rubbed her little head with his big hands, held her in his arms, and the two stood quietly in the corridor looking outside. Lin Xiao went out as soon as it was light, but this time he changed the direction. I don't know if it was because there were many little black tribes hunting in the previous direction. The monsters he encountered were not as many as he imagined, and the little black people were not only weak, but also very flexible and clever, and not easy to kill. Killing one of them would get very few evolution points. Although the area behind the school is also a jungle, the active monsters are different from those on the other side. Among them, the one that Lin Xiao likes the most is a huge beast with a body of more than 4 meters and long hair all over its body. This thing is an enhanced version of the gorilla monster. It has extremely thick skin and flesh. It can easily break a tree as thick as a thigh with a slap. Its strength is extremely amazing. Moreover, this thing has a talent. When attacking, it has a certain gravity that can interfere with the opponent's reaction. Lin Xiao saw with his own eyes that an evolver in a security uniform dodged a slap from this guy and his body involuntarily tilted and fell under his palm. The huge slap twisted and deformed half of his body, and a large piece of flesh and bones and clothes were forcibly knocked away. Blood and broken internal organs gushed out, and it seemed that he was unlikely to survive. The power of this slap is probably tens of thousands of pounds. These 5 evolvers are all wearing security uniforms. They should be security guards in a certain community before coming in. The evolution level is above the first level. After one was crippled by a slap, the rest probably gave up their companions and ran away because they could not do anything to this monster for a long time. Lin Xiao came out of his hiding place, flashed past the huge beast, and appeared behind it. The huge beast also stopped thinking for 3 seconds and stopped on the spot. He chopped off half of the neck of the huge beast with a backhand knife, and blood sprayed all over him. If it were replaced with other control skills, such a terrible injury and fatal threat would definitely wake up the target early. But the power of time is supreme, and it is 3 seconds to control it. Without any discount, 3 seconds is enough for him to swing several knives. With his current strength of more than 5,000 kilograms and more than 10,000 pounds, he can swing with all his strength. Even if the huge beast is thick, it can't stop it. In less than 3 seconds, the whole head was chopped off by him. A ball of light appeared on the corpse. When Lin Xiao picked it up and saw it, he was delighted. It was a knife weapon. After brushing for so long, he finally brushed out a suitable weapon. The explosion rate is really touching. Although it is still a blank board with only 50 points of attack, it is definitely much stronger than the bone-chopping knife in his hand. After using it for so long, the bone-chopping knife in his hand had countless cuts and was no longer sharp. If he was not strong enough, it would be difficult to cut a tree. After collecting the spoils, he came to the dying security guard and looked at him. The evolver stretched out his hand to Lin Xiao, and his mouth full of blood foam opened as if to speak. But there was no sound. He shook his head and said, "I can't save you, but I can give you a quick death. If you agree, blink your eyes." Puff! After a few seconds, he took the knife and left, leaving behind the body with the residual heat fading quickly. Roar! A huge beast roared and slapped the tree trunk into pieces. Lin Xiao stepped on the tree with one foot and flipped behind the huge beast with a knife, cutting nearly 10 centimeters into its neck. Without any reluctance, he drew his knife and retreated to avoid the huge palm. He ducked and passed by and slashed the cervical vertebra with another knife. To deal with such a powerful but clumsy opponent, he didn't even need to activate his talent. Killing a giant beast can improve his evolution by 200% at the second level. You should know that the evolution he gets from killing a chimpanzee is only about 1/3 000. Not to mention that every 1% of evolution can increase his strength by 80 kilograms. And one chimpanzee can increase his strength by 40 kilograms, which is a very significant increase. Although the unit of measurement for evolution is strength, it actually includes the physique corresponding to strength, as well as reaction ability and other attributes. After evolving to this point, Lin Xiao's actual combat power is almost comparable to the 6th level extraordinary level assessed by the main world. It is estimated that evolving to the 3rd level is equivalent to the 6th level of the main world. In this jungle, traces of other evolvers can be found from time to time, including those from the same era as Shuijing and others. Those wearing ancient clothes, and ancient soldiers, and even nobles wearing armor. Like many students who are still in school at this time, some dare to come out to take risks to evolve, and some stay in safe areas and dare not come out to take risks. Compared to the relatively restrained situation in school, the humanity among the evolvers outside was fully displayed in the face of danger. The powerful evolvers directly enslave the weak. When he accidentally passed by a supermarket that was pulled in, he saw 20 to 30 old and weak women gathered here being enslaved by 7 or 8 security guards and strong men. Ordinary people were forced to serve them. Women were naturally tools to vent their desires. The most vicious side of human nature was completely released here. 3 days later, the school cafeteria that had long been decayed was easily knocked down by a huge beast. Although the huge beast was killed by Shuijing, 2 of the 9 people were beaten to death and could not be saved. This was the first time someone in the team died. Fortunately, everyone in this dangerous world has a sense of death, and it was a normal death in battle, so everyone's mentality was not affected. Before dawn that morning, Lin Xiao called the 6 people who were alive except Shuijing to gather. They had already prepared large and small bags to pack up their things. But in addition to them, he also heard a slight breathing sound next door. He frowned and asked, "Who told the news?" At this time, one of the boys stepped forward a little uneasy and said, "Brother, can you bring Xiaoying with you?" At this time, another boy also said, "I also want to bring someone." Chapter 744 Tower of Babel. Lin Xiao looked at them expressionlessly, which made them even more nervous. He said, "You can choose to stay. Big brother, listen to me." Lin Xiao waved his hand to interrupt them, and said, "It will be very dangerous for us to leave here this time. No one dares to say that they can protect two ordinary people. Instead of taking risks, it is better for you two to stay. The teaching building is estimated to collapse soon. But there is a very strong underground laboratory behind the school. You can move there. If it doesn't work, you can merge with Class 3. They have several evolvers there. You have enough manpower to protect them." What a joke. It's good enough to bring you. But you have to bring a bunch of burdens? He doesn't mind finding a woman. He already has Shuijing. But at least it's like the other boys in the team looking for girls in the team. Everyone is an evolver, and there is no problem of burden. He persuaded them to leave without hesitation and decisively, and took the remaining 2 boys and 3 girls out of the school, heading towards the sky-high light column that was very eye-catching even in the daytime. There was no value in lingering in the novice land. He had been wandering in the forest these days. Although he had not visited all the places, he had roughly figured out the strength of the monsters in the forest. The huge beasts he had killed before were the strongest ones. The degree of evolution was okay, but the number was too small. It would take a long time to accumulate enough evolution points to advance to the 3rd level. The best way for him was naturally to leave here and enter the big map, where there were powerful enough monsters to provide him with evolutionary power and grow up quickly. The novice forest was not very big, and the sky-high light column should be located in the center of the map, not far from them. They chopped and killed all the way, and when it was almost dark, they saw a white jade-like giant tower under the light column shrouded in glory. Tower of Babel. The tower is so integrated that you can't tell how many layers it has. There are 3 big characters carved on the tower that are clearly incomprehensible but understandable. At the same time, everyone naturally knows the purpose of this tower. It's very simple. As long as you enter the tower and pass 3 levels, you can leave the novice village and enter the big map. Such towers are not only here, but also in countless novice maps in other places, including humans and other aliens. The tower stands in the wilderness, as if it fell from the sky. You can also see the trees and weeds that are overwhelmed at the bottom of the tower. Monsters are not prohibited from entering the surroundings. Before they arrived, there were already evolvers here. There are still corpses and bloodstains on the ground. A team of 6 people and a team of 4 people are resting by the tower. On the other side of the tower, there is a man with a sword and a cold face sitting alone on the corpse of a huge beast. Seeing them coming, he ignored them. Those who should talk continued to talk, and those who closed their eyes continued to sit in meditation. Lin Xiao took a special glance at the man sitting on the corpse of the huge beast. He dared to go alone and kill a huge beast single-handedly. This man was quite powerful, at least at the 2nd level. The team cut down a tree beside the tower to rest. A girl named Wuziki and another girl named Wan in the team took the initiative to walk towards the 2 teams to inquire about the situation. Lin Xiao walked to the front of the Babel Tower and looked at the white jade tower body that was seamless. He paused and stretched out his hand to press the white jade tower body. A piece of information appeared in his mind. According to the information, as long as you stretch out your hand and press the tower body, you can enter the tower to challenge with a thought. The challenge can only be carried out by 1 person, and the difficulty of the challenge depends on personal strength. For example, if the evolver is only level 1, the difficulty will start from level 1. If the evolver is level 2, the basic difficulty starts from level 2. The stronger the initial strength, the higher the initial difficulty. And once the challenge begins, you cannot quit before the 3rd level, which means that if you can't beat it, you will die inside. It is worth mentioning that the Babel Tower has a total of 36 floors. You only need to pass 3 levels in a row to enter the main city of various races on the large map. In addition, after passing 3 levels in a row, you can choose to continue to pass the levels. You can quit the subsequent levels midway. Continuous passing levels will get extra benefits, and the number of levels passed in the end will be related to the final reward. Lin Xiao knows this without saying it. Not to mention here, there are many similar things in the main world. Some big guys set up similar levels in their own divine domains, and some simply call them Babel Towers, allowing people to pass the levels and select elites of the same kind to train. He was very interested in this, and came back to say to Zhuo Jing, when you pass the levels later, try to challenge more levels. At this time, Ruan Wan and Wu Ziki came back, and the other teams had just arrived not long ago. Several people had entered the Babel Tower before. He said to them, the Babel Tower can only be entered one by one. You are not strong enough. After passing 3 levels, you can try to challenge more levels, but you must do it within your ability. Once you feel that the difficulty is too high, stop the challenge immediately to avoid dying in it. The 2 men and 3 women were all average level talents. If nothing unexpected happened, they would not have much to achieve. However, as long as they took one step at a time, they would not fall to the bottom. After a short rest, he shook Zhuo Jing's hand and walked towards the Babel Tower. Coincidentally, the cold-blooded man who was alone also stood up and walked towards the Babel Tower. He glanced at him without any expression, stretched out his hand and pressed on the Babel Tower, and his body turned into a stream of light and sank into the tower. Lin Xiao ignored him, stretched out his hand and pressed on the Babel Tower. With a thought, the time and space in front of him changed. When the space stabilized, he had appeared in a space with a diameter of 100 meters. The top of the surroundings was white stone slabs. There was no light source, but the room was as clear as day. A prompt sounded in his ears, and a countdown of 100 seconds appeared in the center of the space. The countdown quickly reached 0 and disappeared. A beam of white light descended from the sky, casting an ugly bat monster about 2 meters tall with wings spread nearly 4 meters in the air. It pounced on him without a second's pause. Lin Xiao didn't even dodge, and crashed into the bat monster. Bang! He took a step back, unscathed, and the bat monster flew backwards, with a huge wound on his chest and abdomen that exposed his internal organs, and blood spurted all over the ground. Soon, white light fell, and the bat monster's body and blood quickly melted away. Under the white light, his almost unconsumed physical strength quickly recovered, and the 100-second countdown appeared again. The second round came soon, and it was still bat monsters, but 2 of them appeared at the same time. With a damage absorption talent, he was completely immune to all damage, and he killed them one by one, and quickly entered the 3rd round. These large bat monsters are actually quite powerful, and they are a certain threat to normal 2nd level evolvers. Unfortunately, Lin Xiao not only has super talents, but also has extra power in addition to the power of evolution. The combination of the 2 makes his strength far superior to the evolvers of the same level. Just like in the game, the level 20 dungeon final boss fights the level 20 ordinary wild monster, which is completely one-sided. The 3rd round is still bat monsters, but the number suddenly increases to 4. If it were a normal evolver, it might be a little troublesome. But for Lin Xiao, as long as he didn't break the defense, it didn't matter how many came. After 3 levels, 2 prompts appeared in front of Lin Xiao. One was to enter the human main city, and the other was to continue the challenge. He naturally chose to continue the challenge. After 100 seconds of countdown, the 4th level came out. This time it was no longer a bat monster, but a minotaur wearing half armor and carrying a big axe, which was 3 meters tall. The strong muscles and fierce aura were more than 1 level stronger than the bat monster. As soon as the minotaur appeared, it roared, and a circle of air waves exploded. It can be clearly seen that its body has grown a little bigger, and then it rushed towards him with an axe, and chopped with the axe. Lin Xiao wanted to test its strength, so he didn't dodge and blocked with a knife. Ding! The strong force came, and he paused slightly to resist, and he had an idea in his mind. The power is stronger than his own, but it does not form a crushing force. After absorbing the excess power through his talent, it is not a problem to impact. This level is more powerful than the previous one because the Minotaur has a certain wisdom, weapons and equipment, and combat experience. For the same adult man, the combat power of a recruit and a veteran can be several streets apart. But this so-called combat experience is far inferior to Lin Xiao's combat experience. After a series of clinking fights, Lin Xiao suppressed the Minotaur head-on with his faster reaction and combat experience, constantly adding wounds to it. The accumulation of small injuries made it weaker and weaker, and finally killed it. In the 5th level, There is still a Minotaur, but it is better equipped and has more combat experience. In particular, the wheel axe is made of fine steel. Sparks flew when the axe was chopped down, and a finger-sized gap suddenly appeared on his whiteboard sword. He had to change his tactics and use the thick back of the knife to block the axe more often, so as not to break the weapon halfway through the fight. But even with such a big sword, it didn't last long. When it found an opportunity to cut the throat and decide the outcome, there were more than a dozen gaps and a crack on the blade. But when this elite Minotaur died, a white light appeared, and a long sword made of fine steel exploded. He guessed that this was automatically exploded by the Tower of Babel according to his situation. After all, the purpose of the Tower of Babel is to test and select elites. If you don't even have weapons to deal with those thick-skinned monsters, it will definitely affect the challenger's combat effectiveness. The difficulty of the next 6th level rose sharply, and 3 elite Minotaurs appeared at once. But with better weapons in hand, Lin Zhao's combat effectiveness also soared. Many combat skills that were previously limited by the strength of the weapons can now be used. With the damage absorption talent, he took the approach of exchanging injuries for injuries, and forcibly killed the 3 Minotaurs. Anyway, the injuries will be restored after passing the level, and the room for operation has increased greatly. It is worth mentioning that the monsters killed in the level also increased the evolution points. These powerful monsters that cannot be encountered in the novice village provide considerable evolution points. At this moment, he has increased his evolution by several percentage points, judging from the fact that the monsters are getting stronger as time goes by. If he can get through the 20th or 30th level, it is estimated that he can be directly promoted to the 3rd level. In the 7th level, there are 10 elite Minotaurs, among which there is a Minotaur warrior who is even taller, wearing exquisite chain mail, with 2 large axes and several hand axes on his waist. Chapter 745 Time Lock Talent. Is the difficulty increased so much? It's like skipping a level. This is only the 7th level, and there are still 29 levels to go. Lin Zhao, who was full of confidence, felt a little weak. He felt that it was unlikely that he could pass 36 levels in a row. As soon as the 10 elite Minotaurs appeared, they roared and rushed forward, chopping down with axes without any martial ethics. The Minotaur warrior also took out his hand axe from time to time to sneak attack. Lin Zhao was chopped several times in less than a few seconds. Although the remaining damage is not high with the damage absorption talent, it can't withstand the large number of enemies and the fierce attacks. The key is that the Minotaur warrior can command other Minotaurs, and the attacks are not messy, which makes him very uncomfortable. After only holding on for about 10 seconds, Lin Zhao decided not to wait, and turned on the time acceleration talent, which increased his thinking reaction and his own speed by 100%. And his speed instantly increased. Anyway, all injuries will be healed after a level is over. Lin Zhao took on the attacks of other Minotaurs, and forcibly cut the legs of 7 Minotaurs. Although one was not dead, the combat power of the Minotaurs, with limited mobility, was greatly reduced. Then he used the tactic of exchanging injuries to force the 3 Minotaurs that were safe to fight to death, and then used the kite tactic to slowly drag the remaining 7 Minotaurs to death. As soon as the battle was over, the corpses on the ground slowly melted into glory, and Lin Zhao's injuries were also recovering rapidly. Suddenly he widened his eyes, and soon showed ecstasy. I was wondering why the difficulty was so high. So this is it. He found that the time acceleration he had used just now was actually restored under the white light, which means that the recovery of each level is a comprehensive recovery, including the recovery of his own talent to the peak state. Lin Zhao instantly felt that there was hope for passing the 36 levels of the Tower of Babel. As long as all the talent usage times were restored in each level, would he be afraid of not being able to pass the level with his invincible talent? In the 8th level, it was not a Minotaur, but a scorpion lion. It looked like a male lion, but its hair was red, and its body was as big as an elephant, with sharp claws and teeth. The most important thing was its open wings and the thick scorpion tail at the tail, which had a green glow, which was highly poisonous. The scorpion lion could not beat 10 Minotaurs head-on, but it could fly away, and as long as its IQ was normal, it could easily defeat several Minotaurs. Unfortunately, for Lin Zhao, the threat was not as difficult as the previous level, since he knew that the talent used in each level could be restored in the next level. Lin Zhao was no longer stingy. His figure flashed and roamed behind the scorpion lion in the air. The stream of light he turned into directly penetrated the scorpion lion, and made it lose consciousness and fall down. But in midair, Lin Xiao cut off the scorpion tail that was the most threatening with a knife, and saw that there was still time to cut off one of the wings with a backhand knife. But the scorpion lion's body was too strong, and he was unable to move forward after cutting about 2/3 of it. Lin Xiao didn't care, and raised his knife to chop again. At this time, the ground scorpion lion had already fallen heavily to the ground. When it woke up from its mental stagnation, it immediately let out a painful roar, subconsciously flapped its wings, and with a crack it cut off 2/3 of its wings and broke them apart. Needless to say, with a broken scorpion tail and one wing missing, this scorpion lion is like meat on the chopping board, and it is up to him to choose how to cut it. 9th level, 3 scorpion lions. 10th level, 10 scorpion lions. The result is the same as the 8th level. The difference is that he used his talent several times, and it took longer. 11th level, when the white light in the sky slowly disappeared, what appeared in front of him was a giant snake lizard with 5 heads, nearly 20 meters long from head to tail, covered with thick scales, with a huge and ferocious head raised high, and 5 mouthfuls of venom sprayed down in front of him. Lin Xiao flexibly dodged the venom, and his expression was a little solemn. He didn't take one snake lizard seriously. But according to the rule, the next level would be 3 heads, and the next level would be 10 heads, which would be more than just trouble. This thing is huge, with super vitality, and most importantly, it has 5 heads. You must chop off all 5 heads to kill it. There is no need to hesitate. He flashed and appeared in the middle of the 5 heads of the 5-headed snake lizard. He chopped off one head with a full-strength slash. He chopped off 3 heads in a row before the 5-headed snake lizard reacted. Unfortunately, his strength is not enough now, and he can't chop several heads in 1 second. Kill the 5-headed snake lizard, and the next level is as he expected. There are 3 5-headed snake lizards. There is nothing to say. He didn't skimp on the 7 times of time watering a day, and he didn't skimp on the time acceleration at the same time. The 100% bonus can chop off all 5 heads of the snake lizard in the next wave. And there is still extra. Here he used a little trick. The effect of time watering is to cause the mind to stop and slow down all the targets that he passed through in the watering direction. He deliberately found the right angle and hit the multi-headed snake lizard at the same time, so as to control several targets at once. The 10 snake lizards in the 13th level controlled multiple targets in this way to reduce pressure before killing them one by one. At this point, Lin Xiao couldn't help wondering. This is only the 13th level. It's so difficult. I don't know if there are any geniuses in history who have passed the 36 levels. But there must be some who have passed the 20 or 30 levels. How did they pass it? The 14th level is a poisonous dragon with a dark green body. The dark green dragon scales are as beautiful as dark green jade. But the terrifying poison covered on it makes it as difficult to attack as a hedgehog. Any attack on this poisonous dragon will be infected with extremely terrible poison. Lin Xiao also relied on his talent to completely absorb any type of damage to survive. When the white light disappeared, the opponent who appeared in the 15th level surprised Lin Xiao. It was not the 3-headed poisonous dragon he imagined, but a huge eyeball covered with tentacles, which is commonly known as the evil eye. This thing has lived for a while. The diameter of the body is about 3 meters. In addition to hundreds of tentacles of varying lengths, there are also many hairs on the surface. The tops of the tentacles are covered with eyeballs of different colors. With a flick of the hand, dozens of rays of different attributes enveloped him. There is always a ray with attributes such as weakness, pain, curse, blinding, slowness, freezing, burning, charm, etc. that suits you. Even dragons are not immune to all negative states. But again, the black hole talent can absorb all types of damage. He is not immune to many effects, but he can be immune to damage. In the long period of being controlled, he found a fleeting opportunity and disappeared on the spot. The one who died was the evil eye. The next level is full of individuals of different types. It is no longer like before. If 1 can't beat 3, 3 can't beat 10. The ones behind are all different types, and they are good at different fighting methods. And they all have one thing in common, which is very powerful. Medusa with petrification talent. 6-armed snake demon with super fighting skills. Large lava element composed of flames and lava. Corpse wizard wearing gorgeous robes and exquisite bone staff. Even later, an arcane master riding on a luxurious flying carpet appeared. Lin Xiao found that the strength of the levels that appeared later was not greatly improved. But the IQ was getting higher and higher, and the means were getting more and more gorgeous. Especially the corpse wizard summoned a group of skeletons and ghosts at the beginning, and the arcane master directly released a large number of steel golems, which were ridiculously strong. To be honest, if it weren't for his time talent being too buggy, other elites would always be restrained and defeated at a certain level. From this, it can be seen that this Tower of Babel is really not something that ordinary elites can pass. Not only does it require the top talent, but it also requires top talent without shortcomings and defects plus superb combat experience to make it to the end. Time passed unknowingly, and Lin Xiao passed all the levels with his super talent that could be called a bug, and unknowingly reached the 26th level. And his evolution degree continued to accumulate as he killed so many powerful lives in so many levels, and finally reached the limit and was promoted to the 3rd level. And this level seems to be a stage of small qualitative change. Not only does it increase the power, but his talent has also changed a lot. First of all, the time roaming is upgraded to the 4th level. Not only the original effect is strengthened, but also new effects are added. Time travel LV4, in an invincible state, he will penetrate time and appear at any position within a radius of 3,000 meters. He will cancel any damage he has received in the last 5 seconds, and cause damage equal to his maximum strength *5 to any hostile collision target. He will also add a 4-second mental stillness and 100-degree deceleration effect, and apply a time lock effect to all enemies within a 10-meter diameter of the landing point. The duration is, and it can be used 10 times a day. Time lock LV1, in any attack. There is a 1% chance to lock the target with the power of time for 1 second. And at the same time, he will enter the time bubble state, and the time in the time bubble will be accelerated tenfold. This time lock is a new talent obtained after evolving to the 3rd level, and the effect is very powerful. As the literal meaning is, he will lock the target with the power of time for 1 second, and he will enter the time bubble state. In the time bubble state, the time will be accelerated tenfold, which means that he will lock the target for 1 second. But in fact, he has 10 seconds to do whatever he wants to the enemy. The only pity is that this is a passive effect that cannot be triggered actively, and there is only a 1% chance of triggering it when attacking. Basically, you don't have to count on using this to turn the tables. Fortunately, the time travel of the promotion comes with this effect, which makes this talent qualitatively strengthened. In addition, the effect of the time acceleration talent has also been greatly improved after it is upgraded to LV3. Time acceleration LV3, when used on oneself, the thinking reaction and self-speed increase by 100%, lasting for 7 seconds. Unfortunately, there is no qualitative change from the changes in time travel. It can be seen that the talent seems to have to reach LV4 before a new qualitative change will occur. The damage absorption talent has not changed. This talent seems to be fixed and cannot be upgraded. But it is not certain. Maybe there will be changes when I evolve to the 4th level. Anyway, the effect of this talent depends on my own strength. The stronger I am, the stronger the effect. It doesn't matter whether I upgrade or not. Name, Lin Xiao. Race, human. Evolution, level 3 1.3%. Talents, time travel LV4. Time lock LV1. Time acceleration LV3. Damage absorption black hole. Skills, none. Evolutionary strength, 10,248 kilograms. Self-strength, 4,824 kilograms. The speed of evolution is too fast. After entering the Tower of Babel, it directly evolved to the 1st level, and the speed of absorbing its own strength cannot keep up. Chapter 746 challenged the previous Babel Tower players. 15,000 kilograms of force is equivalent to 15 tons of force, and the actual force of a punch is definitely more than 15 tons. Such a terrifying force swinging a weapon will cause astonishing casualties. After evolving to the 3rd level, the strength of the opponent in the 27th level has not changed dramatically. The Babel Tower still increases the difficulty based on the 2nd level when he just entered the tower. But it is true that because it has evolved to the 3rd level, the difficulty has been slightly adjusted. The opponent in the 27th level is neither a terrifying monster nor a powerful alien, but an evolver. To be precise, it is a projection of the evolvers who have entered the Babel Tower in the past. This is a tiger man from the beast tribe. He only has a leather coat on his body. No weapons are seen. His sharp claws are natural weapons. As soon as he appeared, he swung his claws down, 2 claw marks appeared on Lin Zhao's body hundreds of meters away. One of them even scraped across his face out of thin air. And the tall nose bridge was cut in half, bleeding. It is worth mentioning that, as the number of levels increases, the challenge space becomes larger and larger. And now it is a space with a diameter of 1,000 meters. Not to mention the weird attack method. The attack power is also quite high. And even his current damage absorption talent cannot fully absorb it. Lin Zhao was shocked. And his figure flashed and turned into a stream of light and disappeared. At the same moment, he appeared at the Tiger Man's position. A circle of transparent light with a diameter of 10 meters centered on him was formed at the moment he appeared, locking this void in the time bubble. What surprised him even more happened. In the solidified time bubble, the Tiger Man's figure that should have been penetrated by him turned out to be an illusion. It was fake, and his real body was at the edge of the time bubble 4 meters away. He didn't see clearly how the Tiger Man's real body jumped here all of a sudden. Fortunately, the time bubble generated by the time lock has a diameter of 10 meters. If it was before the talent was promoted, this move would be considered empty. The time lock only lasts for 1 second. But it is equivalent to 10 seconds in the locked time bubble, since the real body was discovered. The result is self-evident, and it is taken away in one wave. When the time lock ended for 1 second, the time bubble disappeared, and the Tiger Man solidified and it suddenly broke into pieces. The white light fell, the corpse disappeared, and the countdown began again. Lin Zhao was still recalling the Tiger Man's attack method just now. If he guessed correctly, this Tiger Man's talent was related to space. And he was also quite powerful. Unfortunately, he encountered the more powerful law of time, and was ruthlessly crushed. As one of the original laws, the law of space has always been one of the most powerful laws when time is not out. This attack method of hitting across long distances is completely impossible to defend against. And the key lethality is so high. If this Tiger Man were to break through all the levels, the previous levels would be a waste. No matter how powerful the scorpion lion or the 5-headed snake lizard is, it can't withstand a few claws. As long as it is hanging from a distance, it can be easily dismembered. The defense of the 5-headed snake lizard is not as good as Lin Zhao's damage absorption talent. It is certain that this Tiger Man is also one of the super elites who have reached the back level of the Tower of Babel. And it is certain that there are more than 27 floors. Soon the countdown ended, and another white light fell, casting a graceful figure. This was a succubus. Blood-red wings dripped with burning blood. The devil horns burned with blood flames. The face was extremely beautiful, and a delicate blood-red dagger was flexibly turned at the fingertips, revealing a seductive breath in every move. It looked like a succubus, but it should not be an ordinary succubus. Lin Zhao would rather call it the succubus queen. As soon as she appeared, her figure flashed, and a succubus that was exactly the same as her, but with wings and devil horns burning with silver flames flew out from behind her, and quickly turned into a physical entity. The weapon of the Silver Queen was not a dagger but a silver whip. With a seductive smile, the whip quickly stretched out into the void and disappeared. The next second, it appeared beside Lin Zhao and wrapped him up. The invisible force made him unable to use skills or spells. The other bloody queen threw out the dagger wrapped in blood flames in her hand, and disappeared at the same time. Then Lin Zhao felt a pain in his chest. The dagger had been inserted into his chest out of thin air. The huge damage and blood flames penetrated into his body and began to burn. Lin Zhao looked down at the dagger without a handle on his chest and was speechless. His damage absorption talent is obviously very strong. But why does it feel like a decoration? Whether it is the previous level or this level, it can easily hurt himself. But from another perspective, the evolvers who can reach this level are indeed extraordinary. Their talents may not be as abnormal as his time talent, but their lethality is definitely not weak. Otherwise, they would not have reached this step. Unfortunately, his time talent is too unsolvable. LV4 time travel instantly cancels any damage received in the last 5 seconds, and instantly appears behind the Silver Queen in an invincible state to lock her. With her body pressed against the Queen's exquisite back and the knife on her neck, the other bloody Queen saw her other half being controlled, and opened her mouth to let out a silent long howl. And then Lin Zhao felt a terrifying ultrasonic shock wave sweeping over, and her clothes, skin, and flesh were instantly shattered. And in an instant, she turned into a bloody man with visible internal organs and bones. Damn it! Lin Zhao was shocked and flashed back to 1 second ago. And the long knife in his hand cut off the Silver Queen's head without hesitation. He flashed to the Bloody Queen without hesitation. But when he landed, he found that the Queen had disappeared and jumped to his previous position by flashing. The time lock only locked a residual image. Lin Xiao flashed again without thinking. But the Bloody Queen reacted very quickly, and a scream exploded. As soon as he appeared, he was rushed back by a powerful shock wave. But the time lock had taken effect and locked her. Needless to say, he chopped off the head of the Blood Queen with a sharp knife. Although her series of talents are very powerful, she is only a third-level evolver, and her race is not a thick-skinned monster. A full-strength knife will definitely behead her. It's only 2 levels, and Lin Xiao feels that he has consumed more energy than before. The talents of these super elite evolvers are too strong. In the 29th level, a nearly 3-meter tall human has super strong defense and physical attack talents. His defense is even better than his damage absorption, but it is limited to physical attack defense. He also has other types of defense, but compared to physical defense, it is the same as having nothing. Normally, it is difficult for such a talent with great defects to get to the back, but unfortunately, they do not have 2 strong spells at this stage, so it is difficult to deal with it. Lin Xiao also relied on his speed advantage, and spent 6 or 7 hours to kill it bit by bit. In the 30th level, a ghost-like undead evolutionist appeared. His talent is extremely terrifying, called Essence Absorption, which can directly lock and absorb the life and mental essence of the target from a long distance. The absorption speed is very fast, and his ghost physique is not afraid of most physical attacks. It is easy for him to take the lead at the beginning. Fortunately, his ghost physique is not completely immune to physical damage, and the essence absorption is not unlimited. After being interrupted by Lin Xiao's time wandering many times and unable to continue using it, he was finally worn out by him. In the 31st level, a demon with the ability to restrain and kill the enemy's soul. As soon as this evolver appeared, he summoned hundreds of powerful souls to temporarily reshape his body. They were either powerful mages, swordsmen with superb swordsmanship, or evolvers with powerful talents, etc. Among them, there was also a powerful red dragon soul, and a powerful evolver with a talent that even Lin Xiao was amazed by, but unfortunately died in the hands of this demon. Most souls are not very strong for Lin Xiao, but hundreds of evolvers with various abilities rushing up are very powerful. To deal with such an opponent, just behead him directly. Time Wandering ignores all kinds of defenses and interceptions of the imprisoned souls, and appears behind the demon to lock and take him away. In the 32nd level, a giant holding a giant hammer made of crystal. The evolver of the giant clan has very powerful talents. He swung the giant hammer in his hand, and another giant formed by light appeared out of thin air behind Lin Xiao and smashed it down with a hammer. At the moment when the giant of light appeared out of thin air, Lin Xiao felt that he became very weak. At the moment when the hammer fell, he had a strong premonition that if he took the hammer, he would die instantly, and there would be no chance to save his life with his talent. With a thought, time roamed behind the giant. Before he could make a move, the giant of light collected his hammer and accumulated energy. Circles of surging energy waves surged out. The giant's real body, which was locked in the time bubble, could not move, but the same powerful energy waves were synchronized with the giant of light. Lin Xiao's mind flashed, and he hesitated for a long time before pulling back. He saw a loud rumble that shook the space. The terrifying shock waves surged out from the giant, and the giant of light summoned by the giant at the same time. The terrifying energy pushed the space to form a violent air wave and exploded, which instantly affected the 20-meter range around the giant of light. It was also because the space inside the Tower of Babel was strong enough. If it was outside, he felt that the space would collapse. After the impact in the space bubble was slowed down 10 times, Lin Xiao had enough reaction to escape the impact range, and he exhaled with lingering fear. What kind of talent does this thing have to be so fierce? Entering the 32nd level of the Tower of Babel, I have never seen an opponent with such high attack power. The most important thing is that this giant, whether it is himself or the Summon Light Giant, has an aura similar to reducing defense. Next to him, Lin Xiao feels that he has no defense at all, and feels that if he is hit by a hammer, he will be shattered like porcelain. And his attack method is also very strange. Although the attack speed is very slow compared to this level, each hammer can affect a range of 20 to 30 meters. A casual blow is shocking and completely unstoppable. And the giant's talent gives him a super strong physique. This guy's physique is much stronger than other giants. I don't know what kind of giant he is. Anyway, he spent a lot of effort. During the period, he was almost overturned by the aftermath of the attack several times. And finally, he was almost worn out. Although the time talent is heroic, he does not have the talent for direct attack, and can only rely on his own strength. And his own strength is based on humans. How can it compare with the innately powerful giant race? The countdown ended quickly, and the 33rd level began. An ancient golden tree made entirely of gold, with branches reaching up to the top of 1,000-meter space, appeared in front of the extremely surprised Lin Xiao. Chapter 747. I'm so ruthless that I can beat myself up. Oh my god. Isn't this my golden ancient tree incarnation? Although it's just a projection of the previous challengers copied by the Tower of Babel. And it's not a real incarnation. But the appearance and aura emanating from it are exactly the same as my own incarnation. This is definitely the golden ancient tree incarnation that I was exiled by the nightmare will. Lin Xiao never expected to see his long-lost golden ancient tree incarnation here. Being able to see it from the Tower of Babel means that he also participated in the evolution journey. Being able to see it from the 33rd floor of the Tower of Babel means that he had reached the very back of the Tower of Babel. But now the question is, how should I deal with my golden ancient tree incarnation? Obviously, my golden ancient tree incarnation seems to have gained some adventure that he didn't know about. And it looks much stronger than when it was exiled. You must know that when it became the golden ancient tree incarnation, its essence was not much different from the tree of life. And now the essence of this golden ancient tree is much stronger than the tree of life. A strange halo spreads from the ancient tree to the entire battle space. Although he didn't feel anything unusual in the halo for the time being, he knew it was not for show. He wanted to avoid it. But there was nowhere to avoid it. And he suspected that this was not the limit of the halo of the ancient tree. But the battle space was just so big. The incarnation of the golden ancient tree appeared completely. And the halo covering the entire battle space suddenly changed from harmless to life-absorbing halo. It was the same as the life-absorbing talent of the Netherworld Life Absorber in the 30th level. But the effect was on all enemies within the range of the halo. And it was completely impossible to dodge or resist. Of course, because it was an all-round field absorption. The effect on personal life absorption was far less than that of the Netherworld Life Absorber. But it was continuous and could not be avoided. So he could only bear it. The projection could not communicate, and even had no consciousness of its own. Lin Xiao didn't waste words, and directly flashed across hundreds of meters of space to the central trunk of the golden ancient tree, raised his knife, and chopped it down at the tree body made of gold. With a crisp clang, golden sparks flew everywhere. The time lock and stillness of the mind did not affect the life absorption aura of the golden ancient tree incarnation. This is a passive domain ability. Once it is deployed, it will not be interrupted even if it is fainted. In an instant of 10 seconds, Lin Xiao blessed himself with time acceleration at the same time, and slashed nearly 50 swords in one breath in 1 second outside. After 1 second, the time bubble generated by the time stillness disappeared. The damage of 50 swords burst out instantly after the time stillness disappeared. The waist of the golden ancient tree with a diameter of 50 or 60 meters directly exploded into a huge gap that could hold a small building. The golden ancient tree was waving its branches, and the golden light flew out of the sky, quickly outlining a golden light man, and stretched out his hand to point at Lin Xiao. The indescribable life force gathered within the scope of the golden ancient tree, condensed into golden life chains flying towards Lin Xiao, shuttling back and forth in the air and interweaving into a huge golden net. A strange force locked the space, making him move slowly. At the same time, the infinite life force in the field converged on the wound of the golden ancient tree. The gap that had just been cut healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It grew 2 to 3 meters again in just 1 second, which was amazingly fast. Lin Xiao did not hesitate to time travel and enter the invincible state. He appeared again at the gap that was healing. Time stopped and solidified the nearby wounds and burst out crazily. A second later, a huge gap appeared in the waist of the ancient tree again. Before the debris flew out, he time traveled to the edge again and burst out again. LV4 time travel can be used 10 times a day, and LV3 time acceleration can be used 3 times a day. Lin Xiao did not hesitate to use all these 10 opportunities and burst out crazily, forcibly breaking the waist of the golden ancient tree before its incarnation healed super fast. It is worth mentioning that he slashed nearly 400 times during the 10 bursts of time lock, and 6 of them triggered time lock. Although the time lock triggered by the 1% probability mostly overlaps with the time lock added by the time walk, there is also a small part that does not overlap. This small part adds more than 100 attacks for him. And only one time lock is triggered in the middle. And the extra attacks do not trigger the time lock. This is the horror of this move. In theory, as long as the attack speed is fast enough, and it reaches a state of hundreds of knives per second or even higher within 10 seconds in the time bubble, the 1% probability of time lock will always be triggered. This probability depends on the attack. As long as the attack speed is fast enough and the number of attacks is large enough, it will always be triggered. In theory, as long as you are lucky, it can be triggered infinitely. Later, perhaps it will be possible to achieve the feat of completing tens of thousands of attacks within 1 second of a lock. That is when the terrifying power of the time talent will be exerted. Although the time talent is also a bug now. His means are too poor, and his own combat power is not that strong. So he can't exert the terrifying power of this bug talent at all. In fact, there is one thing that Lin Xiao is quite curious about. His golden ancient tree should be only level 3. So how can it be so huge and so powerful? As the time bubble disappeared, the accumulated more than 500 swords burst out at the same time in just a few seconds. No matter how strong the recovery and regeneration ability of the golden ancient tree is, it is impossible to fully recover in just a few seconds. The last part of the fulcrum supporting the waist of the tree was shattered, and the ancient tree was directly blown into 2 pieces. And the huge upper body fell directly. The condensed light man's body shook violently and collapsed. And the light net in the sky twisted a few times and also collapsed and disappeared. But the life absorption field did not disappear. But the effect was greatly weakened. And it had no effect on him. A large amount of life energy gathered on the broken trunk and grew again. At the same time, a large number of light branches were condensed and inserted into the broken hundreds of meters of the golden ancient tree. The endless life energy was absorbed, and the ancient tree grew again at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Xiao saw that this was not going to work, and strode to the front of the ancient tree, rushed to the broken trunk with his hands and feet, and frantically attacked and cut the growing branches. And the debris flew. The ancient tree kept waving its branches to hit him. But unfortunately the power of the golden ancient tree was greatly weakened at this time, and it could not do anything to him. The ancient tree behind him seemed to realize this, and stopped attacking him. Instead, it absorbed the broken branches of the ancient tree and recovered. Even the life absorption field was cancelled to recover. Cut off one section, and another section grew out. Cut off another section, and another section grew out again. Over and over again. And the situation fell into a stalemate. Lin Xiao kept cutting down the tree trunk as if he was tireless. But the ancient tree recovered faster than he cut down. And Su recovered more than he cut down. But every dozens or even hundreds of attacks, the time lock with a probability of only 1% would be triggered. And it would burst out crazily at this moment. Most of the time, luck generally cannot be triggered continuously. But sometimes luck is good, and the time lock is triggered again within the burst of the time lock. Multiple accumulation can cause huge damage to the ancient tree. And the 2 sides are deadlocked for a while. Unknowingly, an hour passed, and Lin Xiao had a deep understanding of why he, the incarnation of the golden ancient tree, could break through the 33rd level, and also knew why he only stopped at the 33rd level. If there hadn't been the crazy burst of the 10-time roaming lock, none of the top elites encountered before could have burst out and crippled him in an instant, let alone kill him instantly. The normal state of the golden ancient tree incarnation can kill most of the opponents by slowly consuming. Not to mention that he has various means to use, just like the chain net that was not used before. The reason why he stopped at the 33rd level is mainly because the golden ancient tree incarnation has no powerful burst means. After all, it controls the power of life. In terms of treatment and recovery, there is definitely no opponent. But the burst is insufficient. Lin Xiao's first-hand burst directly crippled the ancient tree incarnation, and a series of means could not be used. The rest is consumption. Normally, Lin Xiao's black hole incarnation must not be able to outlast the golden ancient tree incarnation, even if the other party is only in a disabled state. But he has luck. Although the time lock talent has only a 1% probability, most of the time it is only triggered once, and it has not been triggered many times in a few hours. But even ordinary people have good luck. If the number of triggers increases, there will always be good luck to trigger continuously. Look, when he had been enduring for 2.5 hours, a normal attack triggered the time lock, And he was lucky enough to trigger the time lock twice in a row. And then triggered it again in the time lock that was triggered again. This state has a special term, called nesting dolls. In an instant, he nested 7 layers of dolls. In this short period of 11 seconds, he once again completed an explosion that was caused by the previous 10 time wanderings, directly chopping off a large part of the trunk of the golden ancient tree, leaving only a golden tree stump. Fortunately, the golden ancient tree was still in the 3rd level at this time, and many of its magical features could not be brought into play if it was changed to the 4th or 5th level or even higher. I am afraid that he would grow back the next second after just cutting off the trunk. But there is no if in the world. If he had the 4th or 5th level, Lin Xiao's incarnation would also be more powerful if it evolved to the 4th or 5th level. Needless to say, the exhausted golden ancient tree incarnation finally lost to the black hole incarnation. When the golden ancient tree incarnation died, the white light gathered again. Something finally exploded. Lin Xiao's eyes were filled with tears. He picked up the item in the light ball and saw a purple light. Eternal Tree Heart Dark Purple, the heart of the Eternal Tree, which has some of its remaining power. Attributes: Life Force Limit plus 100%. Physical Force Limit plus 100%. Life Recovery Speed plus 300%. Physical Force Recovery Speed plus 300%. Skills: Life Absorption. Each attack converts 20% of the damage into life and physical force to restore itself. Evaluation: The Eternal Tree is a miracle tree. Although the remaining tree heart is no longer a miracle, it still has powerful power. The quality of equipment exploded in this world are white, green, blue, purple, orange, and gold, with a total of 6 levels. Each level is divided into 3 levels, such as light purple, purple, and dark purple. The attributes of this Eternal Tree Heart are very strong, and the dark purple is only 1 step away from the orange legend. Chapter 748 The Law of Time. The Eternal God. He quickly equipped the Eternal Tree Heart, and immediately felt that his vitality was twice as strong. The vitality also derived endurance, which could greatly increase his ability to withstand damage and his ability to continue fighting. After a short rest, the countdown ended, and Lin Xiao had to rush to meet the opponent of the 34th level of the Tower of Babel. When the white light in the sky disappeared, a humanoid creature wearing a green full-body armor with his feet suspended on the ground stood quietly in place. Through the connection of the armor, it can be seen that the armor is not made of flesh and blood, but is made of dazzling lightning. Green lightning shot out from the pupil of the thick head armor. In his right hand, he held a lightning whip with flashing electric light. Circles of lightning continued to radiate outward from the suspended feet, and a tingling feeling could be felt from a distance. When this unknown creature took shape, lightning burst out from his feet, and a circle of extremely thick lightning rings spread around like waves, instantly passing Lin Xiao. The terrifying high temperature and burning swept over, and at the same time contained an extremely powerful mental shock that knocked him out for a moment. When he recovered, the remaining lightning power covered his whole body. His clothes turned to ashes. His whole body was charred and smoking, and every time he moved, he felt a sharp pain in his muscles. At the same time, the lightning ghost raised the lightning whip in his hand and pointed it. A lightning bolt flew out from the tip of the whip and fell on Lin Xiao, knocking him out for a moment. An irresistible attraction came, and Lin Xiao felt that his power was being quickly absorbed. At the same time, the lightning ion field rushed out of the range of thousands of meters and quickly returned, making him endure the pain and dizziness just now again. And a thick layer of muscles was charred. When Lin Xiao woke up, he was crippled by a wave of attacks. The most important thing was that the lightning ghost was constantly draining his power. In this short while, more than 7,000 kilograms of his 15,000 kilograms of power were drained. And it was still draining. The lightning ghost received more than 7,000 kilograms of his power, and a lightning strike directly turned one of his arms into charcoal. The terrifying impact stirred up a large piece of black charcoal ash. What a terrible ability! Fortunately, his vitality increased significantly, and the 300% life recovery speed was enough to see the burnt flesh and blood growing with the naked eye. But his vitality was not high. Even if it increased by 300%, it would not be much stronger. Lin Xiao entered the invincible state without hesitation. Time roaming instantly cancelled all the damage and interruption skills accumulated just now. The streamer directly penetrated the lightning ghost and appeared behind him. Then, at the moment of passing through the body, A lightning bolt flew out of the lightning ghost and knocked him out for a moment. About half a second. When he woke up, half of the 1 second time lock had passed. A series of attacks made the lightning ghost splatter with lightning. But when the time bubble ended, the 7 or 8 lightning bolts accumulated in an instant made him grimace. This thing seemed to have the talent of lightning reflection. Every attack reflected a lightning bolt to the attacker. Although it could not stun the target like the lightning of the reflection skill, the frequency of ordinary attacks was very high. After a wave of attacks, he was electrocuted and dizzy. But the lightning ghost was unharmed, although the power extraction skill was interrupted. The more than 7,000 powers that were extracted before were not returned. The remaining less than 8,000 powers were not enough at the level of the 34th level, and could not hurt the opponent at all. The awakened lightning ghost stretched out his left hand to grab the sky, and the dome suddenly sounded a violent roar. Lightning gathered in the twisted void and condensed into a huge lightning ball that could be seen with the naked eye. With a crackling sound, a thick lightning hit Lin Xiao and knocked him off balance. Before he could do anything, the lightning ghost slapped him with a lightning whip and knocked him off balance. Then, there was another crackling sound above his head, and another lightning bolt hit from the lightning ball that followed the lightning ghost. Damn it! Lin Xiao was speechless. If he hit, he would be rebounded by lightning. If he didn't hit, he would be chased and hit by lightning. The lightning ring that could cover the entire battle space and even couldn't escape and had control. And the most disgusting thing was that it could extract power. This opponent's ability was too disgusting. Yes, it was just disgusting to him. But it was easier to deal with than the previous level. What he was afraid of now was the kind of thick-skinned and hard-to-kill opponent. Not the opponent with extremely strong attack power. As long as he was not killed instantly. The 34th level was no different from the 10th level, and they were all taken away in one wave. After a quick analysis of the situation in his heart, Lin Xiao decided to hide first and wait for the extracted attack to recover before attacking. Now his strength has dropped by nearly half, and he is afraid that he will not be killed in one set. After all, he only has one chance. The lightning ring of the lightning ghost covers the entire map, but the lightning storm ball above his head cannot attack the entire map, and can only attack targets near the lightning ghost. Lin Xiao traveled through the lightning ghost in time and appeared at the edge of the other side of the battle space. Although he was stunned by the rebounding lightning in an instant, the lightning ghost was also locked in time, and at the same time entered a full 4 seconds of mental stillness and 100% deceleration state and remained still in place. Next, he stuck to the edge of the battle space, being blasted by lightning while delaying time. With the extra vitality and endurance of the Eternal Tree Heart, as well as the ability to recover life several times, he also used a time walk to extend his life. He held on until the power that was drained from his body was restored. He did not hesitate to turn into a stream of light and flew backwards to penetrate the lightning ghost behind it, and output madly against the rebounding lightning and the lightning storm ball in the sky. Lin Xiao did not leave a trace of retreat. He used all the remaining 8 time walks to accelerate time and output madly within the duration. When the total of 12 time locks accumulated time bubbles ended, countless accumulated damage was released in the last second, and the body of the lightning ghost locked by time collapsed on the spot, turning into extremely hot lightning energy and surging in all directions. Lin Xiao. Win! Dots of white light gathered at the location of the disintegrating lightning torrent, and something exploded again. After taking the light ball and looking at it, Lin Xiao was surprised to find that it was a skill from the lightning ghost. Unstable current, passive skill. Harnessing the power of lightning. Increasing the movement speed by 50%. Causing a lightning pulse equivalent to 25% of the player's own strength to enemies within a radius of 50 meters every 3 seconds. And whenever the player is attacked by a skill, a lightning shock equivalent to 100% of the player's own strength will be fed back to the target, stunning the target for 0.5 seconds, and purifying the target's random buff. To be precise, this should be the talent of the lightning ghost. Now it has become a skill, and the effect is fixed and cannot be upgraded. But it does not detract from the power of this skill. Lin Xiao certainly learned it without hesitation, and it became his first skill. Sure enough, there will be huge gains in clearing the Babel Tower. Although equipment skills rarely explode, once they do, they are all top-notch. Whether it is the Eternal Tree Heart or this skill, Lin Xiao expected that there would be rewards for the next 35th and 36th levels. And it is only a reward for passing the level, not a final settlement reward. The countdown gradually decreased. and Lin Xiao kept a distance from the center to avoid being caught off guard. After all, it was the last 2 levels. From the previous gatekeepers, it can be seen how perverted they will be in the back, and it is possible to be killed in seconds if you are not careful. 3, 2, 1. The sky was full of white light, and the dazzling red light made him squint. A burst of heat came over him, and the temperature in the battle space rose rapidly. Soon, accompanied by a clear bird cry, the white light disappeared, and a flame spread out in all directions. Lin Xiao's mind moved, and the unstable current started. A circle of lightning pulses surged from his feet. He suddenly felt that there was a force holding him up, and his whole body felt much lighter. In the eternal darkness, the first sunlight of the Guardian of Light flashed slightly. This beam of self-conscious light gradually gathered infinite energy over billions of years and exploded into a supernova. The infinite origin light scattered around, lighting up the stars and illuminating the cold void. After a long cycle, a star named Phoenix gradually became conscious, got rid of the star state, and turned into a biological form, and sprinkled its light and heat into the dark void. A trace of the projection of the newborn Phoenix entered the Chaos Realm and successfully left its mark on the 35th floor of the Tower of Babel. As the dazzling flames exploded, a huge flaming bird made of flames appeared in the central dome of the battle space. Wisps of blazing white flames with terrifying high temperatures spewed out from the Phoenix's body and automatically flew towards the only human figure in the field. In just a few seconds, the temperature in the field had reached 60 to 70 degrees, and it was still rising. The speed of the blazing white flame was not very fast, but it had its own tracking. Almost every 3 seconds, one flew out and shot at him, and soon there were more than a dozen in the air. The Phoenix circled the sky above the battle space and returned to its original position. It opened its eyes and spewed out 2 streams of platinum flames. It looked at Lin Xiao, raised its huge flaming wings, and flapped them down. The surging flames gushed out and gathered around the Phoenix into 4 groups of flames. In just a few seconds, they condensed into 4 firebirds smaller than the Phoenix. They opened their mouths and threw fireballs at Lin Xiao, feeling the temperature in the void rising as if there was no end. Lin Xiao knew that he could not wait any longer. His figure flashed and turned into a stream of light that penetrated the Phoenix and appeared above his head. It felt like being in a sea of fire, even though the nearby flames had been frozen by the bubble of time. The flames were everywhere, and he was being burned continuously in the midst of them. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth, held the knife, and chopped it down fiercely. His eyes glared, and the knife cut into nothingness. He quickly turned around in the spherical range of 10 meters in diameter, and there was no entity except the extremely blazing Phoenix flames. Could it be all made of flames? He felt something was wrong. If this Phoenix had no entity, how could he fight it? He did not give up. While the Phoenix was shocked by the time travel and stopped thinking for 4 seconds, he endured the terrifying high temperature and impacted back and forth in the Phoenix's body. But there was no time to stop and suppress the high temperature of the flames moving in the Phoenix's body. The temperature was too high for him to bear. In 1 second, the skin was charred. In 2 seconds, the 3 fingers of flesh under the skin were carbonized. And in 3 seconds, the bones were almost burnt, and consciousness began to blur. Chapter 749, Ancient Ice Soul Projection. It can only last for 3 seconds. Lin Xiao did not hesitate and returned to his peak state. Time traveled to the head of the Phoenix. After searching for a while, he did not find the core of the Phoenix. He flashed to the tail of the Phoenix without hesitation. Lin Xiao's eyes moved. Instead of searching, he instantly traveled to a certain place on the back of the Phoenix that had just passed by. Time stopped the flames within a range of 10 meters, and a solid round sphere solidified at the same time. It was obvious that this was the core of the Phoenix. It had been wandering back and forth in the body of the Phoenix before. He raised his knife and chopped it down. The huge Phoenix shook violently and almost collapsed. But he had found the core of the Phoenix. He chopped 3 times in 1 second. The time bubble ended in 10 seconds. The huge Phoenix collapsed directly and turned into a sky full of flames and rushed in all directions. Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and fell from the air. But before he could take a second breath, a strong attraction came from the center of the sky full of flames, attracting all the flames to the center, turning into a phoenix egg wrapped in blazing flames. The energy fluctuations that made him palpitate came from the phoenix egg. Nirvana. Reborn from the ashes. Lin Xiao reacted immediately and travel back and forth in time again. He soon found the phoenix egg that was moving irregularly in the phoenix's body. He moved to the top of the phoenix egg and chopped it down fiercely with a knife. Instantly, a number of 99 out of 100 appeared in front of him. And there was also a 10-second countdown. Obviously, the countdown is the time it takes for the phoenix to be reborn from the ashes. And 100 is the number of attacks required to break the phoenix egg. This is very simple. Lin Xiao smiled confidently and slashed with his knife. With only 2 time locks and mental stillness, the last blow was completed when there were 5 seconds left on the countdown. The phoenix I was cracked with one knife. And endless uncontrolled flames gushed out, and were quickly sucked into the center by an invisible force to form a new phoenix egg. This is not rebirth from the ashes again. But something exploded. Light of Nirvana Light Orange. The first light born after the phoenix's Nirvana. Attribute, Nirvana. Forcibly upgrade a piece of equipment by 1 level. And the specific upgrade value is related to the equipment. It's a pity that it's a prop, not other equipment. Lin Xiao has only 2 pieces of equipment. A blue long sword. And the other is the Eternal Tree Heart of dark purple quality. Use this. He paused, took off the Eternal Tree Heart, held the dazzling white fireball in his right hand, thought about it, and gently pressed it on the heart of the Eternal Tree Heart. The next level is the 36th level. I can't get other weapons for a while, so I can only strengthen the existing weapons to increase my strength. The weapon is just ordinary blue quality, and it feels quite a waste to upgrade it to purple quality after 1 level. The Eternal Tree Heart is dark purple, and the next level is orange. It is unlikely that the light orange props can be forcibly upgraded to dark orange. But it is no problem to upgrade the light orange to dark purple to orange. The quality difference is surprisingly large at the later stage. The power of the Eternal Tree Heart should be greatly improved when it is enhanced to orange. As the blazing white Nirvana light merged into the heart of the Eternal Tree, the entire heart of the tree began to burn with blazing white flames, and soon merged into it. The heart of the tree turned into a transparent crystal similar to a diamond, and faintly visible flames could be seen swimming in it. Heart of Eternity Orange. The heart of the Eternal Tree merged with the first light born after the Phoenix Nirvana, thus reactivating the power of the Eternal Tree. Attributes: Life Force Limit plus 300%. Physical Limit plus 300%. Life Recovery Speed plus 700%. Physical Recovery Speed plus 700%. Skills: Eternal Fire. Each attack adds an additional 30% of the fire damage of itself, and converts up to 30% of the damage of each attack into life and physical strength to restore itself. Skills: Nirvana Fire. Reduce 70% fire damage. Immune to all fire-related negative states. Evaluation: After the fusion of the Nirvana Fire, the Eternal Tree Heart reproduces a trace of the power of the Miracle Tree. The effect is very good, whether it is the super high life endurance bonus and recovery ability, as well as the attack blood sucking, or the large fire damage reduction. They are all very useful. 1 piece of divine equipment is so awesome. If you equip 6 pieces of divine equipment, wouldn't it be even more powerful? It is worth mentioning that the equipment in this world is not equipped according to the position of the body. Not helmets, armor, necklaces, rings, etc. But there are only 6 equipment grids, which can be equipped with 6 pieces of any type of equipment. If you are willing to equip 6 weapons at once, it can also take effect at the same time. Lin Xiao is equivalent to getting a big piece at the beginning, but there are still 4 empty grids. When he gets a few pieces of equipment as awesome as the Heart of Eternity, I believe it will be very powerful. The countdown ended quickly, and when the white light disappeared, a blue beam of light fell from the sky to the ground. A layer of ice appeared on the ground where it touched, and it quickly spread to the surroundings. It's not my illusion? He thought that the last level of the Tower of Babel was to deal with an illusion with the same strength and equipment as himself. But it turned out not to be. As the blue light column became brighter and brighter, the temperature in the battle space became lower and lower. Compared with the Phoenix in the previous level, it was completely different from ice and fire. Lin Xiao looked at the central blue light column intently, trying to find the opponent in this level to see if he could interrupt the increasingly cold temperature. But there was no other figure in the void except the blue light column that was getting brighter and colder. What does this level mean? See how long I can last, right? He looked around with doubts, but found nothing. There was no way, so he could only wait. As the blue light column became brighter and brighter, the freezing speed became faster and faster. and soon the entire battle space was affected. Even the surrounding walls and the top of the head were frozen, and the entire battle space turned into a frozen world. At this time, a figure floating in the air appeared faintly in the dazzling light column. Click! A few burrs appeared in the void, which was the little water in the air being frozen. Seeing that the environment was getting worse and worse, Lin Xiao did not dare to wait any longer. When the phantom successfully descended, he immediately turned into a stream of light and passed through the phantom. A terrifying extreme cold that made Lin Xiao feel suffocated descended after he used time travel to pass through the phantom. This thing has a passive skill similar to the lightning ghost that can bounce back lightning. Time travel passed through him, and the terrifying coldness directly froze him behind this figure made of ice. The ancient ice soul Calder is a cold projection outside of time. He came from the depths of the dark and cold chaotic sea of voids. Witnessed the birth of the universe, and witnessed the end of the universe. Calder is the supreme power that exists today and forever. In Calder's view, all things in the world are just nothingness that can be annihilated at any time. As the universe ages and decays, Calder's projection will become younger and stronger. His control of frost can freeze everything. The light emitted by his projection is extremely dazzling. At that time, he will no longer be a projection, but a new greatness. The unimaginable freezing is not immune to the invincible state of time travel. Or it is indeed invincible in the state of time travel. But the real freezing when penetrating the ancient ice soul cannot be exempted. But it is delayed after his time travel state ends. Therefore, Lin Xiao's time lock locked the projection of the ancient ice soul Calder. But he himself was also frozen. What made him even more frustrated was that he was frozen for longer than the time lock. When the time bubble collapsed, he was still in a frozen state. The 3-second freeze time ended, and even the time-wandering thought stop state had passed for 2 seconds. During these 2 seconds, he was still in a deceleration state, and the deceleration was very exaggerated, with a sharp drop of 90%. Although the deceleration effect was decreasing with the passage of time and the distance. The time-wandering thought stop state had long passed. Lin Xiao was dumbfounded. How could he fight this? There are so many people playing ice, but I have never seen such an outrageous one. Not to mention without time wandering. He couldn't even get close. The closer he got, the lower the temperature, the slower the speed, and the faster his life recovery speed was also rapidly decreasing. If he didn't use time wandering to enter the invincible state to shuttle, he couldn't even get close. There is no way to fight at all. He was completely unable to do anything to the projection of the ancient ice soul Calder. But he didn't know whether he should be thankful or what. Calder seemed to be unable to do anything to him. Although his frost power surpassed the normal frost law, the extreme cold power froze everything. But the pure lethality was not high. Whether it was various freezes, frost strikes, or the conversion of frost attributes into physical or other attributes, they were all absorbed by Lin Xiao's damage talent. In other words, the two sides fought for a long time, and no one lost a few drops of blood. This is very embarrassing. Lin Xiao used up all his time wandering in one breath, and used more than a dozen different methods without any results. He jumped directly into the body of the ancient ice soul and appeared, and was frozen before he could react. If it wasn't for the ancient ice soul to actively expel him, he might have been frozen until the end of time. He appeared a little further away. Although he was not directly frozen, he couldn't do anything at such a long distance. He even tried to throw the weapon far away, and the long sword hit the ancient ice soul with a crisp sound of ding, and a small white dot disappeared in the next second. And then, he was frozen in place by a ball of frost that exploded from Calder. There was no way. The battle was in a stalemate. This stalemate lasted for several hours. And Lin Xiao couldn't even admit defeat. Because according to the rules of the Tower of Babel challenge, you can't admit defeat and quit during the challenge. Either quit before the countdown of the 35th level is over, or quit after this level. You can't quit during the challenge. Once it starts, one side must fail. 10 hours have passed. 20 hours have passed. And Lin Xiao has been bombarded in a painful cycle of freezing, slowing, freezing, and slowing, and can't do anything. He is desperate. But it must be said that the 36th level of the Tower of Babel is indeed outrageous. That is, his damage absorption from the black hole is also outrageous. It can completely absorb all types of damage, including real damage. If it is replaced with other damage absorption skills, there will always be some attributes that cannot be absorbed. This ancient freezing is not only frost, but it has converted dozens of attributes to bombard back and forth. And it has never hurt him. Lin Xiao didn't know when this painful torment of being frozen would end. He just hoped that the Tower of Babel challenge would have a time limit, and it would end automatically when the time limit was reached. At first, he thought it would be 24 hours. But nothing happened after 24 hours. He hoped it would be 36 hours. He waited for 36 hours again. But nothing happened. He pinned his hopes on 48 hours. He silently waited for 48 hours, and nothing happened again. Lin Xiao stopped talking. It took more than 10 minutes to raise his head, and more than 10 hours to take a dozen steps not far away to the front of the ancient Ice Soul. It took several hours to raise his arm, several hours to stab, and finally, it took an unknown amount of time for the tip of the knife to finally touch the chest of the ancient Ice Soul Calder. Ding! The entire battle space was solidified by an indescribable force, and the extreme cold covering the entire battle space quickly disappeared, and the temperature continued to rise. The ubiquitous frost power converged on the ancient Ice Soul Calder, who had always been in the center, and turned into a thick, deep blue light column. The temperature in the air rose rapidly, and the frozen Lin Xiao slowly recovered, blinking in confusion. Crack! The long knife in his hand broke like brittle ice, and countless pieces were scattered all over the ground. He didn't care about this at all. His eyes were focused in front of him, as if he was absent-minded, and the light screen above showed, "Congratulations on defeating the projection of the ancient Ice Soul Calder and becoming the new defender of the Tower of Babel." I defeated the projection of the ancient Ice Spirit Calder? How did I defeat it? From the beginning to the end, apart from the time travel through it, he only encountered the ancient Ice Spirit Calder twice, and he didn't even get a scratch. How did he pass it? Lin Xiao was very puzzled. But since the Tower of Babel could not communicate, he naturally could not get an answer. He could only guess that it might be similar to a competition, where neither side could do anything to the other before the time was up. So the victory was calculated by the number of hits or the loss of life. He did not know how the Tower of Babel calculated it, but he was judged the winner anyway. Although he was a little confused, victory was always a good thing. Lin Xiao calmed down and reached out to grab a slowly rotating prismatic crystal hanging in the air that constantly exuded an extremely cold breath. Calder's legacy, the crystal left by the projection of the ancient Ice Soul Calder. Attributes, the legacy left by the ancient Ice Soul Calder to the challenger. Randomly draw a treasure left by Calder's projection to the later comers when he won the final victory in the evolution journey. And randomly draw one item from talents, skills, and equipment. There is such a good thing. Lin Xiao was very surprised. But the next second, he looked at the attribute introduction again, and his heart moved, thinking that he had guessed why it was considered his victory. If I guessed correctly, the 36th level of the Tower of Babel did not require him to win. As long as he persisted to the end, he would be considered a winner. After all, the gatekeeper of this level is a great incarnation of a great being. The ancient Ice Soul Calder is a super great life form comparable to the great power in the depths of the Chaos Void Sea. Its projection entered the Chaos Realm and won the final victory in the evolutionary journey at that time, and was also promoted to an existence comparable to the great power. As we all know, once you are promoted to a great power or a great being of the same level, all related things in your past will be upgraded. And the same is true for Calder's projection left in the Tower of Babel. In other words, Lin Xiao is now facing a trace of the projection of a great being. Normally, there is no possibility of victory. So the setting of the Tower of Babel is that you can persist until a draw to pass the level. Think about the battle just now. The frost power freezes everything, far exceeding the limit of the normal ice law. It is completely another dimension of frost. And it can also change the law at will, instantly turning from frost into flames and lightning, etc. This is obviously not something a normal third-level evolver can do. Chapter 750 Libra Gold Cloth. Fortunately, the phantom projected by the ancient Ice Soul Calder did not inherit much attack power, and the lethality was not enough to do anything to him. Otherwise, he would definitely be beaten without any suspense. Although he was beaten again now. But at least, he was not injured. And he persisted until the final draw and won automatically. So let me see. What is the final reward for clearing the 36 floors of the Tower of Babel? Lin Xiao looked up at the sky with expectation. Unconsciously, everything around him became illusory. Unconsciously, he left the previous battle space and appeared in an endless void, with dots of starlight illuminating the starry sky. A light curtain unfolded in front of Lin Xiao, showing, "Congratulations on defeating all the defenders of the Tower of Babel, and becoming the new Tower of Babel champion. You will receive the following rewards. Your evolution level is increased by 1 level. Choose one of the talents to increase by 1 level. Obtain a golden mythical equipment." Then the starry sky suddenly lit up, and the starlight was so bright that endless starlight flew from afar, gathering into a sea of starlight. When it was not far from him, it condensed into a torrent of starlight and crashed into his body. Lin Xiao instantly felt the surging energy pouring into his body, and his evolution degree increased wildly, almost 5% per second. In less than 20 seconds, his evolution degree reached 100% of the 3rd level, and then stopped. But the excess star power did not disappear, but was stored in his body. Lin Xiao was puzzled at first, but soon the information that appeared out of thin air in his consciousness made him clear that it turned out that to evolve from the 3rd level to the 4th level, he needed to complete a challenge, which required entering the main city of each tribe. Starting from the 4th level, each level will have an evolution level, similar to a bottleneck, and various harsh conditions need to be completed to make further progress. Lin Xiao didn't take this to heart. With his strength, he wouldn't take a challenge to heart. However, just as this thought came up, a star suddenly fell from the sky and fell into his body at an extremely fast speed. The bottleneck that had been fixed was suddenly broken through, and he was promoted to the 4th level. Alright. The remaining power quickly merged into his body, and the evolution degree began to rise rapidly from the 4th level 0.01%, and soon exceeded 1%, 2%, 5%, and stopped at 17%. Now his evolutionary level is the 4th level 17.41%. After being promoted to the 4th level, all talents were improved again, and a new talent, the Heart of Time, was obtained. Heart of Time LV1, the embodiment of the origin of the law of time, which can enable the user to initially touch the law of time, and the success probability of all probability-based talents or skills is plus 100%. If the various time talents before were just talents, now that they have evolved to the 4th level, they have begun to master the law. This talent does not have much actual skill effect, but is just a qualification involving the law of time. It has just evolved to the 4th level, and has no great effect for the time being. Time Travel LV5. Travel through time in an invincible manner, and appear at any location within a 5,000 meter radius of yourself, and cancel any damage received in the last 5 seconds to restore to the best state within 5 seconds, and obtain the time acceleration talent effect of the current level. Cause damage equal to your maximum strength value *7 to any hostile collision target, and add a 5-second mental stillness and 100% deceleration effect, and apply a time lock effect to all enemies within a 15-meter radius of the fan point. Lasting. Can be used 10 times a day. Time Lock LV2. There is a 2% chance of locking the target with the power of time for 1 second during any attack, and you enter the time bubble state, and the time in the time bubble is accelerated by 30 times. Time Acceleration LV4. When used on yourself, your thinking reaction and your own speed increase by 200%, and when used on the enemy, it reduces the enemy's thinking reaction speed by 30% and your own speed by 30%, and the continuous casting speed is minus 200%, which can be used 20 times a day. Damage Absorption Black Hole. Absorb all types of damage related to your own strength. Gain the skill Black Hole Shield. Bless yourself or other targets with a Black Hole Shield with your own strength *10 endurance. Dispel all negative buffs. Black Hole Shield has all its own characteristics. Lasts for 15 seconds, and has a cooling time of 5 minutes. Many talents have been promoted to LV4, and the effects have almost improved qualitatively. But the biggest improvement in strength is still your own strength, evolved into a 4th level evolver. The basic strength has reached a full 100,000 kilograms. And this is just the beginning. After that, every 1% of the evolution degree will gain a full 5,000 strength. Now the additional evolution degree of 17% has increased the total strength of 85,000 kilograms. With the basic 100,000, he now has 185,000 kilograms of strength. Unfortunately, his own extra strength is not much now, just over 5,000. But as the degree of evolution increases, the speed of his own power absorption will also increase. Once he leaves the Tower of Babel, it will increase significantly. After carefully checking his own status, Lin Xiao looked at the second reward of the Tower of Babel and chose one of his talents to upgrade by one level. He looked at the talents on the panel and fell silent for a moment. On the surface, the one that seemed to have the most value to be improved was naturally time travel. It was already LV5. And if it was improved by one more level, the power would change dramatically. You should know that the first major transformation of a talent or skill was at LV4. But since this level, every upgrade will have a huge change. It is not to say that it will happen after waiting for another level 3. That is impossible. There are only a few levels of evolutionary caps. And there are not so many levels to upgrade. But Lin Xiao knew very well in his heart that the talent with the most value to be improved was not time travel, nor time lock, nor damage absorption, but the Heart of Time talent that he had just evolved to the 4th level. Not to mention that this talent is not clear now, and the specific effect is unknown. But as long as you see that this talent is obtained after evolving to the 4th level, you know that it must be extraordinary. Another ray of starlight fell from the sky into his body. Lin Xiao felt that the world he was in seemed to have changed. But he couldn't tell what the change was. Checking the attribute panel, the Heart of Time had become 2 levels. Heart of Time LV2, the embodiment of the origin of the law of time, can enable the user to initially master the law of time. The success rate of all probability-based talents or skills plus 200%. And all time-related talents or skills are strengthened to varying degrees. Looking at the prompts on the panel, Lin Xiao fell into deep thought for a while. The so-called success rate of probability-based talents or skills plus 200% does not mean a 200% success rate, but an increase based on the original probability. For example, the time lock now has a success rate of only 2%, and an increase of 200% means a success rate of 6%. As for the different degrees of strengthening of all time-related talents or skills, he couldn't feel it for a while. There was no obvious change in other time talents. Now he couldn't find an opponent to try his moves, so he could only leave the Tower of Babel. After turning off the panel, Lin Xiao looked in front of him. At this time, a treasure chest emitting dazzling golden light appeared in front of him. It was the 3rd reward of the Tower of Babel. A random golden divine suit. I hope it will be suitable. He stretched out his hand to open the golden treasure chest, and dazzling golden light bloomed from the gap. As the golden treasure chest slowly opened, a palm-sized and gorgeous golden armor was revealed, floating in a golden light. He stretched out his hand to take the armor in his hand, and a strange expression suddenly appeared on his face. Is there such a thing? He stretched out his palm, and this gorgeous armor fell into his palm. This thing looks like a golden warrior squatting on a golden pedestal with his arms stretched out, and a scale hanging on each arm. There are spear tips protruding from the fan-shaped golden shield behind his head. The texture is pure gold, extremely exquisite, and looks like a work of art. In fact, this is a battle armor, and its full name is Libra Gold Cloth. Lin Xiao quickly recalled a classic anime called Saint Seiya before he traveled through time. One of the 12 strongest gold armors in the anime was the Libra Gold armor. Of course, this is not the focus of the recollection. The focus is whether this Libra Gold armor is the one in his memory. Lin Xiao has never been clear about which world he belonged to in his previous life. Is it the Earth that had not become a divine civilization? Or the Earth in another time and space? Or is it just a planet in a similar universe deep in the Chaos Sea? He has always been curious, but he has never been able to figure it out. The main world has no historical data of his era at all. As if the world history suddenly broke at a certain stage. There are not many people alive in the main world now. And the longest-lived boss in the ancient times does not belong to that era. The Libra Gold armor evoked Lin Xiao's memories, and a rare sense of familiarity and intimacy came over him. He reached out and held the Libra Gold armor, and his mind moved. Equipment. The next second, the golden armor emitted a dazzling light, and each component disintegrated and flew towards Lin Xiao. The components quickly fell on him, and soon turned into a golden armor that emitted dazzling golden light, combining luxury and majesty. A powerful force flowed towards itself along with the armor. And at this moment Lin Xiao felt that he could easily kill the projection illusion of the ancient ice spirit Karda with one punch. Libra Gold Cloth Gold, a battle suit forged from the original source of power, with the power to create miracles advanced. Basic attributes. All attributes plus 100,000 plus 100%. Skills, 7 cents. Passive. Reaction speed plus 300%. Skills, Balance Libra. Reduce all damage by 50%. Skills, 6 Warlords of the Sea. The holy clothes come with 612 style weapons, namely 2 golden shields, 2 golden swords, 2 golden spears, 2 golden bows, 2 tridents, and 2 golden hammers. Each weapon can be split and used, equivalent to a light golden weapon. Evaluation. The legendary Libra gold cloth of the zodiac can only be mastered by the most powerful warriors. The attributes are beyond description. The appearance is more than beautiful, and the skills are also impeccable. It is absolutely outrageous. The only slightly uncomfortable thing is that this golden battle suit is too showy. The battle suit covering the whole body is not only bright gold, but also glows. Not only does it glow, it is also very bright, like a light bulb that can illuminate a very long distance. From a distance, it looks like a Krypton gold light bulb. The key is that it cannot be hidden. As long as you wear it, you will always be so showy unless you comprehend the eighth sense. This is inconsistent with Lin Xiao's low-key personality. But the attributes of this holy garment are really too powerful, and the improvement of strength is too great. If you had this holy garment before, you would have been able to climb all the way. Fortunately, this holy garment does not need to be worn all the time. It is usually not needed in the main city and other places. It is only equipped when going out to fight. After receiving all the rewards from the Tower of Babel, a countdown appeared in front of him. When the countdown ended, Lin Xiao's eyes went black. At the same time, the center of a huge city on a distant plateau suddenly lit up. Many human evolutionists in the city looked up at the center of the city strangely. A monument-shaped tower suddenly appeared, getting brighter and brighter, and soon turned into a dazzling tower. On the 34th floor of the tower, a humanoid creature covered with tentacles appeared, roaring to the sky. There was a murmur in the city, and the regional chat channel was noisy. An alien super elite passed the 34th floor of the Tower of Babel, and became the new 34th level tower guard. It looks like our mortal enemy, the Nightmare Clan. This should be the 5th Nightmare Evolver who has surpassed the 30th floor of the Tower of Babel in the past few decades. This threat is a bit big. Yes, we humans have only found 3 now, and the gap is getting bigger and bigger. In the central square of the main city, Lin Xiao, who had just teleported to the human main city, saw the scene before he had time to check the situation of the main city. All evolvers who enter the 30th floor of the Tower of Babel, including the 30th floor, can choose to show their existence, and at the same time obtain an experience buff that lasts for 10 years, and obtain additional evolution points in battle. The specific value depends on the number of levels. For example, if Lin Xiao completely passes all 36 levels, he can obtain a 200% triple experience buff that lasts for 10 years if he declares his existence to all races. But after hesitating for a while, he chose to refuse and keep a low profile. Although the buff is strong, he is different from others. He is the ultimate champion who has passed the 36 levels of the Tower of Babel. This is completely different from other challengers. Without saying so much nonsense, just think about the last champion, the ancient Ice Soul Calder, who was the final winner of the previous evolutionary journey. No one in the previous session could pass the level, and you will know what he, the complete passer, represents. If he dares to show his identity, he will be ready to face the pursuit of all races in the future. He doesn't want to live such a displaced life. The topic is just a topic. After all, the phantom of the Tower of Babel that appeared in the air is not a human. After chatting for a while, the enthusiasm gradually faded. Lin Xiao closed the light curtain in front of him and glanced left and right. From time to time, he saw light columns rising into the sky. One by one, curious figures were teleported over. They looked like newcomers. Although the specific evolutionary level could not be seen, it could be felt that their strength would not be too strong. Most of them were at the first level, and there were very few at the second level. He looked up and saw Zhuo Jing and 4 other companions waiting quietly at the edge of the huge square. One of them was missing, as well as a dozen men and women talking around them. They had already come out of the Tower of Babel. Lin Xiao walked over, and Zhuo Jing separated from the crowd and came over to take his hand. It was obvious that several people inside sighed with regret. Who are they? Lin Xiao saw those people following him and couldn't wait to introduce himself. Brother, you are new here, right? You may not know that it is not as easy to get along as in the novice village after entering the big map. Everyone forms a team or joins a guild to help each other. We are all guilds in the main city, and there are various activities and benefits for newcomers. I wonder if you are interested in joining our Heaven Guild. Several other people also introduced themselves one after another, such as the Seven Sins Guild, the Three Lives Guild, the Divine Realm Guild, the Tyrannosaurus Guild, and other guilds that sound very impressive. Lin Xiao patiently listened to their self-introductions before saying, I am not opposed to joining the guild, but I have to understand the situation before deciding. So, add a friend, and I will contact you if I make a decision? Everyone nodded, added friends, and then greeted the other newcomers who appeared in the square. There are not just one novice village, but many, but there is only one main city. At this moment, several newcomers can be seen almost every second. They are just a small group of them. They are very busy, and it is impossible for them to keep entangled. Although the main city is unfamiliar, there are signboards everywhere on the road. After entering the main city, there is a small map, which marks the location and function of roads and various buildings like in the game, so it is easy to find a place to stay. On the way, Lin Xiao asked them. After passing 3 levels in a row, they all chose to continue the challenge, except for Zhu Jing. The other 2 men and 3 women chose to continue the challenge. As a result, Wan died in the challenge, and the others succeeded in 2 or 3 levels and got a small amount of extra benefits. Wan relied on her time travel talent and her own talent to rush to the 27th level in one breath, and received a large number of evolutionary points as rewards. She is now at 86% of the 2nd level, not far from the 3rd level, and also received a piece of purple quality equipment. Unfortunately, she is just a mortal and has no additional talent bonus. The subsequent levels are getting more and more difficult, and it is really difficult for her to persist. If she is a race like a giant with a strong extra physique and talent, with the time travel talent, it is not difficult to pass the 30th level. Chapter 751, a comprehensive strategy for the tidal crystal wall system. Lin Xiao did not join the guild in the end. After finding a place to live, he spent half a day watching the channel to watch other players' exchanges, and had a certain understanding of these so-called guilds. It is not entirely true that this thing is useless. It can indeed protect you from being bullied by others, but it is not very useful. If you do not have a high status in the guild and do not stay for long, you will be better than being alone. In the final analysis, it all depends on your own strength. You can only have status if you are strong. But I am strong. Who can bully me? A 4th level evolver is considered to be in the upper middle class in the main city, where the highest level is only 5th level evolvers. The upper limit of evolution is definitely more than level 5. But after evolving to level 5, the monsters and dungeons near the main city can no longer meet the accumulation of evolution points. It is necessary to go deeper and farther, which is equivalent to changing to a new map. It is rare to come back. Now the strongest in the main cities of major civilizations is only level 5. Most of them have just been promoted, or they know that they have no hope of further advancement and stay in the main city to become the best. Isn't it happy? Like many games, the strength of the monsters around the main city will increase significantly after leaving the novice village. But the monsters around the main city are not that strong. After all, you can enter the main city at level 1. And the monsters around are also level 1 and 2. People like Lin Xiao, who have reached level 4, must take the ghost train to a farther map. After not wandering around in the city, 2 days later, a group of 6 of them took the ghost train to leave the main city. Like a common train, but there are only 6 or 7 sections, and there are not many people on it. In the carriage they took, there was only another 5-person team sitting at the other end of the carriage besides them. This ghost train made a huge noise, like it was driven by steam, clanging and clanging all the way forward quickly. And the speed was quite fast. The scenery outside the window quickly retreated backwards, and from time to time, groups of monsters were seen approaching the train. And then, they were crushed into meat paste by the fast-moving train. Looking at the water in the cup on the table in front of him, Lin Xiao knew that this was not an ordinary train. After nearly half an hour, a huge whistle sounded from the front, and a cold mechanical voice sounded. The front has arrived at Spore Village. Passengers who have arrived at the station, please get off. The train will go to the next station in 5 minutes. Lin Xiao looked behind him. Su Yoshin, Wei Dahua, Chu Yu, and Wu Ziki all stood up. After these years of experience, the 2 men and 2 women have now become 2 couples. Several people came to Lin Xiao and said, Brother Lin, we are leaving first. Chu Yu bowed to him and said sincerely, Thank you for Brother Lin's protection these days. If there is anything we can help with in the future, please let us know." The others agreed. Lin Xiao nodded. Regardless of whether it was sincere or not, it was good to have this attitude. It was worth helping them. He waved his hand and said, "I won't say anything more. Be careful." The four nodded and left one by one. Their strength was between the first and second levels, so they were destined not to be able to travel with them. When they first entered the main city, they wanted to be together. But after studying the distribution of monsters near the main city, they had to separate. Besides, after protecting for so long, he couldn't always protect her. And he was not a nanny. 5 minutes later, Lin Xiao hugged Zhuo Jing and sat down again, turning his head to look at the platform full of fantasy outside. This platform called Spore Village is a row of huge mushrooms. Every few meters there is a big mushroom with a huge umbrella handle. There are many fluorescent lights hanging on the huge umbrella to illuminate the surroundings. There are many aliens called Spore People, who seem to have evolved from mushrooms standing by the platform. This is an alien race, but not a monster to be killed. They are the natives of Spore Village and belong to a neutral species. Outside the platform is a square, where many evolvers can be vaguely seen setting up stalls. In the distance are huge mushrooms. Houses like tree holes are carved out in the mushroom columns with a diameter of 7 or 8 meters. They can also be divided into upper and lower floors, which is very unique. The ghost train quickly left the Spore Village. Outside the village, there were mushrooms of different sizes and glowing lights everywhere. From time to time, some brightly colored poisonous mushrooms were seen, as well as some poisonous mushroom people who looked very similar to Spore People, but whose bodies were also colorful. Spores of different colors were constantly sprayed into the air, and a faint mist filled the void. The train soon entered a swamp, and the track went deep into the water, causing a lot of water mist to rush into the sky, startling a large number of swamp monsters. Swamp monsters rushed over from time to time, but they couldn't keep up with the speed of the train. Bang! The train made a violent noise, and then blood was seen all over the sky and covered the windows. As the blood mixed with the swamp water flowed down, Lin Xiao saw a giant crocodile corpse that was only half left and more than 10 meters long fell beside the train. Their destination was a distance away from here. After watching this novelty for a while, they lost interest. After all, they had been swimming in the chaos void sea for so long and had seen many excitements. He sat in his seat with his eyes closed to rest. Zhuo Jing in his arms turned out to be just an ordinary person, but he continued to watch with relish. After an unknown amount of time, he heard Zhuo Jing calling softly in his ear, and when he woke up, he heard the announcement of the station. "We have arrived at the Death Mountains ahead. Passengers who have arrived at the station, please get off the bus. The next station will leave in 5 minutes." Lin Xiao pulled his hand out of her arms and took her hand off the bus. The Death Mountains were not his destination. According to the map he bought in the city, this was where the third-level evolvers were active. There were mostly third-level monsters nearby, but there were also quite a few fourth-level monsters. He planned to take Zhuo Jing here for a while, and wait until she was familiar with him before heading to the next more dangerous map. Compared to the others, she was still worth training, especially knowing that her talent would undergo a qualitative change when she reached the 4th level. He was looking forward to seeing what changes would happen to her destiny talent when it reached the 4th level. Copying a time traveler would allow her to rush to the 27th level of the Tower of Babel in one breath. If she could copy another one after the qualitative change, or if her talent was upgraded to another level, it would be even more amazing. This would be equivalent to a weakened version of herself, who could already keep up with him and help him. Sometimes it's nice to have a teammate who can keep up with you and help you. Besides, she's pretty and good looking. Perfect for bed. The platform of Death Valley is very simple. It's located in a nameless valley with 4 passages. The biting cold wind blows from the passage and drills into the bones. The rock walls in the valley are black. The sky is dark, and there are only some messy buildings against the wall. There are obviously fewer evolvers here than in the Spore Village before, and there are not even a few stalls. As soon as the two of them came out, a big man sitting on a stone with a pipe in his mouth came up and shouted, "Brother, do you want to rent a room? It's very windy and cold here at night, and monsters come in from time to time." Lin Xiao glanced at him and shook his head. The big man said, "Brother, you don't care, but it's not good for your delicate woman to be blown all night, and it's rare to see women here." Lin Xiao still shook his head and turned away. This is not a real train station. In this dangerous place, someone will ask you if you want to rent a house as soon as you get off the train. It's weird no matter how you look at it. It's better to be careful. There are not many buildings in the valley. The most crowded ones are the stone buildings connected together next to the station. There are several shops there, including a bar. Several obvious evolvers are gathered in the yard of the bar, and they don't know what to talk about. As soon as he walked over, several evolvers looked up and saw Zhuo Jing next to him. Their eyes lit up. One of them blew a loud whistle and shouted, "Where did the beauty come from? I'll buy you a drink." Lin Xiao glanced at them coldly, and an invisible, but real murderous intent came to his face. The smiles on the faces of several people quickly disappeared. One of them coughed dryly and laughed dryly. "Brother, don't be angry. It's just a joke." Ignoring them, he walked to the grocery store next to the bar to ask the owner for some information. Bought some things, left the station, and walked towards one of the valley entrances. Several people watched him leave, and they were relieved until they could no longer see him. Where did this expert come from? Such a strong pressure. The vice presidents are not so strong. How could he come here if he is so strong? And not go deeper? Stupid. He must be here to protect the girl. Seriously? That girl is so beautiful. Nonsense. Outside the valley is a canyon full of extremely twisted black trees. As soon as I walked out of the valley, I saw a monster with a human upper body, but a monster-like head, 2 meters tall, and a tiger-skinned snake-tailed body several meters long. A javelin was thrown from a distance, and the huge force tore through the air and made a whistling sound. The black air could be vaguely seen wrapped around the javelin. Lin Xiao stretched out his hand and took out a Libra holy sword emitting dazzling golden light and a golden holy shield covered with exquisite patterns and handed them to Zhuo Jing, saying calmly, "You can solve it yourself." She took the weapon and shield and nodded seriously. Seeing her nimbly rushing forward to engage in a fight with the tiger-skinned snake monster, which seemed to be safe, Lin Xiao stretched out his right hand, and a prismatic crystal emerged. This is the essence of the ancient Ice Soul Calder, which has never been opened. With a thought, the essence bloomed with a deep blue light, which became brighter and brighter, and soon it could not be seen by the naked eye. But Lin Xiao knew that the essence had been opened, and a random projection relic from the ancient Ice Soul Calder had been obtained. When the light slowly disappeared, he looked carefully and said in surprise, "Damn, there is still such a thing? Main world, Yanwang No. 5 Super War Fortress." Lin Xiao has been back from his hometown for a long time. During this period, he specially sent his parents to the giant god crystal wall system. As the son of the crystal wall system, he used the top extraordinary divine power to confer the true body of his mother, God. Let her forcibly confer the godhood in the giant god crystal wall system, which can be regarded as satisfying his mother's dream. Mothers are honored by their sons as his biological parents. It is normal to confer a god, and it is normal to arrange several kingdoms with hundreds of millions of believers as the faith area. If she had not never been conferred a god and had no experience in this area, he would have wanted to force billions of believers in one breath to let her be promoted to medium-level god power in one breath. What made him laugh and cry was that Lin Xiao wanted to give her the priesthood of cavemen. As the son of the crystal wall system and the creation race of the king of all gods, there are more than 20 billion cavemen now. With the priesthood of cavemen, it won't take long for them to become medium-level gods. If they can get a powerful priesthood, they will definitely have no problem in becoming powerful gods in the future. Then his mother refused on the grounds that the cavemen were too ugly. Yes, she refused. Lin Xiao was speechless for a long time, preferring the priesthood of flower fairies with no future to the priesthood of cavemen. There was no way. He could only give her the priesthood of magic and give his father the priesthood of order. Both of these priesthoods could be promoted to powerful gods. Anyway, his current incarnation is already the real king of all gods of the giant crystal wall system, and stripping these two priesthoods will not affect his strength. Her parents ignored her for the time being. With the avatar in charge, her girlfriend sent an avatar to accompany her. She was a little happy and didn't miss her son at all. During this period, Lin Xiao's main job was to develop the giant god division. With his official promotion and Xiaifei's backdoor, he could directly recruit the sons of the demigod realm from the Yanwang War Zone reserves to join the division. Now the giant god division is not short of reserves below the demigods, and the total number has reached hundreds of thousands. After removing the 6 guardians, The overall strength of the entire division can catch up with those senior divisions ranked in the middle and lower ranks. If the 6 powerful gods are added, it is already the strongest batch. After all, the 6 powerful gods are too strong. There are only 28 in the entire Yanwang number 5 war zone. The top power he controls alone is equivalent to a quarter of the war zone. Since he was promoted to a powerful divine power, Commander Xia, Huiyao, and Jean Cici's clansmen all seem to have tacitly accepted that he was having 3 affairs at once. The 3 girls moved in with him openly. And now all that was left was the wedding. They had already decided to hold the wedding when Lin Xiao had time to go to the wizard world again and rescue Jean Cici's father. This time should not be long. After all, Tisher has recovered almost completely after refining the innate origin of the ancestor of death. After completing this expedition to the tidal crystal wall system, he will probably be fully recovered and will go to the wizard world at that time. He left coordinates in the Kanglin realm, where his father-in-law is in the wizard world. With Tisher's power, he can directly descend to the Kanglin realm at that time. And he does not need to be suppressed like last time and descend to an unknown place. During this period, the war zone has been preparing to attack the tidal crystal wall system. After communicating with the Zerg force in the tidal crystal wall system, the 2 sides parted unhappily. They coveted the treasure, and the Zerg also wanted it. So naturally they could not reach an agreement. However, a full-scale war is impossible. Commander Xia asked the big boss Huiyao and the 2 great gods of the war throne to come forward, and reached an agreement with the master of the Zerg divine realm civilization, deciding to restrict the war to a certain range. Now all the divisions of the 3rd Expeditionary Army in the war zone have been transferred there, and his Titan division can be transferred there at any time, and is now being mobilized. He pressed the button on the desk and whispered a few words. After a while, the light screen in front of him popped up, and someone had transmitted the latest situation of the tidal crystal wall system. According to the information, the war zone has transferred 2 void fortresses there, and is confronting the Zerg divine realm civilization in the void outside the tidal crystal wall system. Now both sides are still quite restrained. Although there are constant small-scale frictions, there has not been a full-scale war. Chapter 752 Father-in-law's Hobby. It is worth mentioning that the bosses of both sides did not leave after the mediation. Each side left a great power and master to sit in charge. The great power left by the human side was the brilliant one, Shen Yuexin's father, Lin Zhao's former principal. To be honest, there was a little nervousness, because the father-in-law had already named him, and he would see him after he went over. Obviously, as his strength and status improved, the father-in-law seemed to recognize him. Lin Xiao attached great importance to this matter, and discussed with Shen Yuexin what gifts to prepare. After listening, she smiled and said, "Either prepare some very old and exquisite works of art, or send some novel things, or send some rare flowers or grass. So, I'll go and prepare it. It's normal to think about it. Such a boss basically has everything. No matter how good the gift is, he may not take it seriously. It's better to send some novel things, preferably the best he has never seen. But this is quite difficult. With his knowledge, there is basically nothing he has not seen. He has basically seen all the worlds that Lin Xiao has experienced. He suspects that even the big guy in the Chaos Realm has been there. But he just didn't participate in the so-called evolution journey. Even for such a big guy, it can be considered a novel thing. Hey, I got it! Back to the God's domain. Lin Xiao's figure flashed away from the kingdom of God and appeared in the void outside the huge Lord God. He raised his hand, and a little crystal light emerged. He quickly outlined it, and the creation cube appeared in his palm. Then, he closed his eyes and stood still in the void, motionless. I don't know how long it took. A circle of faint invisible ripples spread out outside the creation cube in his palm, and a milky white flame burned on it. He suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 white lights flew out of his eyes, and gathered into one, and shot into the magic cube. The invisible ripples and milky white flames of the Rubik's Cube instantly shrank inwards, and were sucked into the Rubik's Cube by a force of gravity. The energy in the surrounding void was also sucked into the Rubik's Cube, slowly forming a huge energy accretion disk with the Rubik's Cube as the core. A steady stream of energy was injected into the Rubik's Cube. There was a small black hole inside the Rubik's Cube, and the energy was directly injected into the black hole. Lin Xiao carefully felt the black hole, and from time to time he stretched out his hand to turn the Rubik's Cube to adjust the gravity strength and frequency of the black hole. After an unknown period of time, The gravity in the Rubik's Cube disappeared, and the huge energy ring collapsed and dissipated without gravity. Lin Xiao stretched out his hand and clenched it, and a palm-sized black hole appeared in his palm, jumping flexibly like a little bird. On the surface, it looks like a small black hole. But if you have the ability to see through the surface to the essence, you will find that this black hole is just a manifestation of strong gravity. In the black hole, there is actually a little elf emitting strong gravity. Lin Xiao specially simulated a black hole and used creative means to adjust a new elf, because it can emit strong gravitational force like a black hole. It can also be called a black hole elf, through the magic cube of fortune to modulate its life essence. This thing has limited potential. The life essence is only equivalent to an ordinary true god at most. It cannot continue to become stronger. Even if the black hole talent is unfolded, it cannot absorb more energy to become stronger, because the black hole in her body is only given by Lin Xiao, not the essence of the black hole. It cannot become the third mystery. Moreover, with Lin Xiao's current strength, it is impossible for him to create a super chaotic demon god like the mystery. He himself is an accidental achievement. Put this guy in a very delicate cage. In addition to gravity, her talent also has energy conversion. She can arbitrarily convert the 6 energies of earth, fire, wind, water, light and darkness, so that she is surrounded by various colors, which is very beautiful. After preparing the gifts, Lin Xiao returned to Fortress Number 5, conveyed the order to his subordinates, and moved to the tidal crystal wall system. This time, Shen Yuexing went with him, although the 3 parties had tacitly agreed that he had several boats under his feet. He dared not bring them all under the eyes of her old father. By the way, what is the real name of my father-in-law? How should I call him? In the Temple of Truth, Lin Xiao was holding his girlfriend and touching her all over. She was lying in his arms, her hair falling down like a waterfall, revealing her dazzlingly beautiful face and white jade neck. The beautiful woman's jade arms were around his neck, and his appearance was reflected in her light red pupils. Her deep affection made him very excited. Hearing his question, Shen Yuexing tilted her head and said with a hint of playfulness, "I usually call him Lao Xia. Do you call him that too?" Lin Xiao was speechless, and pinched the soft and huge hand under the skirt with a little force. She snorted softly, bit her red lips with her pearly teeth, and looked at him intently. No one could stand this kind of provocative look, so he tilted his head and gritted his teeth. "You asked for it." Led by 2 void fortresses, a huge void fleet was anchored at the edge of the tidal crystal wall system. Although he did not see it, Lin Xiao could feel that there was a fleet from the Zerg Divine Realm civilization on the other side of the tidal crystal wall system. He did not see the figure of his old father-in-law, and he did not know which void fortress he was in or where he went. However, Lin Xiao's focus at this time was not these. But he looked at the tidal crystal wall system quietly suspended in the void in the distance with a look of surprise. Seeing this world emitting light blue light from a distance, he had a strange feeling, as if he had encountered something familiar, and this feeling became stronger as the distance got closer. No, to be precise, this feeling is called resonance, as if there is something in it that is of the same origin as him, thus resonating. This is very strange. Lin Xiao squinted his eyes and looked at the crystal wall system displayed on the light screen. He specially reopened a series of information about the tidal crystal wall system transmitted from the war zone and checked it carefully. Shen Yuexing was tidying up her slightly messy hair. When she turned her head, she could still see the blush on her face. She looked at it for a while and asked curiously, "Haven't you seen this? Or have you discovered anything new?" Lin Xiao stroked her waterfall-like hair and kissed her face. Close lovers are different. He hit the nail on the head. Indeed, some anomalies were found. He frowned and looked at the information in front of him, and said, "The closer I get to this world, I feel that something in this world seems to resonate with me." Resonance? Shen Yuexing was also a little surprised. She looked at the outer SHL of the tidal crystal wall displayed on the light screen, and said after a while, "Generally speaking, there are only 3 possibilities for this situation. One is that something in this world is trying to influence you. The second is that this world is emitting some misleading signals. And the third is that this world has something that can make up for your current shortcomings." Lin Xiao listened carefully and nodded. "I think so too. So after meeting my father-in-law, I plan to enter this crystal wall system to see." But his brows frowned even deeper. With his current strength, It is difficult for anyone to influence him except for great divine power, or the existence of the same level. At this time, with his old father-in-law sitting here, it is unlikely that there will be unknown great divine power to play tricks. Then the possibilities are the second and third ones. And no matter which one of these two is, it is very important to him. You have to know that it is not ordinary to be able to produce such a strong misleading signal. It must have a very important relationship with him to affect him. And the third one is not to mention. Given his current situation, the things that can make up for his current shortcomings are extraordinary. What is he missing now? He is missing the other half of the origin of time. If there is a part of the origin of time here, he will definitely do his best to seize it, even if he takes the risk of asking Tisha to take action. Unfortunately, this possibility is not great. If there is really a time origin, it will not be his turn. The four great powerful insect masters who came here before have already discovered it. Lin Xiao's heart is itching. But there is no time now. So he will write it down first. The fleet of the giant god division gradually approached the main fleet and stopped in the void 2,000 kilometers to the right of the main fleet. They communicated with General Lan Wanqing, the commander of the 3rd Expeditionary Army in charge of the tidal war zone, whose godhood level was as high as 18th level, to determine the defense area. A small void ship left the Temple of Truth and flew to General Lan Wanqing's flagship, a void fortress named Lanchao, where my father-in-law was now. The small void ship passed through the heavy fleet and approached the Lanchao void fortress. It was led into the fortress, and Lin Xiao and Xin Yuexin appeared on a transmission platform. At this time, several white lights rose from the sky, revealing the projection of General Lan Wanqing and several general-level senior officers appearing in front of the platform. They saluted each other, and General Lan Wanqing smiled and said, "Admiral Lin Xiao, Major General Shen, His Excellency Yunjia is already waiting for you." Lin Xiao nodded without changing his expression. "Please show me the way, General Lan." After that, he took his girlfriend and followed a major general, who led the way to leave the transmission platform. 5 minutes later, after several teleportations, they appeared in front of a seemingly ordinary door. The ordinary alloy door. The dark red facade without any decoration. The leading major general sent them here and said goodbye. Holding his girlfriend's hand, Lin Xiao took a deep breath and knocked on the door gently. "The door is not locked." A rather deep voice sounded, and the door was pushed open. Inside the door was not the room as imagined, but a starry sky. This is the real starry sky, not a false illusion. In the depths of the boundless starry sky, there is a small building floating in the void. There seems to be a figure behind the window of the small building. Lin Xiao did not change his face, took Xin Yuexin's hand and stepped into it. With one step, he quickly came to the front of the small building. A robot that looked like Xiao Ai opened the door for them and said in a crisp voice, "The master is upstairs. Please go upstairs." Lin Xiao was very surprised, because this robot was really just an ordinary robot, except that the material used was very high grade and not easy to be worn out. There was nothing extraordinary about it. It was just an ordinary robot. But it looked a little cute, with a semicircular face and cat ears. Even its artificial intelligence was only very basic. Not a highly intelligent anthropomorphic robot. He looked at his girlfriend, and Xin Yuexin seemed to have anticipated his surprise and said, "My dad is a little nostalgic. I know it's a little nostalgic, but this is too nostalgic." Only then did he notice that the style of this small building was also quite old, and the decoration inside the house was not in line with this era. The reason why he didn't notice it before was because the style of these decorations was very similar to the era before Lin Xiao traveled through time. His girlfriend seemed to come here often, holding his hand to the second floor. Red solid wood floor. Sofas and coffee tables in the living room. And faint sounds and crackling in the back room. Some familiar sounds. Xin Yuexin pulled him to the entrance of the room and saw a huge computer desk in the huge room. A middle-aged man in a white vest and flip-flops was shaking, holding the mouse in one hand and tapping on the keyboard with the other hand. In front of him was an LCD screen that looked at least 40 inches. The picture displayed on it looked very familiar to Lin Xiao. Not very familiar, but he recognized it in the first second. This was the competitive game called Dota 2 that he liked to play most before he crossed over. Damn. Big vest. Flip-flops. A huge mahogany boss desk as a computer desk. Ashtrays. Teacups. An open trash can next to it. Various figurines on the shelf next to the table. and immortal shields of different colors on the large grids of the bookshelf behind. It was a real Dao Silin. Lin Xiao was dumbfounded. No wonder the faction he established was not called Zhouhua, Daoyuo, Chaos, Hongmeng and other high-end names but Huiyao, because there is a divine outfit called Huiyao in Dota. But the next second, he felt an unprecedented intimacy. Countless greetings appeared in his mind in an instant. He organized several paragraphs, and was about to pick one to greet his father-in-law. Then he saw his father-in-law suddenly turn his head to reveal a handsome old man's face, look him up and down, and ask, "Had you been watching for a while?" "Yeah. You can play it, right?" Lin Xiao hesitated for 0.000 seconds and nodded. "A little bit. Well, come play a double row with me." As he said that, he took out a small thing from somewhere and threw it on the table. It quickly expanded into a notebook with a screen as big as the table, a mouse and everything. It was also very considerate and automatically opened and started the game. "You are just not familiar with it. Just play a 5th position support." "Oh!" Looking at the familiar hero on the screen, Lin Xiao silently chose the Spirit of Vengeance. "Versus? It's okay. Wait. You listen to me. Okay. They are on the Guardian side." After choosing the hero, Lin Xiao looked at the IDs of the other 3 teammates and opponents. His father-in-law was chatting happily with them in the channel. It was probably not a robot but a real player. He was quite surprised. What era is it in the main world? Why have I never seen or heard of it before? After so much time, the game has been updated for who knows how many versions, which are slightly different from the versions he is familiar with. He went out to study skills and equipment, and slowly came to the first tower in the bottom lane. Before he stood there for a few seconds, his father-in-law patted him and shouted, "What are you doing there? Grab the rune." "Oh!" When he came to the high platform of the river below the middle lane, he saw the opposite Enigma standing on the rune point and swinging back and forth. His father-in-law controlled Sven and shouted, "Grab the rune." Several teammates rushed up. He knocked Enigma unconscious with a hammer, and killed Enigma with a hammer. Sven got the first blood. His father-in-law seemed to be in a good mood and praised, "Not bad." At this time, the other heroes on the opposite side came, and they had already withdrawn. Just seeing this, Lin Xiao knew that the level of this game would not be very high. Probably just the level of the middle army. "I am the Eternal Assistant." Lin Xiao's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a wicked smile. Chapter 753 Resonance in the Tidal Crystal Wall System. On the line, Lin Xiao actively harassed the opponent to last hit, and then counter hit. These opponents were able to be ranked together with the old father-in-law, and their level was obviously not very good. Although he often played support, he was at least at the level of Wan Gu. His level of beginner swordsmanship was not as good as that of the same level, but it was definitely better than the level of the middle army. He easily counter-hit the soldiers one by one, preventing the opponent from getting full experience. He also used skills to harass the opponent from time to time. He killed the opponent 3 times, and gave all the heads to the father-in-law. When the opponent was timid, he pulled 2 waves of wild beasts. This comprehensive suppression operation soon attracted a from the opponent, and asked the father-in-law if he had hired a power leveler. At this time, the old father-in-law, who was already 2 levels higher than the opponent and had a good economy, said very confidently, "You don't need to protect here. You go to pull wild beasts or roam." "Okay." After leaving the line, he gathered 2 waves of 2 junglers in the jungle. The bird flew over and brought 2 fake wards, 10 real wards, 2 fogs and 2 powders. He opened the fog and went straight to the middle lane. He sent a signal to the middle lane and went around the opponent's large jungle. He also placed 2 real wards to seal the opponent's jungle. The mid laner understood and started to fight with the opponent. When they were halfway through the fight, he suddenly broke through the fog and rushed out from under the tower. He crossed his first and second skills and beat the opponent Carl to low health. Carl was extremely invisible, and he appeared after the invisibility powder was sprinkled. He was directly killed by his teammates. Leaving the middle lane and going to the top lane, he went straight to the opposite jungle and sealed all their jungles. When he came to the top lane, the opposite top lane was landing normally. He went up and hammered the Night Stalker #1 Troll Warlord in place with a hammer. His teammates on the line followed up with a set of skills to injure him. The opposite auxiliary 2-headed dragon was also brave. After using ice, fire and ice skills, he directly moved up to block the road and let the big brother run first. It was very touching. Unfortunately, the opponent's mid laner Lin Xiao was already level 6 when he killed him. He used his ultimate to teleport and exchanged the troll warlord who ran to the tower, and then hammered him to death. Then, he returned to his own jungle to pull 2 monsters, and then went to the middle or top lane to support and kill people. After that, he came back to continue. At the 15th minute, the father-in-law who had just used the combo knife and crazy face came to his own jungle. He was surprised to see the 2 wild points crowded with wild monsters. Damn! A super gold mine. He rushed forward with a few knives to clear the 2 waves of wild monsters that had accumulated more than 10 waves each. And he directly took out an A-staff. There is nothing to say about the next step. At only 17 minutes, the first position Sven held the crazy face combo knife and A-staff in his hand, and directly pushed the line together to force the opponent to start a team fight, and swept and crushed the high ground. Triple kill. Quadruple kill crazy killing. Pentakill rampage. Super godlike killing. After the battle, the old father-in-law was in a very good mood. He patted his shoulder and said kindly, "Young man, you can do it. I will send you a game client when the time comes. Let's play together in double row when we have time. Come on. Let's play another game." Half a day later, the old father-in-law, who had won 11 games in a row, let him go reluctantly. He did not mention anything about him and his daughter, but Lin Xiao knew that the matter was settled. Games or something. Just divide an avatar at that time. After coming out of his father-in-law, General Lan Wanqing invited him to a meeting, and the content of the meeting was about fighting against the Zerg Divine Realm civilization. Both sides have stationed troops here, and a war is inevitable. But how to fight, and how large the scale of the war is all need to be carefully studied and considered. Because now although both sides have stationed heavy troops here, and there are great divine powers and masters sitting in charge, they have not yet determined how to fight. And the Zerg side has not thought about a full-scale war. The 2 superpowers belonging to the current civilization cannot go to war if they want to. Once the war stalemate escalates, it is easy to get out of control. Once it gets out of control, both sides are superpowers, and neither of them has allies. At that time, both sides call friends, and it is easy to escalate into a super war between 2 divine realm civilizations. They also took this into consideration. So both sides have great divine powers and masters sitting in charge to prevent the war from getting out of control. Except for him and Admiral Wu Dongye, who came before him. The rest of the attendees were all admirals of the 3rd Expeditionary Army, all of whom were powerful. Lin Xiao just sat there and listened throughout the meeting without expressing any opinions. This world was discovered by the 3rd Expeditionary Army. Now they have come out in full force and invested a lot of manpower and materials. It seems that they are determined to win. In addition to meeting his father-in-law, he came here mainly to see and accumulate relevant experience with alien forces. Of course, after all, he also transferred 2 battle groups of the Giant God Division, which is also a strong force. If he takes over this world, he can also get a share. He can't eat meat, but he can drink soup. At the same time, General Lan Wanqing of the 3rd Expeditionary Army owes him a favor. As for how to fight for it, it is General Lan Wanqing's business. At the meeting, Lin Xiao was arranged to garrison the right wing of the camp. The next step is to wait for the negotiation between the 3rd Expeditionary Army and the Zerg forces to decide how to snatch this world. Back at the Temple of Truth, Lin Xiao arranged the tasks of the Giant God Division, and then left the fleet alone and flew towards the tidal crystal wall system. He had mentioned the resonance he had felt before to General Lan Wanqing. It happened that the battle had not started yet, so he took the time to enter the tidal crystal wall system for a field investigation. There was also an outpost base on the edge of the tidal crystal wall system, but it was just an empty SHL base. There were not many garrisons except for basic maintenance personnel. The situation was tense at this time, and the garrisons were all withdrawn to the 3rd Expeditionary Force. Through the teleportation array of the outpost base, Lin Xiao turned into a stream of light and plunged into the tidal crystal wall system. As soon as he entered the void of this world, Lin Xiao felt a strong pull surging from the depths of the world like a tide, rushing towards the distant void layer by layer. Obviously, this world is called the tidal crystal wall system, not because of water and tides, but because of these waves of tidal pulses. This pulse seems to have a strange energy, but it is hard to explain for a while. Just a feeling. Lin Xiao looked up at the depths of the void with some emotion. After entering the tidal crystal wall system, the strange resonance became clearer and clearer. Now he was basically sure that there was definitely something in this crystal wall system that was very compatible with his power system. But he didn't know what it was or where it was, because this resonance came from the whole world, and he couldn't confirm the direction at all, let alone what it was. The only thing he could do at this time was to conduct a field investigation. The 3rd Expeditionary Force had sent a large number of subordinates to this world, and a powerful god had been born and a powerful god system had been formed. Lin Xiao flew forward according to the coordinates given by General Lan Wanqing, and appeared in front of a huge plane a month later. This was a very large main plane, slightly smaller than the main material plane of the giant god crystal wall system, but with slightly higher energy intensity. From a very far distance, he could sense the many half-planes of the kingdom of God attached to the crystal wall outside the main material plane. This was also a world that took the root of true gods, and the world energy level was stronger than that of the giant god crystal wall system. However, there are not as many true gods in the tidal crystal wall system as in the original giant god crystal wall system, and the legendary pantheon is not seen. The pantheon usually only appears when the main power system of the entire world is the true god system. But it does not mean that all worlds that follow the true god system will have it. The key to whether it can appear lies in the perfection of the true god system, because this thing is not an artificially refined artifact, but a natural one, equivalent to an innate artifact, and it will only appear when certain conditions are met. The average strength of the gods in this world is slightly stronger than that of the giant god crystal wall system. But the pantheon has not been born. However, just because it has not been born now does not mean that it will not be born in the future. At least if this world is successfully upgraded to the true world, the pantheon will definitely be born. It is uncertain in other cases, but if the world gives birth to great divine power, the pantheon will definitely appear. The tidal crystal wall system is now in the process of upgrading, entering the main material plane, above a city in a kingdom dominated by snake men. At a glance, the city is full of snake men of different heights. The central temple of the city is brilliant, and a huge statue of the snakeman god stands in the center of the city. Unlike the giant god crystal wall system, which is dominated by humans, in the tidal crystal wall system, humans are only a relatively strong one among the races, not the absolute boss. There are several powerful races in the main material plane that are not inferior to humans. In addition to the common elves, orcs, dwarves and other races, there are also snake men, goblin kingdoms, dragon empires, and 3 sea empires in the endless ocean, namely the Naga Empire, the Fishman Empire, and the strongest Siren Empire. The so-called Siren is actually a mermaid. The mermaid, who is a natural water warlock, is not as powerful as the Naga, but plays a huge role in large-scale wars. The comprehensive strength is the strongest among the 3 ocean empires. These alien races or kingdoms have their own patron saints, and they are extremely powerful. The number of true gods in the tidal crystal wall system is far less than that of the giant god crystal wall system, but its strength is far stronger than that of the giant god crystal wall system. Without so many true gods to divide the divine power, it is naturally stronger. Of course, that refers to the previous giant god crystal wall system. The current giant god crystal wall system is already taking the elite route. There are less than 1,000 true gods in the entire world, and the average strength is many times stronger than before. Due to racial reasons, the Zerg did not take the route of direct invasion, but the conventional way of descending to the tidal crystal wall system to deify, and then slowly erode. After tens of thousands of years of accumulation, 2 powerful gods have been born in this world, and the entire crystal wall system can only carry 6 powerful gods at most. If there is no sudden intervention by the 3rd Expeditionary Force, it is only a matter of time before the world is completely conquered. Even if the Lord of the tidal crystal wall system successfully ascends to the great god with the world's dimensionality, it cannot stop them. Which divine domain civilization does not have a strongman at the level of great gods? If a new great god can be born, it will attract a large number of coveted strongmen. For example, now, General Lan Wanqing led the 3rd Expeditionary Army out in full force just to conquer this world. No, the tidal crystal wall system alone is not enough for him to take such a big risk. You must know that his own strength and the strength of his subordinates are the key factors that support their voice within the faction. For example, Lin Xiao has just been promoted to a powerful god and is only a division commander. Why is he so valued by General Lan Wanqing and personally received? Isn't the reason that he has strong enough military power? With 6 powerful gods in hand. Plus his own 7 powerful gods. The Temple of Truth and a Void Fortress. The high-level military power alone is not inferior to the 3rd Expeditionary Army. Not to mention that his 3 girlfriends are all from extraordinary backgrounds. One is the daughter of his immediate boss. And the other is the daughter of the first great god of mankind. Although Jean Cece is now in a state of decline. As long as her father is not confirmed to have fallen, no one will underestimate her. Having said that, Lan Wanqing took such a big risk and came out in full force. The main purpose is that treasure, and whether he can seize that tiny opportunity. The dimensional upgrade of the tidal crystal wall system is a foregone conclusion, and a world master of great divine power will surely be born. But who the world master is not certain. It can be a native, a strong man from the Zerg, or Lan Wanqing. Well, to be precise, with Lan Wanqing's current strength and accumulation, even if he replaces the master of the tidal crystal wall system, he can't take advantage of the momentum to cross that step. His own godhood level is only level 18, not even level 19, and it is impossible for him to take 2 steps directly. This is not like the super crystal wall system of the Toril multiverse. The super crystal wall system has an extremely strong origin and can push you up in one wave. The tidal crystal wall system is not good, but it is no problem to upgrade his godhood level to level 19. At least the last big hurdle before the promotion to greatness has been crossed. So the competition for this crystal wall system is very critical to Lan Wanqing. Long before the 5th War Zone made a decision, he had already sent his subordinates to descend to this world to prepare in advance. It was just that it was difficult to develop under the strong suppression of the son of the Zerg god realm. But after all, it still occupied a piece of land and established a stronghold. Lin Xiao knew the location of the stronghold, but he did not go there. Instead, he wandered around in the main material plane, looking for what exactly resonated with him. This thing reacted quite strongly after he entered the tidal crystal wall system. But this strong resonance came from all directions, as if the whole world, and he had no idea how to find it. At first, he suspected that it was the resonance of the crystal wall system itself. But after thinking about it, he felt that it was completely unreasonable. Not to mention that he had never heard of such a resonance method. If it was really the crystal wall system that resonated with himself, then when he entered this crystal wall system, he would definitely feel something abnormal. But in fact, he only felt that the resonance became stronger when he entered the world. But he did not feel any abnormality related to the resonance. Obviously, this resonance has nothing to do with the crystal wall system itself. Wandering without any purpose, running from one kingdom to another. The temples and true gods of the major kingdoms were the objects of his key observation. But it was a pity that he did not find anything valuable after a long circle. After spending almost half a year touring the kingdoms of most races in the main material plane, Lin Xiao still found nothing. He couldn't help wondering if his idea was wrong from the beginning. Perhaps the so-called resonance was not in the main material plane at all. Nor was it related to the true god. But something else? Chapter 754, Life and Death Gamble. He quickly changed his mind and left the main material plane to go to other planes of this crystal wall universe. First, he went to the 4 elemental planes. Although he found a lot of new things, he didn't find the expected good things. He went to the chaotic elemental plane again, and he didn't find anything unusual. Then he went to the place where all the filth in this world gathered. A unique H.L. plane where demons and undead gathered, and he didn't find anything unusual. He found a lot of hidden true gods along the way, but he didn't find any valuable information. It is worth mentioning that the actual king of gods in the tidal crystal wall system is now being targeted by Lan Wanqing's real body and another strongman on the opposite side of the Zerg. Lin Xiao swam all the way around the entire crystal wall system and didn't see this native god king. Then he spent a full half a year and roughly swam all over the entire tidal crystal wall system. He didn't find anything unusual. This made Lin Xiao very puzzled. He had no choice but to return and visit his father-in-law again to ask. As the first great divine power of mankind, he was powerful and knowledgeable, and he might know what was going on. After playing with his father-in-law for more than a dozen games, his father-in-law, who had never won so many games in a row, was very happy to instruct him and said, "It's very simple. You need to be deified in that world." Lin Xiao suddenly realized. After bidding farewell to his father-in-law, he quickly separated an incarnation of consciousness without a trace of divine power and put it into this world. under the care of his real body, and the true god of the 3rd Expeditionary Army in this world. He quickly became stronger. A legend, a demigod, and it is estimated that he can start trying to ignite the divine fire before he is 30 years old. Unfortunately, there is not enough time. After such a long period of preparation, the 5th War Zone and the opposite Zerg forces decided not to continue to waste time, and have decided on the way to compete for the tidal crystal wall system. That is, each side will send out 10 sons of the god realm who have been deified for less than 100 years, and start a life and death battle under the witness of the will of the main world civilization of both sides, in the form of a one-on-one duel. The challenge continues until all the players on one side die. This way of fighting is very cruel, because it not only tests personal strength, but also the strength of the god's domain and the clan. Once defeated, the god's domain will definitely be stripped and swallowed by the opponent, which is a complete fall for the son of the god's domain. Under the witness of the will of civilization, even the great power cannot interfere with the battle, and once defeated, death is inevitable. In the meeting room, the expressions of the generals were extremely solemn. A slide was playing in turn in front of everyone. It showed the information of all the qualified young true gods in the 5th War Zone. They had to select 10 young elites, who had been deified for less than 100 years to participate in the battle. The victory or defeat of the battle was not only related to the ownership of this crystal wall system, but also to the life and death of this group of outstanding military elites. They had to be cautious. Zhang Yuanmo, 127 years old, 88 years after deification. Medium power. Godhood level 10. Main god position war. Core main clan silver scale dragon snake. Yu Chadong, 141 years old, 92 years of conferred god. Medium power. Godhood level 10. Main priesthood killing. Core main clan blood moon werewolf. Su Dingshan, 138 years old, 86 years of conferred god. Medium power. Godhood level 11. Main priesthood earth. Core main clan mountain dwarf. Wang Yuinkui, 151 years old, 96 years of conferred god. Weak. The information in front of me is all conferred god for more than 80 years, except for 3 medium power. The rest are all godhood level 9. The main god profession is all powerful and good at fighting. The core main clans are all powerful clans that are good at fighting. Most of them are variants or evolved versions of powerful clans, which are much more powerful than their peers. There are actually quite a lot of qualified military elites. And there are 3 top elites who are far superior to Tongji. Well, strictly speaking, Shin Yuexin and Xie Yufei both meet the requirements. They have been conferred gods for less than 100 years. Before, Lin Xiao had always thought that she was an old lady who had been deified for hundreds of years. Later, after they were together, he realized that she was not. She was actually not much older than him. It was normal to think about it. As the only legitimate daughter of Xie Tianyan, she was not bad in talent. How could she have only that much strength after hundreds of years? When they first met, she was only a weak god. However, although the two of them met the requirements, no one at the scene counted them. One was the only legitimate daughter of their immediate boss, and the other was the legitimate daughter of the first great god and the first force of mankind. Their status was extremely noble. How dare they let them take risks? To put it bluntly, they would rather give up this world than let them take risks. Although there were many elites in the army, the expressions of the senior military generals present were not relaxed. Because this time, it was the 5th War Zone that forcibly interfered, and they were the one who was at a disadvantage. So they had to make concessions when deciding on the way to compete for the tidal crystal wall system. In fact, this method was proposed by the Zerg side, and they chose this method after considering several other methods. In other words, since they took the initiative to propose this method, it means that the Zerg has enough confidence to win. So even if there are 3 medium-level divine power elites, they may not win. To be precise, the probability of their winning is not high. Then the problem they are entangled in is here. If they fail, it will be the price of annihilation. The most elite masters of the younger generation of the war zone are selected. Once they die, the next generation of the war zone may be too much to say that it is a generational gap, but it is definitely a lack of successors. Compared with other forces of the same level, it is directly a level lower. The conference room was silent for a long time, and there were always various sounds of checking information. No one spoke. Lin Xiao also remained silent. Anyway, this operation was not led by him. So he just followed the arrangement. Maybe because no one spoke. General Lan Wanqing couldn't help it, and tapped the table lightly and said, "The way to decide the victory has been decided, and it cannot be changed. We must follow it. Otherwise it is equivalent to admitting defeat directly." He swept his solemn eyes over everyone at the round table, and said in a deep voice, "Losing is not terrible, and I am not afraid of losing face. But if you are afraid before the battle, it will be a disgrace to the boss. The people of my 3rd Expeditionary Army will not even dare to go out in the future." A trace of embarrassment flashed across the faces of the generals. And the commander of the 1st Division, Bai Huan, slammed the table and said loudly, "Damn it. When have we ever been afraid? It's not like we haven't fought the Zerg before. But it's just like that. The elites of our 3rd Army are all outstanding, and we are not afraid of them. It's not their fault that they lack confidence. The main reason is that this way of winning was proposed by the Zerg. Normally, they must have enough confidence to dare to propose it. However, General Lan Wanqing said so. Whether they have confidence or not, they have to fight." Putting aside the previous embarrassment, the generals began to discuss who to send, and asked each other if there were any suitable elites in the army that they had not discovered before. At this time, Bai Huan suddenly looked at Lin Xiao, who had been silent, and asked, "Mr. Lin Xiao, I wonder if your Giant God Division has suitable talents. Can you recommend one or two?" Lin Xiao said with a smile, "How long has my Giant God Division been established? The old ones are more than 100,000 years old. The young ones are not qualified. The only 3 who are qualified are my girlfriends. Do you dare to take them?" Bai Huan waved his hands after hearing this. "Forget it. I dare not take them." Several generals beside him laughed, and the atmosphere was slightly relaxed. At this moment, Mou, the commander of the 4th Division of the 3rd Expeditionary Army, looked at Lin Xiao with strange eyes, pinched his chin and thought for a long time, and suddenly said, "Mr. Lin Xiao, if I remember correctly, it seems that you have been a god for less than 100 years? Everyone was stunned, and Lin Xiao himself was also stunned for a moment, and nodded slightly. "If you count the time of the main world, it seems that it is less than 20 years. Hiss. Everyone's eyes lit up. "You want me to go?" Ahem. Mou coughed lightly, lowered his head awkwardly, and did not dare to speak. Although they are both division commanders, Lin Xiao is an independent division commander, half a level lower than the corps commander, half a level higher than the division commander, and higher than Mou. What he did is equivalent to a subordinate colliding with his superior, which is a taboo. Although Lin Xiao has just taken office, he did not realize this and did not care. But the rules are the rules. No one dared to say this, and the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. General Lan Wanqing glared at his outspoken subordinate, stood up and bowed to Lin Xiao, saying, "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin Xiao. This will not happen." Lin Xiao also stood up and returned the greeting, saying, "Mr. Mou, you reminded me that I am also included in the scope of 100 years. General Lan Wanqing said somewhat embarrassedly, "Mr. Lin Xiao, don't misunderstand. You will not be included in it." "No, Mr. General, you misunderstood," Lin Xiao said seriously. "Before this, I have something to tell you. General, after I came to the tidal crystal wall system, I found that I had a very strong resonance with this crystal wall system. If nothing unexpected happens, there may be something in this world that is very important to me. Before, I was thinking about what I should exchange with the 3rd Legion if I could take this world from the Zerg. Now I have a way. I can fight on behalf of the war zone. After the victory, I need to take away something in this world that resonates with me. If the resonating thing is that treasure, we can discuss the exchange at that time. I wonder if the general agrees?" Lan Wanqing fell into silence after hearing this. He looked up a little and said, "If Your Excellency Lin Xiao is willing, how can I disagree? Then it's settled. Your Excellency Lin Xiao will fight. After the victory, you can take away any treasure except that treasure without paying any price. If it is that treasure that resonates with Your Excellency Lin Xiao, you can also choose to exchange it with other things." A transaction was completed under the witness of all the generals. Everyone felt relaxed and full of confidence in the next gambling fight. A powerful god who has been enshrined for less than 100 years, and an ancient god, has no opponent at all. The next step is to submit the list, and then hand it over to the will of the civilization of the two sides of the divine domain to verify whether the players of both sides meet the standards. It is absolutely impossible to fake it under the personal inspection of the will of the civilization of the divine domain. In the void, the power of human Gaia will and Zerg God domain will descended. And a huge energy vortex was built in the central void of the fleets of both sides. There was a hole in the center of the vortex that exuded a faint attraction. This was a battle space jointly constructed by the wills of the two God domains. The wills of the two God domains witnessed it together. There was absolutely no cheating, and it was absolutely fair. Two small void ships flew from their respective camps to the central vortex. Lin Xiao sat in the command hall with his eyes closed to rest. The other 9 military elites sat behind him on both sides, full of energy and full of confidence. The void ship directly decomposed into nothingness when it approached the vortex, revealing 10 human elites headed by Lin Xiao, facing 10 Zerg God domain suns standing in the air dozens of miles away from the opposite side of the void vortex. For medium-level gods and one powerful god. No wonder they are full of confidence. Lin Xiao's eyes fell on the Zerg God domain sun, who was comparable to the powerful god. But he didn't take it to heart. Although both of them were deified for less than 100 years. He had been powerful for less than 20 years, while his opponent had been deified for at least 70 or 80 years, which was equivalent to tens of thousands of years of accumulation in the foreign world. Normally, he was stronger than him. But strength is never determined by who lives longer. The appearance of the son of the Zerg god realm is very similar to that of humans. But most of them retain some characteristics from the Zerg. This does not mean that the higher Zerg are humanoid, but they maintain this form for convenience. What their true bodies look like depends on the species. And most of them are huge and ferocious insects. Lin Xiao did not hide his strength. The unscrupulous and powerful aura of divine power made the joy on the faces of many Zerg leaders disappear, replaced by serenity and a trace of worry. But it didn't work. The gambling method has been recognized by both parties, and has begun. It is too late to change it now. We can only hope that the elites on our side are powerful. Otherwise, if we lose the war, we will not only lose the ownership of this world, but also the gap of the new generation of power. As time passed, a light screen appeared in front of Lin Xiao, and a familiar panel that made him feel a little emotional appeared in front of him. I didn't expect that after so long there would be a chance to fight in the God's domain. He remembered that the last time he fought in the God's domain was when he was a freshman, and he killed a son of the Void God's domain. After that, no one used the God's domain to fight against the sons of the God's domain of other civilizations. He thought that he had no chance in this life. But he didn't expect that he still had a chance after he was promoted to a powerful god. It can be seen from this that the God's domain is very important at any time. This is the basic plate of the sons of the God's domain at any level. In the later period, it is not used most of the time. But once it is needed, it is the time to decide your life and death. And you must not be careless. Fortunately, after fusing several ancestral remains equivalent to great divine power, the strength of his God's domain has exceeded most of the powerful divine powers. And it is absolutely senior level. More importantly, his God's domain clan is too powerful. Several clans are all truly legendary clans. And the 2 core main clans are even more outrageous. The gambling fight is a round-robin battle. Both sides can only send one person at a time. But the next person must be sent after the winner is born or dead. That is to say, one person must die in each round. The winner can choose to continue or quit to rest. But quitting is only a temporary quit, because the gambling fight is a life and death fight. And the winner takes all. Quitting is just quitting now. And you have to wait until the other companions have taken a turn. Or die. In the end, you still have to go on the field until one side dies. Chapter 755 I live, and you die. As the captain, Lin Xiao has the right to decide the order of battle. He can choose whether they don't need to play, and sweep the field by himself. He has the confidence to do it. But he didn't do it. He just looked at them and said, "Since we are here, it's not good to do nothing. I only need you to fight once, and win once to survive. No matter how many opponents there are in the future, I will take over. You only need to defeat the opponent once." Looking down at them, Lin Xiao pointed his hand behind him and continued. "The generals are looking at you. This is a test for you. Those who can survive successfully have a promising future." With a finger, the energy gathered into a lottery tube and flew in front of them. It depends on luck. There are numbers on the lottery sticks. It all depends on luck. The 10 people looked at each other. "You Don Shan," who was closest to the tube, stepped forward and drew a lottery stick, which showed number 7. Others came forward one after another, and drew all the lots. They were calm, neither frustrated because they didn't draw number 1, nor happy because they drew number 9. Lin Xiao himself was number 10. A few minutes later, the Zerg on the opposite side was also ready. The Zerg leader, who was equivalent to a powerful god, looked at Lin Xiao with an aggressive look, and his hands, like tentacles, clenched back and forth. A strange voice that sounded like countless overlapping voices sounded. I didn't expect that humans also have such a young master. I can feel that you are younger than me, but unfortunately I am different from you. I have inherited part of the power of the Endless Overlord, and I am not something that ordinary powerful gods can resist. I will soon let you know that this choice will be the most regrettable thing in your life. As he spoke, his breath became stronger and stronger, and the god domain from the son of the Zerg god domain began to manifest. An extremely huge shadow slowly extended from him and surged towards the center of the vortex. General Lan Wanqing carefully felt the huge shadow that surged from the son of the Zerg god domain, and his brows furrowed more and more. Looking back, an old handsome man in a vest and slippers appeared behind him. He whispered respectfully, "Sir, that Zerg has inherited a part of the power of a master, and its strength is no less than any senior and powerful god. I wonder if Sir Lin Xiao." The old handsome man rubbed his chin and watched Lin Xiao also unfold his own divine domain and plunge into the vortex to connect with the opponent's divine domain. A smile appeared on his face and he said, "At this time, the opponent should be more anxious than you." Lan Wanqing and the generals around him reacted instantly and breathed a sigh of relief and surprise. Around the vortex, as the two powerful divine domains connected together, a powerful space shock exploded, and the two figures disappeared instantly. The remaining 9 elites of both sides looked at each other, and the elite in the army, who got the first ranking, said loudly, "I'll go first." He stepped forward and challenged the opponent loudly. Of course, the Zerg side was not to be outdone, and also said an elite. The divine domains of both sides began to connect and entered the battle of divine domains. In the god's domain, Lin Xiao's majestic voice of divine revelation spread throughout the vast world of the god's domain in an instant. The various tribes in the god's domain who had been living and multiplying in the god's domain for who knows how many years were excited when they heard the long-lost divine revelation. As the god's domain family, they certainly knew what their mission was. But since the last battle, thousands of years have passed, and even the race has leaped and transformed once, and there has been no chance to fight again. Fortunately, the area of the god's domain is large enough now. Otherwise, I would have been idle for thousands of years. After the divine revelation was issued, many families scattered across the god's domain began to mobilize and gather at the designated location of the divine revelation somewhere on the edge of the god's domain. Unlike the usual battles in the god's domain, for a battle like theirs, they can freely choose the location where the god's domain interface channel appears. Both sides can prepare in advance and fight head-on. In the god's kingdom, on another level of the god's domain, the true gods of the god's domain have already prepared, and have sent their incarnations to descend, and their true bodies have also awakened from their slumber, ready to fight at any time. After so many years of development and improvement, the magic network has completely covered the entire god's domain. Lin Xiao temporarily released the restrictions on the magic network. Any family can use the teleportation spell on the magic network to gather at various gathering points, and then be teleported in large quantities to the place closest to the two-world channel through the Star Spirit Mage. After so many years of development, the total number of small Nagas has now exceeded 6 billion, scattered throughout the god's domain, not only in the main god's domain, but also in the major subsidiary god's domains. They are also the first family to rush to the two-world channel. The second batch to arrive is naturally the Star Spirit family, who are arcane masters per capita. Soon after the first batch of small Nagas arrived, the sky was full of arcane auras, and huge mage towers appeared out of thin air in the nearby air, and soon they were densely packed. Soon after, a large area in the air was distorted, and the shadow of a super-large floating city loomed in the air. The place is limited, and there is no direct teleportation, but it can be teleported at any time as long as it is needed, and there are a full 4 such floating cities. It's not that it can't be built, nor that there are not enough archmages in charge, but mainly because there are not enough nether cores to build floating cities. Although Lin Xiao has a lot of nether cores at his disposal, Some of them belong to the property of the Giant God Division. And public tools cannot be used for private purposes. But it doesn't matter. For Lin Xiao now, a few more floating cities will not improve his overall strength much. You must know that after hundreds of years of reproduction, the total number of his followers is close to the level of the Giant God War Group, comparable to an entire war group, including the formal true God members of the war group plus 1 million demigods in reserve, as well as the combination of many believers in the territory, let alone other things. Let's say that there are now as many as 23 million Titan Naga in the God's domain, and the number of adults alone has reached 6 million. You must know that the strength of Titan Naga after adulthood is equivalent to that of a 10th level demigod, although the modulation time is not long enough to give birth to a giant god. Even such nearly 6 million demigods are a force beyond the imagination of other sons of the God's domain. You should know that it is extremely difficult to give birth to existences above the level of true gods due to the upper limit of the God realm. And the strength of true God level strongmen is limited by the God realm. Generally, even in the God realm of senior and powerful gods, there are not many true God level families, and their strength is mostly limited. It is extremely rare to give birth to medium level gods. Generally, only big men like Xie Tianyin, who have the support of top forces, can develop the God realm to that level. After Lin Zhao's God realm merged with the remains of 4 or 5 ancestors, it not only had a huge area, but also had extraordinary strength. Now it can barely carry the existence of the level of powerful gods, but not powerful gods. To put it bluntly, the God realm was refined from the remains of the ancestors, and the spatial strength is beyond doubt. It can carry a bunch of existences comparable to powerful gods, and even the strong men at the level of super gods can barely carry it. But the powerful gods master the laws corresponding to the priesthood, which has nothing to do with space. His God realm is strong, but the laws cannot carry the birth of powerful gods. But this is only temporary. The upper limit of the law is related to the Lord of the God realm. As long as his godhood level is higher in the future, and the laws he masters are more perfect, he will be able to bear the birth of powerful divine power. Many star spirit mages who arrived earlier united and jointly cast a super large-scale barrier under the auspices of more than 10 10th level great arcanists, who arrived at the same time, covering the thousands of kilometers around the two-world channel within the barrier. A small Naga army was assembled and prepared. At the same time, the two-world channel began to ripple, and a faint light flew out and quickly condensed into a bug-man phantom. It was not the son of the insect god domain, but a 10th level bug-man. He looked down and saw the dense floating wizard towers in the air around him, several floating city projections in the air, and a large number of elite soldiers on the ground. His expression changed slightly, and he shouted to the sky, "The Supreme King of all kings, the divine prophecy, will launch an attack in a year." After speaking, his body turned into a stream of light and shot towards the two-world channel. At this time, the dome space was slightly distorted, and a face emitting a faint glow emerged. The star spirits in the void and the army on the earth saw the face in the air and knelt down enthusiastically, shouting the Supreme Father God. Lin Xiao nodded slightly. His eyes moved, and the space near the two-world channel swayed slightly. Time was stilled, and the stream of light that had returned to the entrance of the two-world channel and was about to leave suddenly solidified. The stagnant time within the next second began to flow backwards, and soon the stream of light turned into a bug-man projection and solidified in the void. The majestic eyes in the air looked directly at the bug-man projection that was solidified in time like amber. After a few seconds, the projection suddenly collapsed and disappeared, and the huge face also slowly disappeared. In the core of the kingdom of God, Lin Xiao, sitting on the supreme throne, carefully analyzed the memory that he had just forcibly plundered from the bug-man projection. In his memory, opposite the two-world channel is a super fortress with a length and width of thousands of kilometers. The two-world channel is on the war plane in the center of the fortress, and dense Zerg troops are ready to go on the war plane. Densely packed Zerg flying dragons gathered into a sea of flying dragons above the huge fortress. Outside the fortress, teams of Zerg soldiers were rushing over. From a distance, they looked like teams of ants attracted by honey on a large flat ground. Just like the Zerg in my impression, there were tens of millions of them gathered on the other side of the two-world channel. There were common cannon fodder engineer bugs, flying dragons in the sky, huge siege bugs, various long-range giant bugs, and some advanced Zerg. The Zerg God Realm civilization was different from humans. The human God Realm civilization was not allowed to use humans as followers. Or in other words, all God Realm civilizations in the Chaos Void Sea could use their own kind as followers except humans. And the Zerg could use their own kind as followers. And the followers of the Zerg God Realm Sun could also become new Zerg God Realm Suns after being upgraded. This opponent was obviously a standard Zerg God Realm Sun. He came to inform when to attack before the war, which was quite graceful. Lin Xiao naturally had no objection. 1 year in the God Realm was just enough for him to be more fully prepared. A year passed in a flash. With the help of millions of Star Spirit mages, many families scattered across the God's domain gathered near the battlefield. Nearly 50,000 magic towers and 4 floating cities were combined and divided into 4 parts to scatter in 4 directions of the battlefield. At that time, more mages would join in and jointly cast super war spells. At this time, it was not the little Naga who stood at the forefront of the battlefield, but the massive combat puppets and golems accumulated by the Star Spirit mages over the years. The massive rock golems and tens of millions of steel golems formed an endless steel torrent. With the blessing of the 7-star Yuengu treasure level miracle card Gemini God card, and the almost unstoppable reproduction card, the total number of Star Spirits in the God's domain today has reached 8 million. In addition to the minors, there are nearly 3 million adult 8th level mages. After so many years of accumulation, the total number of various golems and puppets has exceeded 100 million. When a Protoss becomes an adult, it is at level 8, and the upper limit is level 10. After hundreds of years, most Protoss have become adults, which is equivalent to nearly 3 million level 8 mages or Arcanists. And there are hundreds of great Arcanists alone. Although it is far less than the Titans and Nagas who are as abnormal as the 10th level when they become adults. It is definitely a powerful legendary race that is not inferior to the Dragon Clan. In addition, there are a large number of angel legions born from the angel birth pool, including level 6 battle angels, level 8 war angels, and level 10 giant god angels. If placed in other people's domains, these angels should be tasked as God's messengers. But the clans in Lin Zhao's domain are too strong, and the highest level 10 giant god angels cannot beat any Titans and Nagas who have just become adults. If they are not strong enough, they can only be cannon fodder. When the year is up, the space near the two-world channel begins to distort, and a strong breath from the alien domain begins to slowly appear, forming a halo that slowly spreads out. This is the domain formed by the power of the Zerg God Realm under the control of the son of the Zerg God Realm on the opposite side. It is equivalent to the wrestling of the two God Realms, which can forcibly change the rules of the other God Realm into rules suitable for the Zerg. The premise is to be strong enough. If your own God Realm cannot compare with the opponent, the consequence is, the newly formed halo was forcibly suppressed by Lin Zhao's vast God Realm power within a few kilometers, and it could not move forward at all. After a few seconds, it slowly shrank. Boom! A powerful force burst out from the two-world channel, turning into a huge hand that held up the sky and slapped it hard. Lin Xiao stretched out his hand and pointed, and the huge hand that held up the sky froze in the air and did not move. A voice of doubt came from the two-world channel, and a stronger force was urged. But the void did not move at all. Boom! The two-world channel exploded directly, expanding from less than 100 meters in diameter to more than 1,000 meters in diameter. A materialized huge clamp stretched out from the two-world channel, surrounded by surging energy. The clamp slowly moved forward like stabbing into glue, and the newly formed halo slowly opened as the clamp moved forward. From the perspective of the little Naga on the ground, a supergiant clamp measured in kilometers was slowly flying out of the two-world channel into the world where he was. It was like the advent of a demon god. The world was polluted by the power of the demon god. The dense Zerg followed the rapidly spreading halo and rushed out of the two-world channel to kill the golem army that was waiting in full battle array. The almighty god of magic, Ailment, snorted coldly and gave the order to his followers to take action. The golem army, which was ready for battle, took heavy steps and advanced forward without fear. Chapter 756. The Terror of the First Saint Slarda. The Zerg cannon fodder who fears no life or death, and the Golem Legion without self-thinking. As soon as the two fought, they instantly entered a white-hot state. A steady stream of Zerg cannon fodder poured out from the two-world channel that expanded to a diameter of more than 1,000 meters. The corpses quickly decomposed into pus and merged into the earth, turning into a thick, fleshy fungal carpet. As more and more bodies died in the battle, the fungal carpet became thicker and deeper. In addition to being able to heal injured Zerg, This thing also has the ability to breed new Zerg. When the fungal carpet becomes thick to a certain extent, it will produce huge meat spores, absorb a large amount of nutrients and inject them into the spores to grow larger, and breed new Zerg from them, which can be born and matured in just a few minutes and put into battle. So the fungal carpet not only means that this area has been occupied by the Zerg, but it is also one of the sources of Zerg's military strength. It is unknown how many cannon fodders there are in the Zerg King's domain. Since the first day of the war, the Zergs pouring out of the huge two-world channel have never stopped, and have been swarming out, especially in the second month. The opponent once again expanded the two-world channel to a large circle of about 5 kilometers in diameter, and even more Zergs poured out. In addition to the swift worms as big as puppies, there are also a large number of other types of Zerg mixed in. Although he has not calculated it deliberately, Lin Xiao also roughly estimated that the Zergs that poured into the god's domain in the past 2 months or so are as high as 20 to 30 billion. Fortunately, they have accumulated a lot of golems. The hundreds of millions of golems with an average strength far stronger than the Zerg cannon fodder form the first line of defense. The small Nagas and big Nagas who came one after another cooperated with nearly 1 million Protoss mages to firmly block these billions of Zergs in this huge battlefield with a diameter of thousands of kilometers. Lin Xiao looked down at the battlefield expressionlessly. Although many Zergs had flooded into the battlefield in the past 2 months, they were just appetizers for their level, and even the main force had not entered the battlefield. However, although the opponent's main force had not yet entered the battlefield, Lin Xiao was not very worried. He was very satisfied with the performance of the two main clans, the Titan Naga and the Protoss. Although they participated in building the defense line in the past 2 months, they did not participate in the war. Now only the little Naga and a small number of Protoss mages cooperated. There were only a small number of Titan Naga, less than 1,000, participating in the war. The main purpose was to observe their performance on the battlefield and specially mobilize them. The result made him very satisfied. In the normal state, the Titan Naga is a small giant up to 5 meters tall. Once transformed into the Titan God state, the strength and size of the whole skyrocketed. The 1,000 Titan Nagas he selected included different age groups, including the newly adult Titan Nagas and the first batch of large Nagas that Lin Xiao prepared. The Titan Nagas that had just reached adulthood after transforming into Titan Gods were about 100 meters in size, and those that had been adults for a long time gradually grew in size, reaching a maximum of about 200 meters. The strongest were naturally the first batch of large Nagas he prepared, whose size exceeded 300 meters after transformation. And this is just one of their stages, because the strength of the Titan Naga grows stronger with age. Just like the dragons, the longer they live, the stronger they become. The same is true for the Titan Naga. As long as they can live, they will become stronger and stronger, and eventually reach the level of true gods. What does a body size of hundreds of meters mean in a Zerg? You don't have to do anything. Just rolling on the ground can crush a large number of people. Outside the battlefield, General Lan Wanqing and other generals have been staring at the vortex between the Zerg Legion for more than 2 months. Now no combination has won the game, so they can't relax at all. Compared with other players, they are most nervous about the victory or defeat of General Lin Xiao and the Zerg King on the opposite side. It's really that his identity is too important. He is a senior general in the war zone with the same status as himself, and he is also the son-in-law of his boss and another big boss. To be honest, Lan Wanqing is now a little regretful that he shouldn't have agreed to it. Regardless of the victory or defeat, he will definitely be scolded when he returns. It's okay if he wins, but if he loses, after thousands of years of being promoted to a powerful god, Lan Wanqing rarely feels regret and a little fear. He looked back subconsciously, feeling a little guilty. It's a pity that they don't have the authority to view the results of the battle. Both sides are at the level of powerful gods. Unless the great gods or masters of both civilizations observe in person, they can only wait for the winner to be determined. That sir should be observing. Lan Wanqing sighed lightly, communicated with Gaia's will in his heart, and applied for the right to watch other players. He can directly observe ordinary true gods with his authority, but he does not have this authority for the sons of the elite gods. He must apply, and then the other party allows him to observe. After all, this observation involves his own privacy. Some of the sons of the elite gods have secrets in their domains that are inconvenient to show outside, and they are all exposed once they are observed. Only true god-level elites are allowed, unless they are players on the Tianji list. All others can watch the battle directly. Like them, the Zerg side was the same. So as time went on, there were constant winners and losers, life or death. But no one knew what was going on between Lin Xiao and his opponent, except for the two overlords. As the top existence of their own divine domain civilization, they naturally have the highest authority. They can watch any battle of the divine domain below the same level without permission. And they can even project a projection into their divine domain. Although Lin Xiao didn't quite understand these, he was not too surprised when he saw the old father-in-law suddenly appear in his divine domain, and even took the initiative to say "Lo." The old father-in-law, who was still wearing a vest and big pants, looked around his divine domain with his hands behind his back and nodded. "It seems that my worries are unnecessary. You can handle it." Lin Xiao smiled slightly, and the confidence in his eyes could be seen by anyone with a discerning eye. The old father-in-law stretched out his hand and made a feint, and a Titan Naga appeared in front of him. He looked up and down at the big Naga, who had transformed into the Titan god, with a rather surprised look, and asked, "If I'm not mistaken, this should be the new race you created yourself." He stretched out his hand and waved again. A star spirit, a red furnace clan, and a little Naga appeared in front of him. He observed for a while, and then waved his hand to disappear. He said to him in a formal expression, "Your creation is amazing. Based on the performance of these races, you are qualified to be promoted to the great power with the main priesthood of creation." Lin Xiao waved his hands again and again. "Dad, don't joke. Everyone knows that creation has a master." The old father-in-law laughed and said, "So it's a pity that you were born at the wrong time. Unless you challenge Mr. Xiaowei to seize his power, you can't be promoted by this law." Lin Xiao smiled and said, "I have the main priesthood, not creation." "That's good." The old father-in-law nodded and said, "If so, you must make your attitude clear to Mr. Xiaowei before your godhood reaches level 19. Otherwise he will assume that you have the heart to challenge. And then according to the general rules of the main world, he will be qualified to launch a battle to seize power from you. Maybe you will not die for my sake, but your creation law will be taken away, and you will never be able to obtain the creation law again in the future." Lin Xiao nodded. "I will find time to visit His Majesty the Lord of Creation. Try to be quick." Originally, Lin Xiao had this idea, thinking about finding time to visit one day. And since his father-in-law mentioned it now, it would be better to visit in advance. He now holds many priesthoods such as Supreme, Truth, Creation, Life, Death, Balance, Magic, War, and Reincarnation. Except for Supreme and Magic, other priesthoods are qualified to be promoted to great divine power. The Supreme is not included in it. Creation and War already have masters and corresponding great powers. He cannot choose. And at that time, he will need to visit the two majesties, the Lord of Creation and the Throne of War, one by one, and swear in front of them that he will not choose these two laws as the main priesthood. Mere verbal promises are useless, and a vow must be made with the origin of the law. In the future, if he violates the contract and wants to rely on these two priesthoods to advance, according to the oath, the two majesties can directly take away his laws and even his life. The two priesthoods of life and death do not have corresponding great powers in the human main world. But there are many super powerful bosses with a godhood level of 19 who are competing for them. If he chooses these two priesthoods, he must compete with them. If there is no choice, there is no way. But he has other choices now. So pass. Then, there are only 3 choices left: truth, balance, and reincarnation. In fact, because of the special nature of the priesthood of truth that cannot be discovered by outsiders, Lin Xiao is not sure whether there are any big guys who secretly have it. He personally guesses that this priesthood is so powerful that there may be one. And there may be more than one. So truth can only be a backup. Then, there are only balance and reincarnation. Balance definitely has no competitors. This is an ancient priesthood. There must be only one in the main world. And it is impossible for 2 to be born. The conditions that need to be met for the birth of the Samsara priesthood are too harsh. Lin Xiao thinks that the main world will not have it. But it is not as absolute as the balance priesthood. So Lin Xiao's safest choice is balance. And then Samsara. He can only rely on these 2 priesthoods to advance to great divine power. Note that it is great divine power. Not that he has only this path. If he is unwilling to take this path, he can also rely on the essence of the black hole to advance to a super chaotic life form that is not inferior to great divine power. Or gather all the origins of time and become a chaotic demon god who masters the origin of time. Or, take multiple approaches. Gather all the origins of time at the same time and transform into a super chaotic life form. And it is not impossible to advance to great divine power at the same time. Just like the legendary proof of the Tao. Merit plus killing 3 corpses and proving the Tao with strength. Once proved forever. It will definitely be stronger than ordinary people who prove the Tao. Lin Xiao's thoughts flew away. And he didn't even care about the war in front of him. Although this Zerg king has a lot of accumulation. And the number of Zerg in the god's domain is far greater than his. And there are probably 20 to 30 billion cannon fodder alone. But the quality is too far apart. His weakest little Naga has more than 6 billion. The little Naga matures much faster than the Titan Naga Protoss. And more than 6 billion of them are mostly adults. The growth rate is also much stronger than that of the Zerg. Although they are only level 4 when they are adults. The little Naga is a legendary species. If they live a few more years, they will naturally be promoted to level 6. If they live longer and work harder, it will not be difficult to be promoted to level 8. The most 3 billion level 6 little Nagas can easily crush the 30 billion Zerg cannon fodders, who are only level 1 or 2. To put it bluntly, although the accumulation of this Zerg king is stronger than Lin Xiao, it is limited. After all, he has been a god for less than 100 years. Not the kind of senior and powerful divine power that has been a god for thousands of years. Although the area of the god's domain is huge, it is still limited, and it is impossible to accommodate endless Zerg cannon fodder. When the accumulation is not strong enough to change qualitatively, quality is very critical. Lin Xiao did not counterattack, but passively defended. And the swarm of insects died as many as they came. The densely packed magic towers cast spells together, and the large-scale spells with extremely wide coverage bombarded the sky and earth. And the swarm of insects turned into ashes in large areas. With the support of the god's domain and the magic towers, plus the talent of the spirit race itself, there was basically no worry about the lack of mana. After countless swarms of insects were killed in the battle, the strong Zerg behind the channel finally couldn't help it, and began to send out the main forces of the middle and high-level Zerg. One after another, huge armored insects crawled out of the two-world channel, followed by some long-range Zergs such as Fire and Thunder. Many giant insects, like centipedes, crawled out of the two-world channel and crawled into the ground and disappeared. The flying dragons in the sky rushed into the air and pounced on the magic towers floating in the air in the distance. One by one, the high-level insects who looked like humanoids flew into the sky, and the powerful psychic energy connected into a vast ocean of psychic energy. Seeing this, Lin Xiao just smiled slightly and waved his hand. The majestic face of Slaughter slowly appeared in the sky, and the terrifying power caused the space to sink and collapse slightly. As Lin Xiao's strength grew stronger and his accumulation became more and more abundant, Slaughter, his only saint, also became more and more powerful. Although his godhood level was limited by the complete world law and was only a medium-level godly power, his true body had already surpassed this limit and possessed a terrifying power comparable to a powerful godly power. It was also lucky to say, over the years, as the number of followers increased, many saints were born under the huge base of followers. But these saints were different from Slaughter. The saint. I didn't know it before. But later, as my strength and status became higher and higher, and I knew some secrets, I realized that there was a difference between saints. Saints produced by believers are different from believers produced by followers. The followers created by oneself are different from ordinary followers. Among the saints produced by the followers, the first one is different from the later one. The first saint born in the family of any son of the god's domain is the most special. They not only have the identity of a family, but also gather the luck of the god's domain, and can inherit part of the power of the lord of the god's domain. In addition to their own strength and talent, the saints born in the first family have very powerful strength. And it is not surprising that the excellent ones have power comparable to the lord of the god's domain. And the family like Slaughter, which belongs to the lord of the god's domain and created by him, is even more powerful. He will inherit more power from the lord of the god's domain and the creator. It is easy to see the wonder that the saint's strength is stronger than the lord of the god's domain. Slaughter is not only his first saint, but also a family of the god's domain he created by himself. After becoming a saint, he is very powerful. He was once more powerful than Lin Xiao himself. Even if he is not as good as Lin Xiao now, he still has a terrifying strength far beyond the general powerful divine power. If Lin Xiao does not use the law of time, he may not be able to do anything to him. Chapter 757 shocked the true identity of the Lord of the Tidal Crystal Wall system. All the sons of the God realm will have their first special saint. It's just a matter of speed. But not everyone is lucky enough to have their first saint survive. Most of the first special saints of the sons of the God realm did not make it to the end and died early. Which is a pity. And once the first saint can continue to grow with the sons of the God realm, like Lin Xiao who has grown to a powerful divine power, his strength can almost reach the level of the sons of the God realm. The clan created by Lin Xiao himself is even stronger. After Slaughter appeared, the terrifying majesty he exuded made the Zerg King's face change drastically. And the Zerg swarms that continued to flow out of the two-world channel suffocated. And there was a brief pause. Just like the Zerg King's mood, the result is to continue the attack. And there is no turning back. However, the Zerg King was obviously not as confident as before. Lin Xiao clearly felt that several hidden Zerg King wills flew out of the two-world channel and sneaked in all directions. He probably didn't have as much confidence as before and wanted to find out the specific strength of Lin Xiao's divine domain. Lin Xiao laughed and pointed his finger. The vast power of the divine domain descended to solidify the surrounding void and forcibly intercepted its will in this area. Although he didn't care about being discovered, it was also good to let more enemy subordinates die in his own divine domain. However, this situation did not last long. Those who can become kings are not fools. He immediately determined that there was a problem with his obstruction. The offensive of his subordinates slowed down rapidly. Although there were still many Zerg cannon fodders pouring out of the two-world channel, they did not rush out as soon as they came out like before, but stayed near the two-world channel to maintain a defensive posture. Did you find it? In the kingdom of God, Lin Xiao, who was sitting high on the core throne of the divine palace, said to Slaughter below. Counterattack. The Lord's will is my will. As Slardar's figure gradually solidified, it was a huge figure that covered the sky and the sun. The moment he appeared, the two-world passage suddenly shook. A huge circle of distortion exploded, and the Zerg closest to the entrance of the two-world passage began to retreat. Soon the remaining Zerg were killed, and the first group of scarred golem puppets rushed into the two-world passage, followed by many magic towers flying down from the air. Titan Nagas who were hundreds of meters tall were mixed in this small Naga group and stepped into the two-world passage. They don't need to use cannon fodder like the Zerg. Just go straight to the front. Although it is certain that a large number of God's domain family members will die after this battle, once the opponent is defeated and the opponent's God's domain is plundered, it will be enough to make up for all the losses. Temporary losses are nothing. Anyway, it is rare to encounter opponents who need to fight in the God's domain. I don't know how long it will take to rest after this battle. Lin Xiao did not take action himself, but only let Slarda be the commander-in-chief and command several other strong men in the God realm to lead the army of the clan to attack the Zerg King's God realm. In terms of the strength and size of the God realm, his God realm, which has merged the remains of 4 or 5 ancestors, is definitely stronger than the Zerg King's. In terms of the strength of the God realm clan, he also has the upper hand. In terms of high-end military force, he also has the upper hand. Even if he only sends Slarda, it is enough to resist the Lord of the God realm on the opposite side. Although other God realm heroes are not as good as Slarda, they are also of medium divine power. This is nothing in a foreign world. But for the son of the God's domain, the followers of medium-level God are quite powerful. In addition to Slardar, there are 8 medium-level gods in Lin Xiao's God's domain, while his opponent's God's domain has only 4. The gap is beyond Lin Xiao's expectation. But think about it. Although this Zerg King can be regarded as a super elite, equivalent to the level of Gaia's son in the human world, he is not as good as him after all. No matter how much he accumulates, it is impossible to be so amazing. It is already very powerful to have 4 subordinates of medium-level God. Since the counterattack into the opposite God's domain, the battle situation has been one-sided. Even if the Zerg King consumes a lot of power to bless his followers with a series of buffs, he cannot narrow the absolute combat power gap between the two sides. It's like a level 1 player buffing a series of buffs to become level 2 or 3. But he can't beat a level 10 player. Nearly 1 billion little Nagas, millions of adult Titan Nagas and Protoss gathered to attack the Zerg God's domain, and killed all the way into the depths of the God's domain. I don't know how many Zerg swarms were killed. The densely packed swift insects had been killed. The flying dragons in the sky were killed by the layers of lightning storms. and the huge and powerful thunder beasts were overturned head-on by the Titan Naga. The key is that the number of thunder beasts is not as large as the number of Titan Naga. The total number is less than 100,000. They can't compete with each other in strength or number, so they can only wait for death. Slardar has always given people the impression of being steady, and this time is no exception. Even if he has an absolute advantage in strength, he is not careless at all. He didn't give his opponent a chance. He took every step and advanced layer by layer. He started from the outer circle to kill the remaining Zerg, and finally encircled and suppressed the Zerg King's divine domain in the center. At this time, only 2 of the 10 challenge groups were determined. 2 years later, Lin Zhao's true body crossed the channel between the 2 realms, and he saw Slarda, who had transformed into a true body that could penetrate the sky and the earth, standing in front of a super nest in the center of the Zerg King's divine domain, which covered an area of more than 1,000 kilometers and reached the top of the divine domain. He raised his arms and pressed the nest, and waves of real distortion waves flowed out of his body, competing with the circles of distortion waves emitted from the super nest. Zergs kept coming out of the nest, but were quickly crushed by the terrifying power of both sides. He saw at a glance that Slarda was wrestling with the Zerg King on his own. His power alone would definitely not be able to compete with the Zerg King, who had the support of a huge divine domain. But as Lin Zhao's first saint, Slarda had inherited all of Lin Zhao's law priesthoods except the essence of black holes and the origin of time. His own energy plus war priesthood, inherited from Lin Zhao's truth and creation, life and death, balance and reincarnation. With the priesthood of truth, he understood all the rules and the entire Zerg King's divine domain. The law of balance weakened him, and the law of reincarnation made his power endless, creating the miracle of forcibly suppressing a Zerg King with powerful divine power with the body of a clan member. And it was within the opponent's divine domain. Lin Zhao was very pleased, with a sense of satisfaction that the cub he had raised with great effort had finally grown up. At this point, he was basically relieved. The Zerg King would definitely die. It was just a matter of time. However, since they had already fought to this point, he had no intention of continuing to waste time. He took a step forward and reached the mother nest in the center of the divine domain, and pointed out with one finger. However, at the moment he appeared, a dazzling light suddenly flashed in the mother nest, and the next second, Lin Zhao's body disappeared in an indescribable moment. Bold, an extremely angry roar sounded in the void, and everyone felt their head shaken and lost their minds. Lan Wanqing felt that he lost his mind for a moment, and then he saw the sky suddenly light up, like a sun rising out of thin air in the void. Unimaginable pressure descended, like a sun exploding. The extremely dazzling white light exploded, and everything in the world became gray. Unable to see, unable to feel, unable to touch. Everything turned into nothingness. In this state, Lan Wanqing instantly felt like he had returned to the feeling when he first became the son of the god realm and saw a true god. It was vast and boundless, and could not be looked at or perceived directly. However, after all, it was a powerful divine power with a godhood level of 18. After the initial suddenness, he gradually adapted and was able to master the laws around him. But he could not see farther and did not dare to look, because he knew very well that this was a great divine power fighting with the Zerg Overlord. Not knowing what happened, the Lord of Glory angrily attacked the Zerg Overlord. At this time, there was nothing to see or perceive outside, and there was no earth-shattering explosion or loud noise. But Lei Wanqing knew very well how terrifying it was outside, and he did not dare to move. The battle between the great divine powers has entered another level that they cannot understand. They cannot understand it at all, let alone participate. If they participate rashly, there will only be a dead end. From the distant void, 2 intersecting hot suns appeared around the tidal crystal wall system, quietly suspended in the chaotic virtual sea, constantly emitting terrifying waves that distorted the chaotic space. Under the brilliance of these 2 suns, 2 fleets were shrouded in endless brilliance. The huge tidal crystal wall system began to gradually melt under the impact of waves from the great divine power, and a huge hole was melted through the world crystal wall, and the blazing brilliance shone in from the gap. In the main world of Tidal, Lin Zhao's incarnation was hiding in his temple, trembling and feeling the overwhelming light of the sky. This incarnation has been preparing for many years in this world, with the help of other human true gods who have established their footholds in this world. He is now a demigod and is preparing for the deification. But there is still a long way to go before he can be deified. Because when it is his turn to be deified, he suddenly finds that this world is very strange. Not only is the number of true gods that can be accommodated limited, but even the number of each priesthood is limited. This makes him very surprised and speechless. Because the priesthood he prepared before is full. He can either kill a true god with the same priesthood or change to a priesthood without conflict. Changing a priesthood is very troublesome. Because when he condensed the priesthood, he had already established a basic belief system. The believers believe in it because of the priesthood he holds. If he changes to a new priesthood, it will have a great impact on the believers. But he could not change. It was extremely difficult for him, a demigod, to kill a true god. You have to know that there are not many true gods in this world. And those who can successfully deify basically have their own kingdoms of God. With his ability, it is not difficult to kill a true god without a kingdom of God. But if it is a true god with a kingdom of God, it is absolutely impossible. He has been struggling until now. Not long ago, he had made up his mind to try to kill the god. But as the overwhelming light sprinkled into the main material plane, the war priesthood that had been full in his perception suddenly appeared with a new vacancy. And he could deify himself. In other words, just now, for some reason, it should be several indigenous true gods with war priesthoods fell. Lin Xiao didn't know what happened just now. And he didn't want to care. Now there was a vacancy. So how could he not seize such a good opportunity? He decided to deify himself decisively. Having had more than one experience of deifying, he didn't need much preparation. He directly communicated with the world source sea and began to ignite the divine fire. However, at the moment when he successfully communicated with the world source sea, a super familiar feeling enveloped his will. And infinite information poured directly into his mind in an instant. And Lin Xiao instantly knew everything he wanted to know. So that's it. Conferred God without any danger. Successfully became a god of war. But he didn't care about this at all. But carefully thought about the information obtained in his mind. Muttering to himself, if so, this great existence is of the same origin as me. He looked at the sky. And the light in the sky had decreased a lot. Because there was a tall figure blocking the gap in the world crystal wall. And mobilizing the world source power to repair the gap. Looking at the tall figure, he had never seen it before. But he could feel extremely familiar and close. He had never seen it before. But he felt very close. The reason was very simple. Their souls were of the same origin. Just when he communicated with the world source sea at the moment of conferred God, he saw a core in the world source sea of the tidal crystal wall system that exuded the same origin as the crystal wall system origin core that was fused in his soul. To be more specific, the world source sea of the tidal crystal wall system has been completely integrated with the treasure mentioned by the upper echelons of the war zone. And this treasure is actually a crystal wall system origin core. But unlike the wreckage SHL he got from Major General Carey, this one is intact now. And it contains a crystal wall system origin that is far more powerful than the tidal crystal wall system. So that the tidal crystal wall system can be successfully upgraded to a superior crystal wall universe that can support the existence of great divine power. To be more specific, the Lord of the tidal crystal wall system is actually an outsider. From the same crystal wall universe as the SHL of the crystal wall system origin core in Lin Zhao's soul. In his hand is the SHL of the crystal wall system origin core. And the core in the tidal crystal wall system is part of the core of the original crystal wall system. Or to put it another way, the outer SHL in his hand and the core in the tidal crystal wall system are both part of the original core of the powerful crystal wall universe. The original core of the crystal wall system was shattered when it was about to be taken away by the enemy. And the piece in Major General Carey's hand is just a fragment. The reason why he could feel the resonance from the essence of the soul from a distance was because they had the same origin. And the Lord of the Tidal World, who controlled the origin of the crystal wall system, was one of the great powers that survived the crystal wall system at that time. And took away another fragment when he left this world. Yes, this king of the gods of the tidal crystal wall system was actually a great power long ago. But he was seriously injured in that battle and fell into a lower realm. Later, he crushed countless worlds and constantly plundered the origins of other worlds to repair the broken origin core. Until now, the plundered origins are finally enough to support his recovery of his power. Yes, now he has restored his great essence. And he will immediately become a real great power. The Lord of the Crystal Wall System. As long as the tidal crystal wall system is successfully upgraded. with the home advantage. At least 2 or more great beings can defeat him in the tidal crystal wall system. The name of this great being is Zuder. Chapter 758 The Great Enemy Surfaced. The battle between the 2 great divine powers and the Overlord ended after Lin Xiao and the Zerg King decided the winner. When he defeated his opponent and dismembered and refined his opponent's divine domain and appeared in the void. 2 surprised and doubtful sounds rang out in the void. And then the light in the sky dissipated like a tide. And the Zerg fleet also disappeared at the same time. The old father-in-law looked at Lin Xiao with surprise and bowed to him very solemnly. Lin Xiao accepted the bow calmly. Of course, he did not accept it himself, but accepted it on behalf of Tisha. Before, the Zerg King in the divine domain suddenly used an attack containing the power of the Zerg Overlord. And he relied on Tisha to block it, which could not be hidden from the 2 great beings who were close at hand. Xia Yunjia did not ask him about Tisha's origins. Unless she took the initiative to show up at their level, they would not take the initiative to ask about the other party's origins. Of course, it is certain that the old father-in-law will be very curious. After all, the number of strong men at their level is limited. All the great powers or similar great existences encountered by the human divine domain civilization are recorded. As long as human civilization touches them, they will be recorded, including the dominant strong men of other divine domain civilizations. You must know that every great level strongman has the power to change the overall strength comparison of the divine domain civilization. The Zerg Overlord just now turned around and ran away without hesitation after sensing the existence of Tisher, mainly because he was afraid of being left behind. If Tisher belongs to the new great power of the human divine domain civilization, and joins hands with Xia Yunjia, the first great power of mankind, it is possible that a master will be left behind. One side has 1 more great level strongman, and the other side has 1 less. The strength comparison of the 2 civilizations will change almost qualitatively. Of course, as a civilization far older than humans, the Zerg has accumulated more masters and pseudo-masters over a long period of time. Losing one will not cause serious damage to the civilization, but it will definitely greatly reduce the competitiveness of the entire civilization, which is something that no civilization in the God's domain can bear. With the departure of the Zerg Master and the main force of the Zerg forces, the tidal crystal wall system was taken by them. But their battle was not over yet. Lin Xiao was the third to end the battle, and there were still 7 players in the battle. Lin Xiao waited with interest. The Zerg Master ran too hastily and had no time to take them away. The remaining 7 Zerg elites were abandoned. Lei Wanqing and many war zone elites were confused at this time. The sudden confrontation of the great divine power level and the sudden withdrawal of one party made them completely confused about what happened. They only knew that the Lord of Glory told them that he won before leaving, but they were confused about how he won. But no matter what, this is a good thing. After waiting for a while, he led his generals to rush up and surround the remaining Zerg elites, directly interfering. Since he won, he didn't need to abide by the rules. And of course, he would protect his own elites. Seeing that the overall situation was determined, Lin Xiao left an avatar here, and his real body directly entered the tidal crystal wall system. The moment he crossed the crystal wall of the world, he immediately sensed a very powerful will waiting for him. Finally, I see you again, my brother. The aura of the soul body composed of the core of his crystal wall system is exactly the same, coming from the same source. Although they may be of different races, they are indeed brothers in a certain form. Zuder, the lord of the tidal crystal wall system, the former son of Zuzer crystal wall system. Great divine power. No explanation is needed. No explanation is needed. When they met, they knew everything naturally. Lin Xiao said very kindly, across the endless void, we brothers meet again. After Zuzer was destroyed, I wandered in other worlds and have not returned yet. Brother, do you know where our enemies are now? Zuder said in a deep voice. Of course I know. I have been inquiring about their news. I knew a long time ago that they came from the Twisted Abyss, which is a very, very powerful world. Zuder was silent here, and Lin Xiao asked, how powerful are they? They have 1 supreme, 3 upper ones, and more than 10 lower grade masters. Lin Xiao's pupil shrank suddenly, and he was very shocked. In the Chaos Void Sea, the strong men at the level of greatness are collectively called great masters, whether they are the great powers of the God system, the ancestors of the wizard world, the great beings of the divine civilization such as the Zerg or Nightmare, the Titans of the Crystal Wall universe of Azeroth, etc. Maybe the names are different in different worlds, but they are collectively called Masters in the Chaos Void Sea. The Masters are divided into 3 different levels: Lower, Upper, and Supreme. The Supreme can refer to Hong Jun in the prehistoric mythology system, which has a strength far beyond other great beings. Among the great beings that Lin Xiao has seen and heard of now, the only one who can meet this requirement is the legendary Great Chaotic Life Form, Enigma. The true body of the ancient Ice Soul Khadgar should be counted as one. Even the 9-faced dragon god Io, and his majesty Io, who controls the clay tablet of fate in the Toril multiverse, are not counted. But although their strength cannot reach that level, they are also the best among the upper positions. The upper position is naturally the strong among the great masters. His old father-in-law Xia Yunjia is one, and the 9-faced dragon god and Io are also one. By the way, Tisher, who has integrated the power of the innate death ancestor, has also reached the level of the upper master. The lower position is the ordinary great divine power, including mini-masters and even pseudo-masters achieved in various special ways. The current Zutter is at this level, but he has entered this level more than once, and his strength is considered the top one among the lower positions. From this point of view, the Twisted Abyss Crystal Wall system, which has 1 Supreme, 3 Upper Masters, and more than 10 lower grade Masters, is definitely one of the most powerful worlds in the Chaos Void Sea. If a full-scale war breaks out, it may not be possible for the human divine civilization to defeat it. After all, humans do not have super strong people at the level of the Supreme Master. Of course, they will not be defeated. Humans have Gaia's will. In the main world, Xia Yunjia, as the strongest human, can mobilize the power of the entire civilization and has the power to compete with the Supreme Master. Through communication, Lin Xiao got a very important message from Zutter. Although the Distorted Abyss is extremely powerful, it is not without enemies. As a powerful world that advocates aggression, it often invades other worlds, and most of them are worlds that can give birth to great masters. Many worlds are defeated by the Distorted Abyss, and the world is destroyed and swallowed, making the Distorted Abyss more and more powerful. These strong men whose worlds have been destroyed are absolute mortal enemies of the Distorted Abyss. Most of them can't do anything to the Distorted Abyss alone, and even if they unite, they can only barely protect themselves. According to Zutter, among the remains of a broken crystal wall, a large number of foreign strong men, who are enemies of the Distorted Abyss, have gathered. There are a total of 3 great masters, and countless strong men above the true god level. They are all the remaining strong men whose worlds were destroyed by the Distorted Abyss, and they have always been enemies of the Distorted Abyss. It was just because of the lack of strength that he had been unable to do anything to the Distorted Abyss until now. He could only secretly make trouble when the Distorted Abyss destroyed other worlds, rescue the remaining strong men in the destroyed worlds, and quietly accumulate strength. This is a very powerful force, and perhaps he can use it, but not now. He is not ready to face the Distorted Abyss yet. Apart from anything else, it is impossible to do anything to the Distorted Abyss before he has a supreme fighting force. However, Lin Xiao soon got bad news from Zutter, because an important action of the Distorted Abyss more than 1,000 years ago was destroyed by the rebel organization. The Supreme Master of the Distorted Abyss seemed to notice them, and seemed to have plans to attack them. With the strength of the Distorted Abyss, once it gets serious, the current rebel organization can't resist it at all. It is unknown whether they can withstand this wave of attacks. If they can't, the rebel organization will be defeated, and the strong men inside will definitely suffer heavy casualties. It is unknown how many of the 3 great masters, who are being closely guarded, can survive. This is a huge loss. Lin Xiao and Zutter both came from the Zuzer Crystal Wall universe that was swallowed by the Distorted Abyss. They are old enemies, and will definitely fight in the future. If the strong men of these rebel organizations can survive, they will be excellent combat forces in the future, especially the 3 great masters. At the very least, they can hold back the 3 great masters of the distorted domain when the war breaks out. It would be a pity if they died. After coming out of the tidal crystal wall system, Lin Xiao immediately found his father-in-law and Commander Xie Tianyan, and told them the news. This kind of thing cannot be hidden from them. They are all the top bosses of the human divine domain civilization. Their knowledge is far beyond his reach. Maybe there will be better ways. In addition, Lin Xiao helped convey Zutter's willingness to join the human divine domain civilization. The 2 bosses attached great importance to this. Not only did the old father-in-law take the initiative to talk to him for the first time, but Commander Xia also came to find him in person. It is not surprising that a foreign warrior joins the human divine civilization. For example, Lin Xiao's second uncle's wife, Lin Su's mother, is a foreign goddess. However, no foreign great master level warrior has ever been willing to join the human divine civilization. A great divine power can directly change the balance of power in the main world. At least if there is a great divine power in the fifth war zone, it will immediately become one of the top forces in the main world. Others may be in a dilemma, but Lin Xiao has already had an idea and told Xia Yunjia that the gentleman has made the decision to join the fifth war zone. Believe it or not, he has already made an agreement with Zuder, and there is nothing to ask. After all, he is a great master-level warrior. No one can stop him wherever he goes. So far, the battle of the tidal crystal wall system ended with Zuder joining the fifth war zone. But the impact of this battle has rapidly expanded. Lin Xiao completely underestimated the influence of a great master-level strongman, or he himself was not a strongman of that level, and he had no idea how great the role of a strongman of this level was. When Xia Tianyan applied to Gaia's will in the name of the fifth war zone, Zuder's true body came to the human main world and left his spiritual mark, representing that he officially joined the human divine civilization and became one of them. All the strong men in the main world knew about this new great master. In the following period of time, the fifth war zone welcomed envoys from countless forces. Not only the Huaxia district, but also the Ivy League, the Giant Enterprise Alliance, and the major forces of the Noble Council all sent envoys. The purpose of these envoys was not only congratulations, but more of a test to win over and dig corners. Zuder joined the fifth war zone, which is one of the major forces in the Huaxia district. His joining means that the Huaxia district, which was only slightly stronger than the Ivy League, has surpassed the Ivy League by a large margin. These days, Lin Xiao has seen how crazy these big forces are in order to poach people. It can be said that they can offer outrageous conditions, including merging a top university and a war zone affiliated with the Ivy League, and merging the two big forces to form a top big force for Zuder alone. If this can be formed, it will immediately be a super big force ranked in the top 10 of the main world. However, no matter how tempting the conditions they offered, Zuder rejected them all. The relationship with Lin Xiao is only one of the reasons, and the other is that the conditions they offered cannot impress him at all. Zuder's way of promotion is the way of the Lord of the Crystal Wall system. The way of growth is to naturally increase the power by strengthening the Crystal Wall system. The tidal Crystal Wall system has been upgraded by integrating the origin core that he has mastered, and there is still a certain amount of growth space after the upgrade. What he has to do next is to calm down and stabilize the world and grow slowly. How can he have time to participate in all kinds of messy things? In the Divine Realm, Lin Xiao's huge real body sat in the core of the Divine Palace, with his elbows resting on the armrests of the Golden Throne and his chin clenched, maintaining this posture for a long time. As the Divine Domain grew, the Divine Palace also expanded. Today, his Divine Palace is no less than the Tower of Truth. The vast dome is filled with milky white faith power flowing down like a waterfall, gathering in the air to form a thick layer of faith cloud. Dark golden streams shuttled back and forth in the cloud, and each time they shuttled, they would devour a large area of faith power. At this time, a dark golden stream flew past him. Lin Xiao subconsciously stretched out a finger, and the stream turned and flew towards his finger and penetrated it. Soon, several identical light golden streams flew out from behind his head and scattered into the air. Each of these golden streams represents the origin of many laws he has mastered. This is a way for him to enhance his strength. He spreads out the origin of the laws he has mastered, constantly absorbs the power of faith in the void and the faith thoughts contained in the power of faith, absorbs the joys and sorrows, life experiences and perceptions of believers in the thoughts, and then integrates the divine power to make this origin of the law stronger before taking it back. Although the increase is not much, it is extra powerful, and there is nothing to do anyway. However, he has been a little worried recently. After obtaining information about the distorted abyss from Zuder and related information about the distorted abyss from the Fifth War Zone in Huiyao, he has learned more about this world and realized how powerful and terrifying this world is. Chapter 759 Evolution Stage 6. This is a terrifying civilization that is completely on the invasion route. In some cases, the threat level is no less than that of the God Realm civilization such as the Nightmare Zerg. Of course, with the strength of the human god realm civilization, they can still protect them. But once the distorted abyss discovers them, if it is interested in the human god realm civilization, it will be a huge threat. Therefore, under the premise of cause and effect, whether willing or not, this civilization will pose a huge threat and hatred to Lin Xiao and human civilization. Not only the distorted abyss has hatred for them, but also the hatred he and Zutter inherited. So he must prepare in advance to deal with the powerful invasion civilization of the distorted realm. This is very, very difficult. An impossible task. A super-powerful world with one supreme grade master, 3 upper grade masters, and more than 10 lower grade masters is not so easy to deal with. It is worth mentioning that this number is news from a long time ago. The distorted abyss constantly devours the origins of other worlds to strengthen itself, which can make the distorted abyss continue to grow stronger, so that it can carry more great master level strongmen. Until now, it is unknown how many there are. Against the twisted abyss, any conspiracy is useless, and absolute strength can crush all conspiracies. Others can't be counted on, and no allies can be expected, because they have to deal with a super civilization headed by a supreme great master, which is a terrible existence that has the ability to forcibly wipe out other great masters. As we all know, once promoted to a great divine power, as long as you don't commit suicide, you are almost immortal, which is the real eternal immortality, except for some special and limited masters. Most of the masters will not be destroyed even if the world they are born in is destroyed. They are eternal. But this eternity is based on not being killed. The great master can be killed, but it is very difficult. Under normal circumstances, as long as you are not stubborn or blood restrained, even the upper master will find it difficult to kill the newly born lower master. Not many great masters are willing to fight for their lives. To put it bluntly, even the many great powers of the human divine civilization do not all have this awareness. Lin Xiao dared to bet that once human civilization could not resist the destruction, there would definitely be a great master who would give up everything and leave. Although it was very uncomfortable to lose the world of birth and wander in the chaotic sea, it was better than death. Of course, this premise was that humans had completely lost hope and had no other options. Basically, they would not give up as long as there was a little hope and a way. After all, it was the mother world of birth, which had a special meaning for any strong person, and they would not give up until they were desperate. Therefore, the only great masters who could help Lin Xiao were the great beings in the human world. In addition, Zutter, the lord of the tidal crystal wall system, was one. Tisha was one. And the 3 great masters of the rebel organization could be counted. Perhaps a few more could be fooled over. The human god realm civilization has been in the chaos void sea for so many years, and has known quite a few great masters. Many of them may have good relationships. It should not be a problem to hire a few of them. However, except for the great masters of the human main world, the other great masters can only be regarded as a fighting force, and they cannot be expected to fight desperately. Even Zutter and Tisha are no exception. They were not born in the human god realm civilization, and they have little sense of belonging, so they cannot be expected to fight desperately. Of course, these are not big problems. The biggest problem is that they don't have a super strong person who can deal with the supreme master of the twisted abyss. There are not many people in the entire chaos void sea who can compete with that person. Lin Xiao specially consulted his old father-in-law and commander Xie Tianyan, and got many great masters that he had never heard of before from them, including many super strong people. But they were difficult to invite, or there was no chance to invite them at all. And even one of them was the supreme master of the hostile god realm civilization. Apart from these, Lin Xiao carefully analyzed and found that the only one who could be invited was the super chaotic life form called the Mystery. As his strength continued to grow, his life essence continued to approach the Mystery, and he gradually understood the essence of the super chaotic life form called the Mystery. Before, he always thought that the sudden kindness of the Mystery was a deception, and thought that he called him to approach him to devour him. Now that his strength has reached this point, he has initially understood the essence of his life. That is, he is not the successor of the Mystery's power, nor is he the descendant of the Mystery, as the previous chaotic life form thought, but the Mystery. In layman's terms, he is the second Mystery, the same clan, brother, or sister of the first Mystery in the chaos void sea. He also doesn't know his gender, or there is no gender. In other words, Any existence in the chaos void sea that has the same life essence as them is their brothers and sisters. There is no need to devour each other, because their essence is the same. Even if they are devoured, there will be no other benefits except that they will be stronger. There is nothing else in the chaos void sea. Just infinite chaotic energy. It takes so much effort to devour each other. But it is not as good as rushing into the chaos tide to swallow a few mouthfuls of energy. For the mystery, the weak breath that suddenly appeared in the distant void is the only brother and sister he has seen in his infinite life. Perhaps I have no choice. Lin Xiao exhaled lightly and said to himself, "Dear, what do you think?" After a while, Tish's crisp voice sounded in his mind. "I support any decision you make. But if it really comes to the most dangerous day, I will force you back to the wizard world." Lin Xiao. Although it sounds strange, it is quite warm in my heart. He suddenly changed the subject and asked, "Are you healed now? Do you need me to go back to the wizard world?" "Yes. I need you to help me do something in the wizard world." "Kill the true dark ancestor?" "Yes." Lin Xiao nodded and continued, "I need you to go to Kanglin realm and find a man named Jin Nantian. Take him with you when you kill the true dark ancestor. Help him become the ancestor? Give him a chance. Whether he succeeds or not depends on his own ability." "I understand." Half a year later in the main world, Tizhar secretly returned to the wizard world. While Lin Xiao left 5 avatars in the main world and the Yin Huang War Zone fortress and sat in the Temple of Truth, the real body went to the chaos void sea and began to transform into a black hole and devour energy. Time waits for no one. Since he got the news of the distorted abyss again, he had a strong premonition in his heart that the distorted abyss would definitely notice him. He was not sure about the attitude of the distorted abyss, whether he would make a cautious choice in the context of the human divine civilization. But one thing was certain. He and the distorted abyss were absolute mortal enemies, and could not be reconciled. He must improve his strength as soon as possible. The situation of several important avatars is unclear. We cannot rely on the avatars alone. The real body must also improve its strength quickly. The huge black hole of the avatar sank into the depths of the chaotic virtual sea. The powerful attraction swallowed the violent chaotic energy around it, turning it into an extremely huge vortex, which slowly expanded. Evolution Journey World. Annihilation Plateau. This is a plateau covered with thick radioactive dust. There are also thick radioactive clouds in the sky. It is also the 21st station of the train. After staying in Death Valley with Zhuo Jing for a while, Lin Xiao embarked on his own evolution journey and rushed to the 15th station in one breath. After that, he kept changing places every 6 months until now. The 21st station. In the 3.5 years of entering the world of evolution journey, Lin Xiao's strength has evolved from the previous 4th level to the 6th level. The more evolutionary energy is needed, the more terrifying it is. Although he has only evolved to the 2nd level, his strength has increased by many times compared to before. Name, Lin Xiao. Race, human. Evolution, 6th level 4.24%. Talents, Heart of Time LV4. Time Travel LV7. Time Lock LV4. Time Acceleration LV6. Time Dilation LV2. Time Stillness LV1. Time Reversal LV1. Time Break LV1. Damage Absorption Black Hole. Skills, Unstable Current Time. Evolutionary Power. Self-Power. Heart of Time LV4. The embodiment of the origin of the law of time, which enables the user to master the law of time. The success rate of all probability-based talents or skills plus 400%. And all time-related talents or skills are strengthened to varying degrees. Time Travel LV7. Travel through time in an invincible posture and appear at any location within a radius of 100,000 meters. And cancel any damage received in the last 10 seconds to restore to the best state within 10 seconds. And at the same time obtain the time acceleration talent effect of the current level. Causes damage equal to 10 of the maximum strength value to any hostile collision target. And adds a 10-second mental freeze and 100% slowdown effect. And applies a time lock effect to all enemies within a 30-meter diameter of the impact point, which lasts for and can be used 20 times a day. Time Lock LV4. There is a 4% chance to lock the target with the power of time for 1 second during any attack. And the player enters the time bubble state, where the time in the time bubble is accelerated by 1,000 times. Time Acceleration LV6. When used on oneself, the thinking reaction and own speed increase by 500%. When used on the enemy's thinking reaction speed is reduced by 50%, and the Owen speed is reduced by 50%. The continuous casting speed is minus 500%, which can be used 30 times a day. Time dilation LV2. The time within a radius of 50 meters is expanded, and the speed of all actions of enemies within the range, including movement, attack, reaction, raising hands, body instinctive reaction, etc., is continuously reduced, reaching the maximum within 5 seconds, and the maximum reduction is 500%, which lasts for 30 seconds, and the cooling time is 1 hour. Time stasis field LV1. Stasis the time within a radius of 100 meters, and the player obtains the current level of time acceleration effect and the current level of time bubble state in the time static barrier, which lasts for 3 seconds, and can be used once a day. Time reversal LV1. Make the designated target time flow backward at a minimum of 2 times, and a maximum of 10 times the time flow rate. Casting continuously consumes one's own mental power, until the mental power is exhausted or the casting is interrupted actively. It can be used once a day. Time breaking LV1. Hitting the target. The target enters a random one of the 3 most recent weakest states in life. The duration depends on the strength comparison of both sides, and the minimum is 3 seconds. Damage absorption black hole. Absorb all types of damage related to one's own strength. Be immune to all restrictive effects. Obtain the skill black hole shield. Bless yourself or other targets with a black hole shield with the same strength as your own. Dispel all negative buffs, and heal 25% of the damage, after suffering damage exceeding the shield limit or lasting for 1 minute. The shield explodes to form a shock wave, causing damage to all enemies within a radius of 50 meters equal to the current absorbed damage. The skill cooldown time is 3 minutes. Unstable current time, driving the power of lightning, increasing one's own movement speed by 150%, and causing a lightning pulse equivalent to 25% of one's own strength to enemies within a radius of 150 meters every 3 seconds. Ignoring defense and resistance and unable to dodge. Whenever he is attacked by a normal attack, he will give back a lightning shock equal to 50% of his own strength. Purify a random beneficial buff to the target, and slow down by 50% for 1 second. Whenever he is attacked by a skill or talent, he will give back a time pulse shock equal to 100% of his own strength to the target. Purify all the beneficial buffs of the target, and greatly reduce the durability of the equipment. There is a 25% chance of causing a time lock of the current level to the target, and slow down by 100% for 1 second. This is his current 6th order state. Although there is no god in the evolutionary journey, Lin Xiao feels that his current strength can easily kill gods, which means that the 6th order of the evolutionary journey has surpassed ordinary true gods. Of course, it can only be an ordinary true god, below the medium divine power, and above the medium divine power is difficult. In this evolutionary journey world, each station where the station stops is like a patchwork of different worlds. The map becomes larger and larger as you go back. The previous station is a place deeply corroded by the abyss, and the area is probably as large as a medium-sized plane. The train passes through like it has passed through space, and it suddenly becomes a future mechanical doomsday world when it arrives here. At this time, Lin Xiao was standing in a canyon on the edge of the Annihilation Plateau. The train station was in the valley, but it stopped here and continued to move forward. The train turned around and left. The sky and the earth were gray, and gray snow-like light spots could be seen everywhere. They were radioactive dust falling from the thick radioactive clouds in the sky. The radiation intensity in the air was very high, and the evolvers with insufficient strength would die if they came in. He stretched out his palm, and the gray radioactive snowflakes fell on the seemingly ordinary palm without feeling. He rubbed the gray snow with his fingers, and Lin Xiao squinted his eyes and looked into the distance, vaguely seeing the outlines of mountains. With a thought, a layer of transparent light waves rose to block the radioactive dust in the void, and took a big step to leave the canyon where the station was located. After more than 10 minutes, he stopped and saw a huge monster crawling on the ground like snow covered with thick radioactive dust a few hundred meters ahead. It looked like a monster made up of huge twisted muscle groups. It was no longer possible to tell what it looked like before the twisting. It was hard to describe its appearance now. It was just an ugly twisted monster covered with sucker tentacles. Lin Xiao's undisguised footsteps attracted the attention of the monster. When it turned around and saw his figure, it was stunned for a moment, then suddenly jumped up. Several thick tentacles on its body quickly expanded into 4-legged tentacles, and it rushed over quickly with its hands and feet. At the same time, A circle of light green twisted aura full of radiation quickly spread out. Chapter 760 How to Enter the Advanced Map. Starting from the 15th station. Each map is very large. And the monsters in it are not all that powerful. Just like the normal world. There are strong monsters and weak monsters. If this monster of 7 or 8 meters in front of him was placed in the Death Valley before, it would be a small boss. But in this layer, it is just an average cannon fodder. Lin Xiao clenched his fist and punched it. With a loud bang. The powerful force pressed the air to form a fist force that blasted the target into pieces. And the broken meat was scattered all over the ground. Without even looking at the still squirming broken meat on the ground. He rushed out dozens of meters and disappeared. Soon he appeared at the edge of the plateau. A huge canyon extended downwards. And in the middle there was a dilapidated railway track extending all the way to the end below. The radiation intensity here rose rapidly. And it was 2 or 3 times stronger than that of the station. Squinting his eyes, and looking at the distance on the right, he vaguely saw that there seemed to be a huge moving shadow under the thick radiation cloud. He quickly looked to the left again, and a huge monster with wings spread out for several hundred meters flew through the air, dragging a long green radiation light as its wings swept past. The radiation intensity in the void was appalling. This is a bit outrageous. Those below level 4 can only enter this world as ordinary people. And those above level 4 can barely enter. I don't know how many world bosses there are in this map. Whether they have been refreshed. And whether they have been robbed by strong people of other races. In the evolution journey, only maps marked as 3 stars or above have world bosses. Generally, killing them will get a large amount of evolution rewards and high-level equipment. For example, the Oblivion Plateau is a very high-level map. Even if he kills the world boss in it, he will get extremely high evolution rewards, which is a must-grab. However, let's find the gathering place of human evolvers in this map first. Lin Xiao scratched his head and continued forward along the original trace of the broken railway track. The Oblivion Highlands is a neutral map. According to the information he has learned over the years, it is located at the junction of more than a dozen evolutionary civilizations. It is an absolute transportation route and a place of strategic importance. Any civilization that wants to attack the main city of another civilization must transit through this map. A large number of powerful evolutionists from different races are flooding this map. And most of them have established gathering places for evolutionists of their own race on this map. In addition to finding a safe zone and a place to start, Lin Xiao first looked for a gathering place, mainly to ask where to go next. In theory, this layer belongs to the training area for 5th level evolutionists. And occasionally there are 6th level ones. Lin Xiao had seen a 6th level evolutionist in the previous map before, but he flew through the air on his mount. And he had a lot of questions that he didn't ask. When the strength reaches the 6th level, evolution becomes more and more difficult. He evolved to the 6th level half a year ago, and it took another half a year to improve by only 4%. This speed is definitely not good. According to the normal calculation that the 6th level evolutionist is equivalent to a true god, there must be 7th, 8th, and even 9th levels behind. Annihilation Highlands is the last stop of the train. There are no deeper maps behind it. And this map is definitely not enough to support their evolution to the 7th level or even higher. There must be new evolution maps. Those advanced evolvers who disappeared must have gone to those advanced maps. According to Lin Xiao's communication with the evolvers he occasionally met in recent years, he knew that there was a gathering place for humans in Annihilation Highlands. All the evolvers in the human camp who have not transcended the ordinary map are there. Someone there knows how to leave here and enter a higher level world. Boom! A pure steel SH. L with a rapidly rotating head, like a sharp spiral drill flew in front of Lin Xiao in an instant. The huge SH. I was thicker than his body. The strong kinetic energy tore through the air, forming a circle of faint air ripples behind it. However, he didn't even look at the SH. L in front of him. The black hole shield that was open early directly absorbed the powerful kinetic energy of the SH. L, the SH. L bounced off and flew to the side, and also bounced off the dense and sharp steel bullets. He curiously observed the guards in the shabby outpost in front of him. They were human, but they were mutated due to the strong radiation. The exposed parts of their bodies had some mutations, or grew extra bones, keratin, deformed arms, extra organs, etc. The reason why he did not fight back was that the mark on the flag hanging on the outpost was the mark of a human gathering place. And these natives were considered his own people. Then he showed his identity. And soon the outpost ceased fire, and he was released. He rode in a shabby jeep and swayed for dozens of kilometers to a fortress built between the mountains. A figure jumped down from the huge wall that was nearly 100 meters high and landed steadily in front of him, saying loudly, "I am Reese, the new receptionist of the shelter fortress. Welcome to you, Lin Xiao. Just came to Annihilation Highlands. Let's go and talk in the city." Reese waved to the wall, and the castle lowered a hanging basket. "Brother, are you here to take a look? Or stay here for a long time?" After saying that, without any response, Reese turned back curiously, and saw Lin Xiao's figure slowly faded and disappeared like a phantom. He turned his head in surprise, and saw that he had appeared on the city wall. Wow! What kind of method is this? Sitting in the hanging basket on the 100-meter-high fortress wall, he curiously asked Lin Xiao, who was watching the mechanical punk-style buildings in the fortress. "Teleport?" He nodded. "I guess so," pointing to a huge spire in the fortress that was several hundred meters high and wrapped with surging lightning energy. He asked, "What is that?" Reese took a look and said proudly, "The lightning spire can gather lightning energy within a radius of 100 miles and has the ability to kill the world boss. Very powerful." Of course. The two chatted while entering the fortress. "Most of the time?" he asked, and Reese answered. But when he asked how to enter a higher level map, Reese was stunned and asked curiously, "Do you want to enter a higher difficulty map? You are now at level 6? Lin Xiao nodded. Lei shook his head and said, "If I were you, I would not choose to enter the advanced map." "Why?" "It's very simple. It's already the late stage of this evolutionary journey. There is not much time left for us. If we stay here, it will be fine even if this evolutionary journey ends. But if you want to continue, once you enter the advanced map, you will enter the most brutal elimination stage. At that time, once the final winner is decided, most of the losers will become the sacrifice of the winner." Hearing this, Lin Xiao frowned. And the first reaction was that the person in that world had fooled him. This evolution is about to end, and he still fooled himself in. His heart is worthy of death. But now there is no way to trouble him. And there is no time to trouble others. "I have to figure out the situation first," he asked. "How do you know that it is now the late stage of this evolutionary journey? Do you know what stage you have reached?" Lacey smiled and said, "I know it's very simple, because several masters of my original team have entered, and we are still in contact. So of course I know." After a pause, he continued, "As for the stage, although it is not yet the final decisive stage, it will be soon, because more than one 8th level evolver has been born, and the 9th level is equivalent to the ancestor or the great power. This is the last stage of the evolutionary journey." Lin Xiao knew it clearly without asking again. When the 9th level is the great master, the 8th level is the last stop of the evolutionary journey. That is, the decisive stop. Now that there are many 8th level evolvers, it is estimated that the final battle has already begun. If he goes in again, he will die. If it were other evolvers, most of them would stop and end their evolutionary journey. But Lin Xiao can't. He has a reason to go, as his strength continues to grow, and he gradually masters more powerful time laws. He can clearly sense the other part of the time law that resonates with him in the depths of the world. To put it bluntly, in the depths of the chaos realm, there is also a part of the origin of the law of time, and he must seize it. The victory or defeat of the evolutionary journey is not important. The origin of the law of time must be obtained. According to any life, there is only one chance to participate in the evolutionary journey. If you can't get it this time, there will be no chance in the future. So he has a reason to enter the next stage. Of course, this reason cannot be told to others. He can only say that he still wants to fight. After listening, Reese was stunned for a long time, and looked at him strangely, as if he was looking at a fool. But he didn't say anything, just said to him, "You must go. I definitely can't stop you. I just want to tell you that once you go in, there will be no chance to regret. According to the current situation, you will definitely die." Lin Xiao nodded seriously. "I know, but I still have to go." "Okay," Reese sighed and said, "Since you are determined to die, I will certainly not stop you. It is very simple to enter the advanced map. You need to reach the 6th level, and then kill a world boss at random in the Oblivion Highlands. Remember that it must be a single kill. After that, a world pass will be released. Use the world pass to enter the next level. By the way, There are 5 places for a pass. And you can bring 4 teammates to enter together. Give me a map with the location of the world boss. You have to wait for a month. Reese waved his hand and said, the world boss was killed before. And it will take about a month to refresh. Then I will wait for a month. Hee hee. I will take you to enjoy it for a month. And then you may not think about going to die. Maybe. The next day, in a private castle in the fortress, Lin Xiao got up from the huge bed in the room of more than 100 square meters. As a high-level evolver, the 6th level is already the strongest level. As soon as he came in, he got a very high status and treatment. He had everything he wanted. These high-level evolvers, who had no hope of entering a higher world, had reached the extreme in the pursuit of enjoyment. Unfortunately, these were not what Lin Xiao needed. But of course he would not reject them. He got up and packed up, and wrote a letter to Zhuo Jing through the facilities in the fortress. The letter told her about the situation of this evolutionary journey, and asked her whether she would stay here or go in with him. Although this evolutionary journey has reached the late stage, and the 8th level evolvers have appeared, it stands to reason that he, who is only the 6th level evolver, has no chance at all. Going in is to die. But he is not ordinary. His strength is not only the 6th level, but also the power of this incarnation that is sealed. This incarnation originally possessed a power that was not inferior to a powerful divine power. Over the years, it has gradually recovered. As the degree of evolution increases, the faster it recovers. When it enters a higher map and evolves again, it is estimated that it will be fully recovered. By then, even if it is only the 7th level evolution degree plus all the power of the incarnation and the law of time, it may not be able to compete with those 8th level evolvers. The most important thing is that his other golden ancient tree incarnation is still alive. He can sense that it is still alive. At that time, he will combine the power of the 2 incarnations in one body, and it may not be possible to make it to the end. 10 days later, I received a reply from Zhuo Jing, with only 2 words. Wait for me. In less than 5 days, Lin Xiao saw her. She was wearing a tight leather armor to highlight her exquisite figure. Her long hair that was in the way had been cut off and replaced with short hair. She looked more capable and spirited, wild and beautiful, like a beautiful female leopard. Reaching out and rubbing her little head, Lin Xiao smiled and said, before I leave, I will ask you again. Do you want to go with me? Let me make it clear first. This is the final stage of the evolutionary journey. You basically have no hope. It will be very dangerous if you go with me. Otherwise you should stay here. She smiled, held his hand, and said, I will go wherever you go. Well, wait a few more days. Early the next morning, Lin Xiao opened his eyes, pulled his big thing out of her body, put on his clothes, and was about to take a shower. He turned around and saw that she had woken up and stretched out her arms to him. He went forward, picked her up, and put her on his waist, and went into the bathroom. A little while later, there was a sound that was not suitable for children. After more than 2 hours, he came out of the shower, had breakfast, and set off again fully armed. It was still early for the world boss to refresh, but time could not be wasted before then. He had to take her to make her stronger in the last period of time. At this time, Zhuo Jing's evolution degree was 85.22% of the 5th level. It seemed that there was not much difference from his 6th level, but the actual gap was very large, both in terms of evolution degree and strength. The further you go, the higher the evolution energy you need. And the key is that there are not so many high-level monsters for them to swipe. And the slower you grow. Fortunately, it is already the late stage. Those who are still here have no motivation to continue growing. They rarely go out to train. There are still a lot of powerful monsters in the secluded places of Annihilation Highlands. Many of them are super monsters that are as powerful as world bosses, but without the title of world bosses. With the map obtained from the human fortress, Lin Xiao took Zhuo Jing straight to the nest of these powerful monsters, specifically killing these powerful monsters that have lived for a long time to let her grow. He no longer needs it now. With his current strength, this time will only increase by 1 or 2 percentage points at most, and there will be no qualitative change. In most cases, Zhuo Jing deals with these monsters by herself, and he is on the side, and she can deal with most monsters. After evolving to the 5th stage, her talent is even stronger. Now she not only has LV7 time wandering, but also LV4 time locking and LV6 time acceleration, which is equivalent to a shrunken version of him. With the powerful time talent and the opportunities gained from these years of training. Her strength is definitely the best among the same stage. She is very powerful. Generally, the 6th stage evolvers who have just evolved may not be her opponents. As time went by, her strength grew stronger and stronger. It took her a full month and a half. The world boss had been refreshed for a month, and she finally evolved to the 6th level. Fortunately, not many people are interested in taking risks to kill the world boss now. If it were in the past, there would be a large number of teams waiting before the world boss was refreshed. I'm afraid there would be nothing left after a month. Finally, she went back to the human fortress and found Lei Si to ask some questions. Lin Xiao was ready to take Shui Jing to say goodbye to Lei Si and other evolvers in the city, and go to kill the world boss. Chapter 761 Final Fight of Life and Death. The world boss closest to them is a super freak. Its body should be an unknown aquatic creature. After super radiation mutation and continuous devouring of other monsters, it finally became a super freak that was entrenched in a certain city that was now transformed into a swamp by its powerful force. When Lin Xiao and his friends came over, they could still vaguely see the remaining ruins of buildings in the swamp, and even a statue in the center of the city that had not completely sunk, as well as a behemoth not far away that had an indescribable appearance, with 6 heads and countless tentacles that were short and long, 1,000 meters long, flying and entrenching in the center of the city. The main body of this thing alone is 700 to 800 meters long, with a thick layer of keratin all over its body. The 6 heads are divided in different directions of the body, and the tentacles of different lengths are either covered with spikes, or covered with suction cups, or the top is open like a chrysanthemum to reveal a circle of ferocious teeth, or has a huge eyeball with a faint energy. A circle of distorted green halo covered the entire city ruins. According to Reese, this halo has a strong effect of distorting the body and mind. If you are not strong enough, you will be distorted into a monster and controlled as soon as you approach it. Lin Xiao and Zhuo Jing stood quietly outside the maximum coverage of the halo and observed from a distance. From time to time, a dull sound and a faint spiritual fluctuation came from the distance. They did not hide their existence. The super deformed body had already discovered them. He asked Zhuo Jing beside him, "Do you have the confidence to deal with this guy?" She answered confidently, "I can kill it." Lin Xiao smiled and nodded. "I think you can too. Do you want to try?" She nodded, turned her head to look at the man beside her, and stretched out her hand. Lin Xiao stretched out his hand, and a strong golden light flashed. A dazzling golden shield and golden sword appeared in his hand, and handed it to her. "Waiting for your good news." She reached out to take the weapon, and a silver light flashed on her body. A set of exquisite silver armor emerged, and her figure flashed and disappeared. The next second, the super deformed being in the distance suddenly roared like thunder, but stopped abruptly, with a dazzling golden light flashing. A deformed head suddenly separated from the body and fell down. Half of the body of the angry super deformed being was motionless, while the tentacles of the other half were flying and slapping wildly. In Lin Zhao's view, Zhuo Jing appeared on the face of the super deformed being in time travel, cut off one of its heads with one move, and locked part of its body in time. However, the super deformed being had 6 heads and 6 different consciousness cores. Time locked one part, while the other part was not affected and continued to attack. However, this could not do anything to Zhuo Jing, who was extremely flexible. A golden light jumped flexibly in the dancing tentacles forest. Every time the golden light passed, a tentacle or head was cut off. In less than 20 seconds, 17 or 18 tentacles and 3 heads were cut off. However, these cut tentacles grew automatically very quickly, and the flesh at the cutoff point grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. And it seemed that they would grow back very quickly. But no matter how fast the growth speed was, it was not as fast as her cutting speed. In the state of time acceleration, Zhuo Jing's thinking reaction and her own speed were added up to 500%, which was as fast as lightning. From a distance, a golden stream of light could be seen rotating back and forth around the super deformed body, and the tentacles and heads were cut off one by one. In less than a minute, the thing was cut into a huge meatball. But it was Lin Xiao who finally gave it a fatal blow. He took a golden spear from the Libra gold cloth and threw it fiercely, piercing a huge hole in it with one blow, and also destroyed the core hidden inside the body, killing this world boss. As expected, got the pass and several advanced equipment. With their current strength, ordinary equipment is no longer useful. He looked at it and equipped Zhuo Jing. The pass is actually a one-time one-way transmission prop leading to the advanced map. It can only be used once, and can only transmit 5 people at a time. It will break after it is used up, and you can't come back. Lin Xiao crushed the prop without hesitation, and a white light wrapped him up and soared into the sky. I don't know how long it took. Lin Xiao felt that the speed of the shuttle began to slow down. He knew that he was going to the place, and he was a little excited. The ancient altar. A huge floating platform suspended in the void like a city. Hundreds of men and women wearing gorgeous equipment and emitting a very powerful aura looked up at the sky at the same time. There was a huge transparent light ball there, which showed an independent space. A human wearing exquisite red leather armor, and a tall werewolf, covered with shiny silver hair, were fighting each other. Both sides were extremely powerful, shuttling back and forth on the battlefield at a speed as fast as lightning. The strong wind and sword energy of dozens of meters were overflowing, and large pieces of soil and rocks were cut and flying. The battlefield was full of sword energy gullies that were more than 10 meters long and nearly meters deep. Everyone was paying attention to the battle on the battlefield, pointing and talking from time to time. It seems that Xiaolong is slightly better. He is too fast. Faster than the werewolf. Yes. The only thing that can affect the battle situation now is the mentality. As long as Xiaolong remains stable, he will win. That's it. The fact is, as they expected, the human warrior has been stable, constantly suppressing the werewolf, step by step. Even if the werewolf reveals flaws from time to time, he ignores it and keeps suppressing it until it is completely defeated and beheaded with a sword. Soon, subtitles appeared on the surface of the light ball. Human. Win. The next battle will be 24 hours later. A white light appeared in the center of the square. Everyone looked over. The white light disappeared, revealing a strange man and a woman. Everyone was stunned, and soon reacted and showed surprised expressions. There are newcomers coming in at this time? Are they here to die? I don't know where this unlucky kid came from. I guess no one told him that it was the end of his evolutionary journey, and he had no chance to come in. How strange. I didn't expect that someone would join the women's army in 1949. It's amazing. The white light flashed again, and Lin Xiao looked back and saw a man in red leather armor appeared out of thin air. He was looking at him in surprise at this time. He also looked at him. The two stared at each other for several seconds, and the man asked, "Newcomer?" He nodded. "Then you're dead." Lin Xiao. He soon found that the people here were not enthusiastic. Not only did the man leave after asking a question, but the others just watched from a distance, and no one came up to communicate with him, which made Lin Xiao a little uncomfortable. After observing for a while, he took the initiative to ask, but he found several people who were not interested in him. Until Zhuo Jing came out. A couple who looked like a couple paid attention to them. On the edge of the huge platform, like a floating city, there was a small table with some snacks on it, and 2 men and 2 women sat on the side. You came at the wrong time. The man nicknamed Ling Long drank a glass of wine and said with some regret, although he had some guesses in his mind. Lin Xiao still asked seriously, "Can you explain in detail why you came at the wrong time?" It's very simple. Now is the final stage of the evolution journey. The final cycle of death has begun. There are 10 battles every day, fighting with strong men of different races. The winner survives and waits for the next round, and the loser must die. If you came earlier, you could still use the advanced dungeons here to improve your strength. But now it's not possible. The selection is random. It doesn't mean that if you went yesterday, you won't go today. If you are unlucky, you will go every day. Once you are absent, you will be directly judged as losing and eliminated. Ling Long glanced at Lin Xiao and Zhuo Jing and said, "Level 6 strength is top outside, but it is the bottom here. It is estimated that everyone is stronger than you. It's hard to get by." After eating and drinking, Ling Long took his girlfriend away. Although he didn't say it clearly, the look in Ling Long's eyes when he left at the end clearly told them that they were dead. After the two left, Lin Xiao chuckled, and Zhuo Jing beside him did not look depressed. It was indeed beyond his expectation that the evolutionary journey had reached this stage. He had thought that there was still some time to improve. But when he came in, he found that he had directly entered the final elimination stage. This was too miserable. Equivalent to joining the Guo army in 1949, which was simply too hacked. If he did not have another source of power, he would have died this time just by normal evolution. Then Lin Xiao and Zhuo Jing walked around this huge platform and asked someone to understand the situation. Although it was the last period now, it would take some time to finish the life and death battles. It was probably because it had reached the last stage and there was no hope. Or because there was competition here. Everyone was indifferent. After hitting a wall, he was too lazy to ask anyone. 24 hours passed quickly. After resting for a while in the rented room, he received a prompt in his mind that it was his turn to play this time. Coming out of the residential area to the square, many people had been waiting early. When they saw Lin Xiao walk to the teleportation platform in the center of the square, they showed expressions of surprise and gloating. Poor kid. He came yesterday and was picked today. Too miserable. He should be regretting it now. If he didn't come, he could still live. Even if the evolutionary journey ended, it would not affect them. It would be different if he came in. If he couldn't beat the opponent, he would die. These are all his own choices. There is nothing to regret. What a pity. Lin Xiao could hear these words. He himself was a little bit amused. He was picked just after coming in. This luck was also amazing. Soon the teleportation was completed and appeared in a huge independent space. On the other side of the space, a beam of light fell, and the light screen in front of him showed a line of prompts. There are no restrictions or time limits for the life and death battle. In the end, only one person can leave alive. Good guy. It's tragic enough. He looked at the opposite side, and the light slowly disappeared, revealing a beautiful elf woman wearing exquisite hollow light armor, holding a crystal staff in one hand and a light shield in the other. It is also level 6. But the evolution degree is much higher than his. Lin Xiao's current evolution degree is 4% of level 6, while the opponent is at least 70% of level 6, which is a big gap. The key is that the opponent seems to be taking the magic route. The crystal staff in his hand slammed on the ground, and a crystal light exploded like lightning. Lin Xiao felt an invisible force field solidifying him, and unable to move. Then the elf woman blessed herself with layer after layer of shield expansion and various buffs in one breath. And then the light in front of him outlined a huge summoning array, and a giant beast phantom slowly emerged. But in the next second, the array giant beast phantom and the elf woman solidified at the same time. Before the strong men of various races watching the battle outside the battlefield had time to evaluate, they only saw a flash of golden light. A dazzling crystal light exploded on the elf woman, and a huge goddess phantom slowly emerged. Or, this is actually the true body of this elf woman. She was a true god-level strongman before entering the evolutionary journey. Lin Xiao appeared out of thin air behind the elf woman, who was protected by the goddess's phantom. The golden trident in his hand hit the crystal light barrier behind her and chanted, "Broken time." A circle of invisible ripples surged from the golden trident, and the beautiful face of the goddess's phantom on the elf woman showed fear. No! The next second, the goddess's phantom directly shattered into a sky full of crystal light and disappeared. The aura of the elf woman instantly fell to the bottom of the valley, and she suddenly became an ordinary person. Talent Broken Time LV1, hitting the target. The target will enter a random one of the 3 most recent weakest states in his life. The duration depends on the strength comparison of both sides, with a minimum of 3 seconds. This attack directly hit the elf woman into the first level state, when all the power of her true body was sealed when she first entered the world of the evolution journey. Without taking action, just the power that naturally escaped when Lin Xiao urged his power shook the elf woman into pieces of flesh flying all over the sky. The opponent has been defeated once. The next battle will be in 24 hours. Starlight flew out from the flying corpses and turned into a torrent of starlight into Lin Xiao's body. He was surprised to find that this torrent was so powerful, hundreds of times more than the previous killing of the world boss. He checked his evolution degree. It was 4.39 at level 6 before, but now it has suddenly become 15.51% at level 6. He only needs to kill 6 or 7 more to be promoted to level 7. Obviously, killing evolvers of other races in the final life and death battle will gain very rich evolution points. This is the last chance for low-level evolvers. As long as they can keep winning, there is also the possibility of counterattack. Although the difficulty is beyond imagination and almost impossible, because the life and death battle is completely random. If the level 6 is unlucky and encounters a player with the evolution level of level 7 or even level 8, it will be GG directly. But it is an opportunity after all. After the battle, Lin Xiao came out of the battle space. The human players on the platform were not all present at this time. Some were eating. Some were chatting. There were only a dozen people in the square. most of whom were still chatting. Only 2 people saw the scene, and they looked at each other in shock, not knowing what to say for a while. They are both at the 6th level, so it's just a matter of beating. There was no opponent on the 3rd day, and there was no opponent on the 4th day. It was not until the 5th day that Lin Xiao was assigned an opponent again, and Zhuo Jing has not been assigned one until now. This time the opponent was still a 6th level evolver, although the degree of evolution was higher than the previous elf woman and looked stronger. The result was no different. He was beaten to death with 1 blow. It is worth mentioning that this life and death battle is not necessarily a sure death. Anyone who wins 10 times in a row can choose to keep all the power he has obtained and exit safely, and can also choose to stay in a certain space in the Chaos Realm, or return to the world where he was born, or go to a designated world, as long as there is such a world. Chapter 762 Final Battle of the Evolutionary Journey. Just as I said before, the opponents are random in 10 times, unless you are lucky enough to randomly encounter weak opponents 10 times. But this is unlikely. Those who can get to this point will not have bad luck. It is impossible for a super European emperor who is more powerful than cheating to appear. 10 random encounters will always encounter stronger opponents than yourself. This is inevitable. So luck can only make you encounter weak opponents as much as possible. But it is absolutely inevitable to encounter stronger opponents than yourself. At this time, you need absolute strength. The best situation is strong strength plus luck. It is impossible to pass the level purely by luck. Zhuo Jing is a player with excellent luck, although he is not as good as the super European emperor like the Child of Destiny. The strongest opponent he has encountered is the 7th level, and he has not encountered an 8th level player yet. With the time talent copied from him, even if he just entered the 6th level, he can surpass a level and defeat the 7th level player. Not to mention the same level, there is no opponent at all. The time talent is really too buggy. Lin Xiao has encountered so many powerful opponents, but he has never seen a few who can pose a threat to himself. As time went by, with each battle with the alien evolutionists, more and more evolutionists died in battle, and the number of human evolutionists on the ancient platform became less and less. When Lin Xiao reached the 8th round, there were less than 50 people on the platform. At this point, all the evolutionists who were still alive were above the 7th level, and at this time he also saw 2 8th level evolutionists who had rarely appeared before. There were only 2 8th level evolutionists in the human camp, 1 male and 1 female. They were all strong before entering the world of the evolutionary journey. Inheriting their own power made them much stronger than their peers, so they could go further. The male was called Alberta. It was said that he came from a master in a world outside the Chaos Realm. His true body was equivalent to a powerful divine power. The female was called Peng Yi, and her origin was unknown. At this stage, even if all the evolutionists of all races were combined, the lowest was the 7th level evolutionist, and there was no 6th level evolutionist. It was not just elimination, but after killing so many opponents, even the 6th level players, who had just evolved to the 6th level, would gradually evolve to the 7th level after obtaining so much evolutionary energy. Even Lin Xiao and Zhuo Jing, after going through 8 rounds in a row and killing 8 powerful opponents, evolved to the 7th level with the last round of rich evolutionary energy. After the 7th level, all talents are promoted once, but there is no qualitative change. But Lin Xiao has a hunch that when he evolves next time, all his talents will undergo a qualitative change that will be the most terrifying time for his time origin. Time passed again. In the 9th round, a strong man of an unknown race who evolved to the 7th level won. In the 10th round, a 12-winged fallen angel comparable to medium divine power won again. After this round, Lin Xiao received a prompt that he could now choose to keep all his strength and leave. This was the advice he gave Zhuo Jing 2 days ago. After 10 rounds in a row, she would have the power equivalent to medium divine power. Keep this power and leave. Either return to the world where she was born, or go to the giant god crystal wall system to wait, and he would find her when he completed the challenge. She didn't make a decision at that time, and Lin Xiao was unwilling to force her to change her will. Anyway, the way out was given to her, and it was up to her to decide how to go. After the 10th round, there was nothing unusual, but she didn't encounter any opponents for many days, until the players finished the game one by one. The number of evolvers on the ancient platform became fewer and fewer, and soon only a dozen people died. He realized that he had completed 10 challenges in advance because of the high matching frequency. Now everyone has completed 10 matches. and only 16 people survived, including him and Zhuo Jing. At this time, they received a prompt again, and the last choice was to stay or leave. This is the last choice. Once you choose to stay, you can no longer leave. Next, the final battle with a survival rate of less than 1% will begin. There is only one winner in the evolutionary journey, and all the others become fertilizer for the growth of the final winner. At the edge of the ancient platform, Lin Xiao and Zhuo Jing leaned against each other quietly. There were only 16 people on the huge platform of dozens of square kilometers, which seemed extremely deserted. Outside the platform, the endless dark void now appeared huge suns. They were the platforms of other races. At this final stage, all the platforms gathered together. In the distant void, Lin Xiao's powerful eyes saw huge distortions in the void, and he could vaguely sense the terrifying will in the huge distortions, which was stronger than his real body. If I guess correctly, it should be the will of some unknown great master. Every evolutionary journey will give birth to a great master, which will definitely attract the attention of some great beings, including some powerful masters in the divine civilization, although they seem unable to interfere with the players inside. Lin Xiao is not sure whether he can interfere. After all, the power of the great master is too powerful and beyond his understanding. Feeling the heart-pounding power fluctuations in the void, Lin Xiao asked Zhuo Jing in his arms, "Can you tell me why you choose not to leave but continue?" He was very puzzled by this. Although she copied his time travel talent, plus time acceleration and time locking, this was definitely not enough for her to make it to the end. Apart from other things, how could she fight him? Moreover, her choice would also embarrass him. The next stage was not a fight between races, but a full-scale melee. Perhaps one round would lead to a civil war between the two of them. What should he do then? In order to make it to the end, he would definitely not give in. But killing her with his own hands would be too cruel. After all, they had been together since they entered the evolutionary journey. They had been dependent on each other for so long, so they had some real feelings. It would be very uncomfortable to really kill her. He really wanted to know what she thought, and looked down at her. She was curled up in his arms at this time, looking petite and quiet, very lovable. Hearing his question, she raised her head, did not answer, but just hugged his neck. Star-like bright eyes looked directly into his eyes. The two looked at each other for a while. She raised her head and kissed his lips with her red lips. 2 hours later, Lin Xiao looked at the talent that Zhuo Jing shared with him with a surprised look. Destiny. Effect 1. Temporarily designate a target. Share one of the target's talents, and upgrade the shared talent of the designated person by 1 level, and upgrade as the rank of both parties increases. Effect 2. Temporarily designate a target, and permanently strip the highest level talent ability at the cost of temporarily sealing its own talent for 3 months. Effect 3. Permanently sacrifice oneself, or designate the target's talent to transform, or permanently deprive an opponent of all talents and skills. The first 2 effects are not much different from the previous ones, but the third new effect is a bit scary. Transformation and upgrading 1 level are completely 2 different concepts. Upgrading 1 level is just strengthening it a little bit under the current situation, while transformation makes this ability change qualitatively. Too powerful. But if you want to help me, you can help me now. There is no need to take the risk to move forward, Lin Xiao asked puzzledly. Zhuo Jing, who was curled up in his arms like a little woman, looked up and explained, "This is the new change in my talent after I evolved to the 7th level. I also know that if I can evolve to the 8th level, the transformation will be even stronger. I know that you have mastered the law of time. If you can make your law of time further produce a stronger transformation, you will definitely be able to defeat all opponents and become the final winner. You have mastered the law of time and can revive me at that time." Lin Xiao said nothing, but just held her tightly in his arms. At this moment, thousands of words could not express his feelings. 3 days later, the time left for them to consider was over, and an emotionless voice appeared in everyone's ears out of thin air. "Congratulations to everyone for entering the final stage of the evolutionary journey. There are no rules and random challenges in the final stage. Start teleporting now." Lin Xiao looked down at the woman in his arms, and the invisible force separated them and slowly rose. A violent click sound rang out from the ancient platform, and the huge platform slowly split and collapsed in the dazzling light. The beams of light representing the final contestants rushed from the split platforms to a huge ball of light in the center, and instantly disappeared into it. When Lin Xiao opened his eyes again, he found himself standing on a crystal plate suspended in the void. A layer of clear light curtain surrounded a ball of light. There were identical crystal light balls in front, behind, left and right, extending to the distance, drawing an arc around a huge ball of light in the center. Like a circle of honeycombs, there was a figure standing in each ball of light. And at a glance, there were probably thousands of figures. This was the innermost circle. Behind this circle, behind the thick light curtain, there were huge twisted halos. The halos were either deep darkness, surging energies of various colors, or majestic faces whose faces could not be seen clearly. Most of the halos had nothing in them. But in a few of them, there were already huge and majestic faces staring down, as if the audience was watching a fight in the arena. And they were the gladiators. Looking around, he could not find Zhuo Jing. At this time, he had no choice but to hope that she could survive. But this possibility was not great. That is, he did not have a strong racial talent. And unlike other strong men, he did not have the extra power of his true body. Although time travel was powerful, this talent alone could not go against the sky. At this moment, Lin Xiao suddenly felt a will that made him feel palpitations fall into a crystal ball not far away from him. And then 3 rays of light fell into the crystal ball. He vaguely saw the humanoid race with wings on its back and the crystal ball waving excitedly. What is this? With this beginning, rays of light fell into the crystal balls one by one. And at the same time, distorted faces that could not be seen clearly began to emerge in the huge distorted halos. And he felt a little palpitation just by looking at them. With his current strength, he felt palpitations just by looking at them. It was most likely a great master-level existence. Right here, Lin Xiao suddenly felt a powerful thought sweeping over him. And a voice rang out of thin air in his ears. Human, I have already bet on you. You can choose an advantage. As soon as the voice fell, 3 rays of red, green and blue light fell in front of him. And 3 options appeared in front of him at the same time. Red, instantly restore 25% of the maximum vitality, which can be used once per battle. Green, instantly restore 25% of the maximum mental power, which can be used once per battle. Blue, instantly restore 25% of the maximum mana, which can be used once per battle. Lin Xiao instantly understood that this was an unknown great master who had taken a fancy to him and was betting on him. This surprised him quite a bit, because he was only showing the 7th level of evolution. And there were hundreds of the 8th level among the thousands of evolutionists who were still alive at this time. So it would not be his turn normally. If you don't understand, just ask. He tried to ask. Your Majesty, will every contestant accept the bet? However, there was no response. At this moment, he saw that the humanoid creature with wings on its back that had been bet by the Great Lord before was bet by the unknown Great Lord again. And 3 rays of light fell into the crystal ball where he was again. Then, the Great Lords bet one after another, and rays of light fell one after another. Obviously, this is a very powerful evolver, who is favored by these unknown lords and must be a strong opponent. As time went by, unknown Great Lords continued to bet one by one. Lin Xiao noticed that the strength of these favored players became stronger as the rays of light continued to fall. Obviously, each Great Lord gave them different choices. Not just the recovery he just saw. There should be an option to directly increase strength. Unfortunately, he came too late, and his evolution level was not high. This is an important reference parameter, which led to his low evaluation in the eyes of the Great Lords. Except for a Great Lord who bet once at the beginning. No other lord bet on him until the final battle began. The space was distorted. And the next thing he could see was in a group of broken planes. It was like a large plane was broken into countless irregular plane fragments floating in the void. He appeared directly on the edge of a plane fragment, with hundreds of kilometers of plane fragments behind him, and a cold void in front of him, with countless broken stones floating in the void. Looking up into the distance, there was a beam of light rising into the sky in the distance, where his sight was blocked by the plane fragments. He naturally knew in his heart that it was the position of his opponent in this round. As soon as the 10-second countdown ended, the beam of light disappeared. But Lin Xiao could clearly sense that a violent breath was approaching rapidly. Libra Gold Cloth. With a light shout, dazzling golden light emerged from his body, and soon turned into an extremely luxurious golden armor. Facing such a powerful enemy, Lin Xiao was fully equipped with the Libra Gold Cloth for the first time. In less than 2 minutes, He saw a blood ball mix with blood-red lightning blast through a plane fragment and appear in the void not far away. It turned out to be a humanoid race like the Zerg, and the evolution degree reached the 8th level. However, although it was a Zergman, most of his body lines were crystallized or even energized, and the 2 tentacles on his head were directly energized, so he didn't look ugly. When he saw that Lin Xiao was only at the 7th level, his gentle face seemed to smile, and immediately became ferocious. Pressing down from a distance, Lin Xiao felt that the surrounding space was twisted by an invisible force, and quickly pressed down on him. Boom! The plane fragments within a range of several kilometers, where he was located, were directly shattered and squeezed inward into a ball. The 2 flame tentacles on the forehead of the Zergman suddenly lit up. The temperature of the sphere rose rapidly, and the gravel turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, melting into a huge lava sphere. Holding his hands in the air and pulling them apart, the hot red light in the palm of his hand twisted rapidly and became brighter and brighter. Boom! A beam of light as dazzling as a laser hit the lava sphere, directly vaporizing a huge hole in the center, with nothing inside. Seeing this, the insect man's face changed slightly, and he pressed his right palm down. Everything within a radius of nearly 1 kilometer with him, as the center was solidified by a mighty force. A twisted black stream of light emitting a strong attraction appeared out of thin air more than 600 meters behind the insect man and was rushing towards him. Found you. He turned around and stretched out his palm to slap the stream of light, and then made a fist again. The space within a range of hundreds of meters with the stream of light as the center suddenly twisted, and the entire space was torn off with the rotation of his wrist. However, the stream of light in the torn space suddenly disappeared, and the insect man's face changed again. With a thought, a layer of light shield composed of countless runes appeared on his body. Boom! A strong force hit the light shield and exploded, and the sky was full of light, revealing Lin Xiao, who was pressing on the light shield with one palm. Time expansion. A circle of clear light that was invisible to the naked eye exploded, and the air in the entire world quickly became sticky. The insect people reacted quickly and suddenly plummeted, while Lin Xiao's reaction and speed soared by 500%. Lin Xiao showed a smile that made the insect man feel palpitating. With his right hand, he grabbed the golden long sword hilt attached to the holy clothes that opened like a fan behind his head and pulled it out. With a dazzling golden light, he slashed it fiercely. Boom! A circle of light barrier appeared out of thin air and blocked the sword. He slashed again without hesitation. The insect man disappeared in the time expansion and appeared out of thin air in the void 1,000 meters away. Interesting. Lin Xiao knew very well that this was not the ability of the insect man, but a life-saving buff that the master bet on this insect man. The light shield and force flash just now meant that at least 2 masters were optimistic about this insect man. However, this could not change the outcome, although his evolution degree was only the 7th level. If the incarnation power he had digested over the years was added, the combined effect was no less than any 8th level evolver. Unfortunately, the time was not long enough. If he could digest all the power of the incarnation, his strength would probably be no less than that of a super god. With a thought, time travel instantly crossed thousands of meters and appeared behind the insect man. He swung his sword and cut off the head of the insect man, who was locked in time. However, this is not safe. At their level, they will not die even if their heads are cut off. The time flow rate in the LV5 time bubble is 10,000 times. 1 second outside is 10,000 seconds inside, and he has enough time to slowly brew. Although the soul strength of this insect man is very strong, he can't withstand hundreds of blows. In fact, after more than 20 swords, he can't bear it and has signs of collapse. After 1 second, the time bubble disappeared, and the soul and body of the insect man were all shattered and turned into ashes. At the moment of killing the insect man, a far more powerful evolutionary energy than before poured into his body. Lin Xiao found that his evolutionary degree suddenly increased by 35%, and his strength also increased a lot. According to his current evolutionary degree, he can break through to the 8th level in one fell swoop if he kills 2 8th level evolvers. Sure enough, risks and benefits coexist. While taking huge risks, the benefits gained once victory are also very many. Back in the final arena, Lin Xiao clearly felt that there were 2 more eyes interested in him, but no great master placed an additional bet. Instead, the big man who had placed a bet on him at the beginning placed a bet again. Looking around, the many crystal light balls surrounding the central arena dimmed a lot. Obviously, a large number of players lost this round, and the result of defeat was naturally death. Unfortunately, Xue Jing was too far away from him. He couldn't see clearly whether it was a human or another alien in the light ball after being separated by more than 10 positions. And he didn't know whether she was still alive. Not long after, the second round of competition began again. This time, the location of the teleportation was a huge plane, and the opponent was a 7th level evolver. To be able to reach this point as a 7th level body, it must not be an ordinary 7th level. Either he has super talents like him, or he was a strong man before entering the evolutionary journey. The 7th level evolution degree plus the real body strength is not inferior to any 8th level evolver, and the one in front of him is the former plus the latter. As soon as the countdown ended, hundreds of identical avatars appeared. Each aura was only about 20% weaker than the real body just now, and the aura was exactly the same. Each one had different actions and behaviors, as if it had independent intelligence. He couldn't tell which one was the real body for a while, but there was no need to distinguish. Lin Xiao directly rushed into the crowd in time roaming, unfolded the time-stopping barrier, and put all the avatars into the barrier. Time-stopping field LV2, make time stop within a radius of 500 meters, and obtain the current level of time acceleration effect and the current level of time bubble state in the time-stopping barrier, which lasts for 4 seconds and can be used once a day. The time in the time bubble is now accelerated by 10,000 times, and 4 seconds is equivalent to 40,000 seconds, which is 11 hours, which is enough for him to do anything. Like the previous opponent, when the time-stopping barrier disappears, all avatars will turn into ashes and disappear. Then, there were several surprised and inquiring glances. His outstanding performance attracted the attention of several great masters. When the second round ended, Lin Xiao received investment bets from 3 masters at the same time. Chapter 763 Xue Jing's Sacrifice, and the Final Battle. The 2 newly invested overlords brought him 2 new buffs. One is strength plus 5%, and the other is that he can summon a shield in battle to resist any form of attack. The bonus of a single buff is already quite considerable. If the strength of both sides is not much different, it can directly reverse the situation. If there are a lot of buffs on the body, the winning rate will definitely be higher under the same strength. The third round opponent, the human race Alberta, was one of the only 2 8th level evolvers on the human side before. After a total of 12 battles, all victories, his evolution level has reached more than 70% of the 8th level. In addition, he is the overlord of a world outside the Chaos Realm, which is equivalent to a powerful divine power. The power of evolution and the power of the real body are superimposed. In addition, there are a total of 5 overlords, who are optimistic about adding 5 buffs, and the strength is very strong. When he saw that the opponent was Lin Xiao, Alberta was a little surprised. He hung in the air with his arms around him and looked down at him, saying, "I remember you. You are very good to have come this far in such a short time. But it's a pity that you came too late. It won't be too late until you fight." "Ha ha ha." Alberta laughed. "I know that you may be a strong person in your true form, or you may have a super talent that allows you to get to this point. But all the strong people who can get to this point are extraordinary, and all of them have strong talents. Your evolution is a whole level lower than mine. I don't know why you are so arrogant," Lin Xiao said expressionlessly. "You will know soon." Alberta was not angry, but just laughed. When the countdown ended, he stretched out his hand and pointed forward. In an instant, the world suddenly brightened, and the whole world was covered by infinite light. Then Lin Xiao felt a slight tingling in his skin, like a needle prick, but the powerful black hole talent absorbed the damage. In just a few seconds, the meteorite fragments and void dust floating in the surrounding void all melted in the light, and the whole world was cleared and filled with this blazing light. Black hole shield. To protect himself from the damage, Lin Xiao turned into a dark golden stream of light and flew towards the direction where Alberta had just stood. Not only did he not touch anything, but he also crashed into a whirlpool-like storm of light. The extremely hot light force strangled him crazily, and the black hole shield began to shake violently. Lin Xiao did not move, allowing the terrifying storm of light to strangle him crazily. After a few seconds, bang! The black hole shield that absorbed a lot of damage exploded, and all the accumulated energy exploded, turning into a powerful torrent that tore the storm of light apart and rushed in all directions. Found you. Feeling that the torrent formed by the explosion of the black hole shield touched a certain existence, Time Wanderer flashed and appeared behind Alberta, drawing his sword and slashing thousands of times like lightning. When the time bubble ended and exploded, Alberta was shattered into pieces. Fake? The shattered Alberta turned directly into countless light points and merged into the sky full of light. This was a fake body. Suddenly he realized something and turned his head. More than 2,000 meters away, countless light points gathered and turned into Alberta's figure. He asked in surprise, "Is this the law of time?" Lin Xiao did not answer, but locked Alberta again in time travel. Thousands of attacks in an instant destroyed this incarnation. But as before, Alberta reappeared thousands of meters away and laughed. "Light lasts forever. I am eternal." The body collapsed directly, and the brightness of light in the void increased again. The laws related to light such as heat and purification, high temperature and burning acted back and forth in this area crazily, so that even the void began to distort. Lin Xiao was in it, and suffered the most direct attack from Alberta. The high temperature around him was comparable to the temperature inside a star. When under continuous attack, the passive ability of unstable current takes effect, and lightning pulses exploded wildly with him as the center. But he could not sense Alberta's existence. Or rather, he could sense Alberta's existence, but they were all his temporary condensed incarnations, not his real body. "You are not my opponent." Alberta's voice sounded in his ears. "I am the incarnation of light. As long as there is light, I will be eternal and immortal." Lin Xiao concentrated and observed the surroundings silently. This type of ability is indeed quite restraining. Of course, it is not to say that Alberta is much stronger than himself. The law of time has always been supreme. But the key is that there is no way to find an opponent. This piece of light covers a range of tens of kilometers. His maximum range of LV3 times stillness field now covers a radius of 1 kilometer, which is difficult to do anything to him. Unfortunately, he is still short of killing an opponent to evolve to the 8th level. Lin Xiao has a hunch that once he evolves to the 8th level, the two abilities of the law of time and the black hole will undergo tremendous changes. At that time, there will definitely be a way to deal with such an opponent. But there is no pity in the world. No is no. Fortunately, Alberta could not do anything to him for a while. Such a large range of damage must be dispersed, and even the upper limit of his black hole damage absorption could not be reached. So no one could do anything to anyone. The two sides were in a stalemate, and Lin Xiao stood quietly in the air, quietly enduring the burning and purification of Alberta's light power without moving. He was waiting to see if Alberta would reveal a flaw. Alberta certainly knew what he was thinking, and he was patient enough not to reveal any flaws, but just kept urging the light power to wear him down. As time went on, the opponents gradually decided the winners and losers in rounds, and soon most of the opponents in hundreds of rounds decided the winners and losers. Most of the evolvers died in battle, and became nutrients for the growth of the opponents. More and more players defeated their opponents in this round, and evolved to the 8th level. So far, all the evolvers who defeated their opponents in this round have evolved to the 8th level, and none of them are below the 7th level. Somewhere in space, Shui Jingjing stood in the air and exhaled lightly. Her pale face showed a bitter smile. She reached out and pressed her chest and muttered to herself, "Sorry, I am not his opponent." She raised her eyelids and looked at the giant claws wrapped in black air. Her eyes showed a trace of determination. With a thought, her body directly turned into crystal light and collapsed. Boom! The giant claws pressed in vain. Her opponent was revealed to be a hideous demon about hundreds of meters tall. There was a trace of surprise in her pupils, with gushing demonic flames. Where did it go? The demonic wings that covered the sky and the sun opened, and endless demonic flames gushed out like a tide, quickly spreading more than 10 kilometers away. At the same time, Lin Xiao, who was standing in the void with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes, reached out and pressed his chest, and a trace of pain flashed in his eyes. He knew very well that Shui Jing had died in battle just now. Before his death, his fateful talent was sacrificed. He could clearly feel a very magical power appearing in his body out of thin air. As she said before, she sacrificed her own talent, which could make one of his talents undergo a qualitative transformation. This was not the time to sigh. Lin Xiaoyao was sad in his heart. He took a deep breath and opened the panel. His eyes fell on the black hole talent. If it was before, he would definitely choose the core talent of the Heart of Time. But today's opponent made him realize that his fighting style still had a huge flaw. He could not deal with an enemy like Alberta, who could not be locked. If you choose any skill of the Law of Time, You can't do that. Only the black hole talent can do it. With a thought, Zhuo Jing injected the special energy obtained by sacrificing himself into the black hole talent. Almost instantly, a wave of waves surged out, and a faint gravitational force emerged from him, sucking the light energy around his body into his body. After a few seconds, the gravitational force quickly increased, getting bigger and bigger, and a large amount of light was attracted and swallowed. Talent, damage absorption black hole. Absorb all types of damage based on your own strength. Immune to all restrictive effects. Effect 1. Get the black hole shield. And bless your other targets with a black hole shield with the same physique as your own. Dispel all negative buffs. And restore all states. After taking damage that exceeds the shield limit or lasts for 2 minutes, the shield explodes to form a shock wave, causing damage equivalent to all currently absorbed damage to all enemies within a radius of 500 meters. Effect 2. Open the black hole. Swallow everything around. And the gravitational strength and range continue to increase over time. As the space centered on Lin Xiao collapsed, the endless light was swallowed up, and the powerful black hole gravitational field began to affect a larger range of space. Alberta, who was incarnated as infinite light, began to sit still. He was incarnated as light, and this infinite light was him. If all the light was swallowed by the black hole, he would naturally be swallowed by the black hole. He was not unable to resist the gravity of the black hole. At least he could resist it before the black hole fully unfolded and reached its limit. But to do so, he had to show his true self, which formed a paradox. But he didn't have much time to think. As the gravity of the black hole became stronger and stronger, he had to show up. The light in the sky gathered and turned into a giant of light that was thousands of meters high to resist the increasingly powerful gravity of the black hole. Lin Xiao appeared behind the giant of light at the moment when Alberta appeared, and directly traveled behind the giant of light, and immediately launched a time-stopping field to freeze the giant of light and the surrounding time. He directly found Alberta's true body, and smashed him into a disabled state with a broken time, and harvested him on the spot. When there is a way to deal with this kind of fighting method, the enemy who seemed completely helpless before can be killed instantly. Killing Alberta, a huge amount of evolutionary energy poured into his body, driving his evolution to grow wildly, and soon crossed the limit of the 7th level and entered the 8th level. All his talents and abilities changed dramatically at the same time. The 8th level is the limit of the evolutionary journey. The next level is the 9th level of the Great Master level. At this level, everyone's talents will reach the limit. Although he didn't receive Zhuo Jing's sacrifice like him, and had a qualitative change, his talent was strengthened more than any other promotion. Name, Lin Xiao. Race, human. Evolution, level 86.74%. Talents, Heart of Time LV6. Time Wandering LV8. Time Lock LV6. Time Acceleration LV8. Time Expansion LV4. Time Stillness Field LV3. Time Control LV1. Time Broken Seal LV3. Damage Absorption Black Hole. Skills, Unstable Current Time. Evolutionary Power. Self-Power. Lord of Time LV6. The embodiment of the origin of the law of time, which enables the user to master the law of time. The success rate of all probability-based talents or skills plus 1000%. And all time-related talents or skills are strengthened to varying degrees. Time Travel LV8, Invincible. Travel through time and appear anywhere within a radius of 1 million meters. Cancel any damage received in the last 15 seconds and restore to the best state within 15 seconds. At the same time, obtain the time acceleration talent effect of the current level. Cause damage equal to the maximum strength value *30 of the enemy's collision target. And add a 15-second mental stillness and 100% deceleration effect. And apply a time lock effect to all enemies within a 150-meter diameter of the landing point. Duration can be used 30 times a day. Time Lock LV6. There is a 7% chance of locking the target with the power of time for 1 second during any attack. And at the same time, the target enters the time bubble state. The time in the time bubble is accelerated by 100,000 times. And each attack in the time bubble adds time shock plus. Time acceleration LV8, when used on oneself. The thinking reaction and own speed increase by 1000%. When used on the enemy's thinking reaction speed is reduced by 90% and the own speed by 90%. The continuous casting speed is minus 1000%, which can be used 50 times a day. Time dilation LV4. dilates time within a 500-meter radius. The speed of all enemy actions within the range, including movement, attack, reaction, raising hands, body instinctive reactions, etc., continues to slow down, reaching the maximum speed within 3 seconds. And the maximum reduction is 1000%, lasting 60 seconds, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Time Stasis Field LV3. Stasis the time within a radius of 5,000 meters. The player obtains the current level of time acceleration effect and the current level of time bubble state within the time stasis barrier, which lasts for 5 seconds and can be used 3 times a day. Time Control LV1. Make the designated target time flow backward or forward at a minimum of 100 times and a maximum of 10,000 times the time flow rate. Casting continuously consumes the player's mental power until the mental power is exhausted or the casting is interrupted actively. It can be used 3 times a day. Broken Time Seal LV3. Go back to the target time and go to any time period based on the target's existence to change history. Talent, Damage Absorption Black Hole. Absorb all types of damage based on the player's own strength, and be immune to all restrictive effects. Effect 1. Obtain a black hole shield. Permanently bless yourself or other targets with a black hole shield with the same physique as yourself. Dispel all negative boss, and restore all states. After suffering damage exceeding the shield limit, the shield explodes to form a shock wave, causing damage to all enemies within a radius of 500 meters around the player that is equivalent to all the currently absorbed damage. Effect 2. Open the black hole. Swallow everything around, and the gravitational strength and range will continue to increase over time. When it evolves to the 8th level, the power of the law of time has finally reached a certain limit. Now if you meet Albert again, even if you don't open the black hole, you can easily kill Albert. The law of time is supreme, and its power has finally reached its peak at this stage. At the end of this round, the one who can survive is at least the 8th level, and Lin Xiao has officially entered the attention of many big guys. When he returned to the light ball, he immediately sensed that no less than 10 eyes were looking at him. Although he successfully evolved to the 8th level, Lin Xiao was not too happy. Shui Jing died, although they had only known each other in this world for a short time, and the feelings were not as deep as Shen Yuexin and the others. She had been with him for so long, and she died just like that, and he was very depressed. Fortunately, he can still be resurrected. As long as he can live to the end, he can go up along the long river of time and save her before she dies. Before that, I must go to the end. The 4th round started soon. The opponent was from the Beast tribe, a golden lion king, and he was wearing a gorgeous golden holy clothes. This was the 3rd golden holy clothes that Lin Xiao saw besides himself. He looked like an Aquarius. This Beast King was slightly more evolved than him. He mastered the laws of power and fire. His power was extremely terrifying. He could shake the space and even move slowly in the time lock. This was the first time Lin Xiao saw someone who could move in the time lock. It can be seen that when the power is strong enough, even time can be changed. As far as Lin Xiao knows, some powerful gods can forcefully perform actions similar to the laws of time through their super powerful gods, even if they don't master the laws of time, such as peeping into the long river of time, etc. For example, the famous ancestors all involve the laws of time on the surface. Unfortunately, the strength of this Golden Lion King is not strong enough. Or it can be said that he is not much stronger than Lin Xiao. He can shake time, but it is just a shake, and he cannot change his fate. Trapped in the time lock and subjected to 100,000 attacks, he was smashed by the 2 golden hammers that came with the 2 Libra holy clothes, and killed in one fell swoop. The opponent in the 5th round, a humanoid alien with almost infinite flashing, can jump to any position instantly, and there is no movement or spatial fluctuation when flashing. It can pass through most of the barriers and domains, which is very difficult. But this barrier does not include the time barrier. When it flashed behind him to attack, Lin Xiao directly launched the time stillness domain and caught it in one fell swoop. The result is needless to say. Once this assassin-type player is firmly caught, he will naturally die. There are up to 6 buffs on his body, and 4 of them can't save him. The power from the Great Lord can indeed break the time-still domain, but the effect will be greatly reduced. Consume 2 to escape the time-still domain. Lin Xiao is already waiting at his landing point. Moreover, he is not the type that Alberta, who is incarnated as light, cannot be locked. As long as he finds the moment he appears and uses the time-breaking divine seal, He can be weakened on the spot and easily dealt with. A very difficult opponent. But unfortunately, he is defeated by Lin Xiao. In the 6th round, a rare super arcane master, with luxurious equipment and a series of high-level legendary spells. As soon as they met, a round of legendary spell sequences that had been prepared long ago were blasted out, including the 9-ring spell of Time Still, which is more powerful than the legendary spell. A total of 22 legendary spells hit him in an instant. This moment included a legendary spell sequence with direct killing, force field distortion, curse, instant death, and other effects that stunned Lin Xiao on the spot. You should know that the Arcanist system is actually very powerful. A well-prepared Great Arcanist is capable of killing gods in the realm of true gods. The 8th level Evolver is equivalent to a powerful divine power. Although there is no kingdom of gods, no accumulation of divine power, no artifacts, and the laws mastered are also discounted. It is a powerful divine power in terms of rank. This series of legendary spells cannot be completely immune even with his super strong damage reduction. Half of his body was torn off by the force field. Although he recovered through time wandering, it must be said that this series of explosions was fierce. In the end, it took him a lot of effort to kill this opponent. The arcane system is extremely large. The powerful Great Arcanist is really powerful. Even the time-stopping field did not trap him. He escaped from the time-stopping field with some unknown legendary spell. In the end, it took a lot of effort. Time wandering took more than a dozen times to finally capture his true body and kill him in one wave. At the end of the 6 rounds, the circle of light balls surrounding the arena was almost completely dim, and there were only a few points of light after a circle. When all the contestants in this round finished their battles, all the dim crystal light balls disappeared one by one. Soon, only 14 light balls, including Lin Xiao's, remained, slowly floating towards the top of the central arena and gradually approaching. Lin Xiao looked up in one direction, and suddenly there was a hint of surprise in his eyes, and then joy. In a crystal light ball in the direction of his sight, there stood a lush golden ancient tree, which was covered with huge golden leaves, dozens of golden fruits hanging between the branches, and a circle of golden halos surrounded the giant tree. The incarnation of the golden ancient tree has also reached this step. Lin Xiao had expected it before, but he was not sure. After all, those who can reach the last step are super strong, and there is a possibility of overturning. Now seeing it with his own eyes, he is only full of joy. At this point, the number of great masters watching outside the final arena is more than the number of contestants. 14 contestants, 60 or 70 great masters. These great masters include great beings in the chaos realm, the final champions of the previous evolutionary journeys, super chaotic creatures in the chaos, and great masters from other worlds. Although there are very few strong people at the level of great lords, there are still quite a few in the entire chaos void sea. There are nearly 20 in the distorted abyss alone, and there are probably dozens of ancestors in the entire wizard world. I dare not say that great lords are everywhere, but when the strength reaches this level, those who were not qualified to see before can now be seen frequently. However, it is extremely rare to gather 60 or 70 great lords at once like this time. Normally, even if two powerful divine civilizations go to war, they will not gather so many great lords. Many great lords either descend in their true bodies, or descend in their incarnations, or cast a projection of their will, etc. They choose the players they are optimistic about to bet on, or small bets for fun, or big bets to settle grudges. At this time, the 14 people who chose to be in the light ball were very close, and they could already see the appearance of all the other players. Among them, there was only Lin Xiao, a human race, and the others, except for the incarnation of the golden ancient tree, were all alien races that had never been seen before. But there was one thing in common. Everyone was full of confidence and self-confidence. Starting from the 7th round, the contestants no longer started fighting at the same time, but went up in pairs to decide the winner under the eyes of other contestants. Lin Xiao was unlucky, and was the first pair to appear. When he appeared on the competition field, he saw a super ancient dragon with 6 heads. This dragon has 6 heads and 6 different powers: flame, frost, poison, lightning, force field, magnetic field, plus the super strong physique and strength of the dragon clan. It is very powerful. Chapter 764 Mysterious Daddy. In the void outside the final arena, powerful wills were watching the 14 final contestants. Under their great will, nothing could escape. And Lin Zhao's mastery of the law of time naturally could not escape. However, although they were quite surprised that he had mastered the law of time, they did not react much. Simply mastering the law of time would only make them invincible under the great divine power. And they would have a slight advantage when they entered the level of great masters facing the same level. But the law is just a law, not the origin of time, which is not necessary for the level of great masters. Which great master has not dabbled in the law of time? However, although they did not covet, many masters still understood the law of time mastered by Lin Zhao clearly, and then told the contestants they favored. Each great master had a few favorite contestants, and after telling each other, soon the other 13 contestants knew that Lin Zhao had mastered the powerful law of time, and the buffs they gave to the contestants were mostly aimed at the law of time. Correspondingly, Lin Zhao also knew the situation of the other 13 contestants. It can be said that each contestant now knows the abilities of the other 13 contestants clearly, which is equivalent to a clear card. Fortunately, the one who masters the origin of time is the real body, and the time law mastered by the incarnation comes from the real body. The incarnation does not master the origin of time. Otherwise it will be discovered under the eyes of so many great masters. Who knows what will happen at that time? As the great masters understand the situation of all the contestants, Lin Zhao, who has mastered the law of time, is listed as one of the seated players. Many great masters pay attention to him. The hidden divine thoughts are intertwined in the void. The fluctuations generated by the existence of the great masters emit circles of ripples that spread out, collide with each other, and stir back and forth. No one noticed that there was a faint gravitational wave sweeping through the void. Rumble. The mixture of highly toxic flames and frost, lightning and magnetic fields formed a super electromagnetic field covering a radius of more than 10 kilometers. The ubiquitous force field was twisted to form a huge cage that confined the electromagnetic field and the flames and frost to form a supermix field. If it were someone else, they would have to endure this supermix field. Even if they could easily break the force field by mastering the law of space, they would have to break the force field before they could escape. The law of time is supreme and is not affected by any field, and the passage of time is not affected by any external objects. Facing this violent mixed energy, Lin Zhao appeared outside the supermix field with just a thought, but saw the six-headed dragon lying on top of the mixed field looking up at him. And as if it had been expected, it let out a long dragon roar. The dragon horns on the 6 heads had already lit up, and 6 beams of light sprayed into the void and merged into one, forming a violent chaos. An inexplicable breath slowly emerged from the chaos. This breath? Lin Zhao felt it carefully with a look of doubt on his face, and he couldn't believe it. He sensed a familiar breath from this violent chaos, but he couldn't believe it was true. At the same time, the loud voice of the 6-headed dragon sounded. The law of time is indeed supreme, but you have only mastered one law of time, which is not supreme. He paused here, and his voice began to become like a chant. And the great Father God is the Real Supreme. Strong people from the human race, feel the supreme power of the Father God. Lin Zhao's face suddenly changed slightly, and he stretched out his hand and pointed at the 6-headed dragon. Broken time seal. Boom! A circle of transparent ripples appeared on the surface of the 6-headed dragon out of thin air and exploded, and actually blocked the broken time seal. It was indeed the power of the 9-faced dragon god Io. Lin Zhao forced himself to calm down. He did not expect that these 6 giant dragons could directly summon the power of the 9-faced dragon god. The 9-faced dragon god was among the many great masters watching the battle. He did not know whether he was the real master or an incarnation. But this was not good news for him. Lin Zhao could clearly remember that he had some grudges with the 9-faced dragon god. He had offended that big man by plundering the dragon bloodline and talent system, and even caused that big man to cross billions of chaotic virtual seas to run to the main world to arrest people. Although he was stopped by the big men in the main world, the grudges had not been eliminated. It had been too long, and he had forgotten about it. When he met the 9-faced dragon god again this time, Lin Zhao remembered it. This was not good news. Although the law of time was powerful, it could not do anything to the super powerful people at the level of the great masters. Not to mention the 9-faced dragon god, who was considered the top existence among the upper great masters. No one has mastered the origin of time so far, but any great master level existence has some knowledge of time. Perhaps the laws of time they master are not as good as his, but the laws of time he mastered now will definitely not be able to do anything to them. Lin Zhao pointed out again without hesitation and shouted, Time flows backwards. The violent chaos vortex that was growing stronger and stronger suddenly paused. And the rapidly powerful aura inside also paused. And then began to slowly weaken. It works! Lin Xiao was slightly happy. However, just as this joy came to his heart, a powerful and heart-pounding will came from the violent chaos vortex. The law of time? It's you? Lin Xiao's heart jumped violently. And the next second the violent chaos vortex shook violently again. The reverse time was smashed to pieces by an indescribable terrifying will. A terrifying will full of anger came out of the chaos vortex at a faster speed than before, as if it was going to force its way out of it quickly. At this moment, the entire arena was shaken slightly. Everything was still, and an ancient voice slowly sounded. Your Majesty Ao. You broke the rules. Everything was still. Even the passage of time was paused. Lin Xiao knew very well that this was not time standing still, but a too powerful force that forced everything in the world to stand still, thus forming an effect similar to time standing still. Obviously, the existence behind this evolutionary journey came forward to stop the nine-faced dragon god from committing a foul. This must be an existence that is not inferior to the nine-faced dragon god Io, or even more powerful than the nine-faced dragon god. Perhaps it is a supreme lord. Otherwise, it is impossible to hold an evolutionary journey every once in a while to create a great lord. Without absolute strength, it is impossible to make so many great lords obey. But this is just a guess. Lin Xiao is a little nervous. If this big man behind the scenes can't suppress it, it will be over. Fortunately, this big man behind the scenes is powerful enough. I don't know what he said to the nine-faced dragon god. In the end, the nine-faced dragon god did not suddenly come out to capture him. But after all, he is a top-level lord second only to the Supreme Lord, and has the authority to cheat within the rules. So after negotiating for a while, the voice of the big boss behind the scenes sounded in Lin Xiao's ears. Although it is a bit unfair to you, there is no absolute fairness in the world. I am sorry to inform you that the opponent you need to face next will get an extra bit of power from Lord Io. You have one day. The voice suddenly stopped. And then, there was no sound. Lin Xiao was a little puzzled. Looking ahead, the six-headed dragon did not move. The whole world remained still, as if the whole world had stopped. What's going on? Lin Xiao stretched out his hand and pressed his chest with difficulty. He felt his heartbeat was accelerating, and his whole body began to boil. The whole person became excited passively. What's going on again? Feeling the increasingly excited heartbeat and boiling power, Lin Xiao was a little at a loss. Outside the final arena that he could not see, many great masters had already pulled their eyes out of the arena and looked outside. Most of the great masters were a little confused, but a few masters were very surprised. Why did he come? The huge entrance to the Chaos Realm appeared in a sea of chaos at some point. And as always, it emitted a powerful gravitational force to attract the chaotic energy in the sea of chaos for billions of miles, and attracted many chaotic creatures to enter the realm. But today, this huge gravitational field was distorted by another, even larger gravitational field. On the other side of the Chaos Realm, in the direction of another, even larger gravitational field, a group of blank vision slowly approached the Chaos Realm. It was a distortion that even the sight was swallowed up. As it slowly approached, the black hole-like entrance of the Chaos Realm was torn and deformed by the terrifying gravity, turning into a dark stream of light and sinking into the huge black hole. But at a certain second, the entrance of the Chaos Realm, which was about to be torn apart, suddenly surged with an invisible force to forcibly flatten the distorted force field, and the vortex at the entrance of the Chaos Realm was reshaped. A figure that could not be observed with the naked eye floated in the vortex at the entrance of the Chaos Realm. And then a huge dragon-shaped super-chaotic life form was looming. The super-large gravitational field that tore the vortex at the entrance of the Chaos Realm stopped. Extremely powerful divine thoughts crossed back and forth. And then a phantom floated in front of the vortex at the entrance to the Chaos Realm. Then he clearly felt the figure in front of the entrance to the Chaos Realm, and the surprise of the dragon-shaped super-chaotic life form. After an unknown period of time, Lin Xiao felt that the omnipresent pressure disappeared, and the voice of the big boss behind the scenes sounded in his ears again. For unknown reasons, a great master temporarily made additional investments in you, and your duel with the six-headed dragon will restart in one day. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Lin Xiao felt that the will of the big boss behind the scenes was a little strange after he reappeared. But he couldn't feel anything after careful sensing. After returning from the final arena, There were already 2 other groups of players entering the final arena. Coincidentally, one of them was his golden ancient tree incarnation, and his opponent was also an acquaintance, a tiger man who had mastered the law of space in the Tower of Babel. The tiger man, who was only the 3rd level in the Tower of Babel, could hit the target immediately, as long as he attacked. No matter where he attacked, even if he was hundreds of meters away, he could immediately act on the target, and he could win without defense. Now that he has been promoted to the 8th level, the spatial law he has mastered is even more powerful. He can make 5 deep claw marks on the golden ancient tree with a wave of his hand from dozens of kilometers away. The claw marks are still marked by the spatial law, and the traces left behind will last for a long time. After the golden ancient tree evolved to the 8th level, its life law and the essence of the golden ancient tree were brought to the extreme. Its true body is a giant tree thousands of kilometers high, with ridiculously strong vitality. There are only 2 ways to fight. The first is long-range energy bombardment and close-range tough branches. The second is the fruit on the tree, which is ripe and cracked, and powerful life forms with the strength of the 7th level will fly out from it. Although compared with the players who have reached this stage, they can only be killed in 1 or 2 moves, but they can still be killed in large numbers. No matter what means are not powerful, they can at least hurt this level. The key is that its body vitality is too strong, and the accumulated vitality is almost endless, and it can also kill opponents one by one. The 8th level evolvers are equivalent to the powerful divine power, but they have no artifacts, no kingdom of God, no divine power, and no divine domain. Their real strength is far inferior to the powerful divine power. Some medium-level divine powers with strong accumulation cannot compare to them. The most important thing is that all their actions are limited to the framework of the evolutionary journey, so they are not strong in combat performance. But it is just performance. The power of each of their attacks is indeed comparable to that of a powerful divine power. For example, this tiger man who has mastered the law of space. Every attack will pose a threat to the real powerful divine power. But the vitality of the golden ancient tree is too strong, and its body is thousands of kilometers high. It is more difficult than imagined to kill it. After watching for a while, Lin Xiao was relieved and the incarnation was stable. At this time, he had time to recall the words of the person behind the scenes just now. A great master temporarily invested in him, so the duel was postponed for 1 day. Then, where are the people? He did not feel that any great master was in contact with him at this time. Instead, the breath that made his blood boil was getting closer and closer, and it felt like something very close to him was approaching. Could it be that my real body has come? He was confused in thought, and did not notice the abnormality in the void outside the final arena. The void outside the final arena, which had gathered 50 or 60 great masters before, was much quieter at this time. Most of the great masters had quietly left, and only a small number of them were crowded in one corner of the circular arena, feeling the increasingly powerful gravitational fluctuations. The wills of many great masters quietly communicated. Why is he here? Hasn't this person been sleeping in the Chaos Void Sea? Why did he wake up early and come here? Could it be that he was hungry and took a fancy to the Chaos Realm? Impossible. The Chaos Realm is the domain of that majesty, and the Mystery Majesty would not choose this side. That's strange. The Mystery Majesty has never been interested in anything. Could it be that he wants to take a gamble like us this time? It's not impossible. Maybe His Majesty Mystery has had enough sleep and suddenly wants to play. Amidst the discussion, a familiar distortion slowly appeared in the void. He turned his head with a look of doubt and saw endless darkness. The endless void was gone, replaced by a dark vision. The indescribable gravity swallowed up all the divine vision. He could only see the void. Even the word darkness was not enough to describe it, but it could only be described as dark. Mystery? Dad. Extremely kind. This indescribable gave Lin Xiao an indescribable feeling of kindness, just like the feeling of parents doting on their children. He couldn't help but blurt out this sentence. Finally, goodbye, my child. There was no sound, but this sentence naturally emerged in Lin Xiao's mind. An extremely kind will slowly descended from the sky and completely wrapped him in it. At this moment, Lin Xiao felt that he was in the warm embrace of his mother. Quiet and gentle. His heart felt unprecedented security at this moment, and he fell into a deep sleep unconsciously. In his sleep, he vaguely felt that someone was talking to him in many unclear words. He felt hot all over, and a constant stream of energy flowed out of his body. I don't know how long it took, When he woke up again, he found that there were only 4 players, including himself, in the final arena, and all the other players disappeared. Looking back, the mystery has disappeared. But many great masters are still crowded in the corner. And there is nothing around the large void. Only a dragon-shaped outline in a twisted halo. Feeling himself again, the power that the incarnation had not absorbed before has been transformed into his own power. At this moment, he feels unprecedentedly powerful. At this moment, the voice of the big boss behind the scenes rang in his ears. You overslept. Lin Xiao. What about me now? You gotta buy. Lin Xiao twitched his lips. He didn't believe this reason at all. It was because the mystery dad had a big face that he could find a reason to get a buy even if he overslept. But he took the initiative to give him a way out. He had no reason to expose it. Chapter 765 Great. The Secret of the Creation Cube Grand Finale. And to be honest, this reason is not too outrageous. There are only 7 left after the 14 players fight each other. If there is one less player, there must be a buy. If it is a normal game, a buy is a good thing. But it is not a good thing here. At this point, killing one less opponent will get a lot less evolution points. Now there are only 4 left, which is equivalent to him playing 2 fewer rounds and losing a lot of evolution points. If he had not completely digested the power of the incarnation, his current strength would be equivalent to the superpower of the 19th level of the godhood. He would still lose if he played 2 fewer rounds. So this kind of thing can't really be said to be good or bad. But it is a good thing for him. The remaining 4 players are himself, his other golden ancient tree incarnation, the 7-headed dragon clan, and another familiar lightning ghost. That's right. Just like he gained the power of the mysterious mother and directly liberated the power of the incarnation, thus greatly increasing his strength. The 6-headed dragon that he had fought before also gained the benefits given by the 9-faced dragon god Io, and grew a new head again. The new head has no attributes, and does not add any additional laws of the 7-headed dragon clan. The only function is to greatly increase the various resistances of the 7-headed dragon clan, especially against the time law mastered by Lin Xiao. To put it bluntly, it is to defend against the time law he has mastered. Lin Xiao had seen the lightning ghost in the last few levels of the Tower of Babel. Except for the ancient ice soul, he was the strongest opponent for him. He mastered the power of lightning and could forcibly extract the opponent's power. At that time, he seemed very powerful. And now he must be even more powerful. The 4 players gathered the eyes of dozens of great masters. Various hidden will fluctuations that could not be perceived by non-great masters were transmitted back and forth. The great masters discussed and prepared for the final bet. Unlike before when you could bet at will. At this step, each great master can only choose 1 player to bet on, and cannot choose more than 1. Unlike before, most of the masters are now quite optimistic about Lin Xiao, not to mention the law of time he mastered. With the appearance of the mystery, a terrifying existence that is considered a legend even at the level of the great masters, the powerful masters can see the relationship between them at a glance, and it is clear what to choose at this time. But there are also a small number of masters who are very optimistic about the 7-headed dragon clan. His Majesty the 9-faced dragon god Ao is also a well-known strongman in the Chaos Void Sea. Compared with the mystery that sleeps most of the time, they don't feel much. The relatively active 9-faced dragon god can make them feel its strength more intuitively. But the most important thing is that the 9-faced dragon god specifically strengthened the resistance of the 7-headed dragon clan to the law of time, combined with his own strength. This is the main reason for them to have a certain degree of confidence. In addition, there are also a small number of masters who support the golden ancient tree and lightning ghost, which are larger than before. Soon Lin Xiao felt that 1 buff was added to him, although each one was not much. Only about 5%. But the number was too large. And 20 or 35% added up to a considerable amount. Most of them are enhancements in various aspects, such as physique, strength, speed, mana limit, etc., which almost double their strength. The second one with the most buffs is the 7-headed dragon, which has about 2/3 of his. The golden ancient tree and the lightning ghost combined do not have as many as any of them. At this time, the light ball they were in slowly fell above the final arena, and the light curtain separating them slowly disappeared. The 4 final contestants were each on one side, and could clearly see their opponents. Lin Xiao saw the 7-headed dragon's gaze at him at first glance. He smiled slightly, turned his eyes, and saw the hostile eyes of the lightning ghost. Obviously, in their minds, he was the biggest threat. Looking at the golden ancient tree in the light ball, he immediately sensed the will of the same origin. Looking at the seven-headed dragon staring at him, Lin Xiao smiled slightly. With a thought, the towering golden tree in the light ball suddenly moved without wind, and the luxuriant branches kept shaking. Points of golden light lit up, and as the golden ancient tree branches quickly decomposed, more and more appeared. Soon it turned into a golden torrent that penetrated the light curtain, crossed the void in full view of all wills, and drilled into the space where Lin Xiao was. All the great masters were shocked by this scene, and soon realized what was going on. Dozens of great wills in the void excitedly communicated back and forth. A deafening dragon roar sounded in the void, and a tyrannical will flew out of the halo where the nine-faced dragon god was entrenched. But it was quickly blocked by another more powerful will. The mastermind of the evolutionary journey appeared in front of the halo out of thin air, and said in a deep voice, although this seat was also surprised, he did not break the rules. The nine-faced dragon god was silent, and negotiated with the mastermind to take the seven-headed dragon away. But the mastermind shook his head and refused. Please forgive me for not agreeing. The person behind the scenes didn't give the nine-faced dragon god any face at all, and directly refused. Looking back at the golden giant that had completely merged with the golden ancient tree incarnation and became taller than the seven-headed dragon, he smiled for a long while and said, interesting. At this moment, Lin Xiao, who had completely merged with the golden ancient tree incarnation, now knew how terrifying the vitality accumulated by his incarnation was. The size of thousands of kilometers seen before was still the result of its extreme compression of its own vitality. If it was fully released, its true body was actually a world tree that could carry a large number of planes. To put it simply, if it was placed in other places in the chaos void sea, his golden ancient tree incarnation would be enough to become a golden world tree that could carry all the planes of a small or medium-sized crystal-walled universe. Moreover, the means possessed by this golden ancient tree incarnation were not only the huge vitality, but its real killer had never been used. At the beginning, a Gaia will was also exiled along with the incarnation of the ancient golden tree. After being exiled to the chaos realm by the nightmare will for a period of time, he refined the Gaia will and obtained a Gaia origin. His trump card is to use the Gaia origin to temporarily achieve a higher dimension. In layman's terms, it is a temporary incarnation of a great master, although it can only last for a moment. That moment is enough for him to kill any opponent under the great master in seconds. Because this move is too terrible, and it directly consumes all the power after using it. He has never used it. No one knows that he has such a killer move that has never been used. Fortunately, no one has forced him to use this move until now. Lin Xiao naturally inherited this move after perfectly retrieving the golden ancient tree incarnation. It can also only be used once. But the two incarnations are stronger when combined into one, and this move will last longer. But to be honest, Lin Xiao feels that there seems to be no chance to use this move. The combination of the two incarnations obtains the huge vitality of the golden ancient tree, which makes up for the biggest shortcoming. He doesn't think that the seven-headed dragon and the lightning ghost can beat him. Once he defeats these two opponents, he will be the final winner of this evolutionary journey, and he will be promoted to the new great master in one step. At that time, there will be no chance to use this move. I dare not use it casually now, and I won't be able to use it in the future. It is quite useless. Or use it in the last battle? There are only 3 choices left, but the finals still have to go on. And he was not allowed to fight 2 against 1, because he suddenly became powerful. In the first round, the seven-headed dragon challenged the lightning ghost, and Lin Xiao had another bye. He had no opinion on this, and he had time to check some memories of the golden ancient tree incarnation after being exiled. There were not many valuable things in the memory. The most attractive thing to him was the part where the incarnation refined Gaia's will. Unfortunately, there was no exciting scene in this part. Gaia's will took the initiative to let the golden ancient tree incarnation refine it before it lost control. And it was not an internal conflict. Unlike these incarnations, Gaia's will itself is just a collection of the wills of billions of creatures in the main world. And there is no main will. Generally speaking, the differentiated will incarnation will be taken back immediately after completing the task and returning to the main world. Once an accident occurs, and he is stranded outside, there is only one result. That is independence. With the nature of Gaia's will, once the incarnation becomes independent, it will 100% become a super strong comparable to super divine power in a short period of time. and it is easier to be promoted to a great master than a normal super strong. Even if a normal superpower merges with the origin of a powerful crystal wall system, there is only a very small probability that it can break through that step. However, if the will of Gaia or other divine civilization merges with the origin of a powerful crystal wall system, it is more than 50% and easier to advance than a normal superpower. As we all know, the incarnation is incomplete and will inevitably desire to be complete. And what will the incarnation of Gaia's will do if it wants to be complete? There is only one result: to find ways to destroy the human divine civilization and devour Gaia's will. This is inevitable. So after confirming that it was exiled to the Chaos Realm and could not leave, Gaia's will took the initiative to let the golden ancient tree incarnation refine before it became independent. Unfortunately, the strength of Lin Xiao's incarnation has reached the peak under the great divine power, and there is no further improvement. This benefit did not improve his strength much. After a while, Lin Xiao, who was recalling his memory, seemed to notice something and raised his head suddenly, with a hint of surprise on his face. In the final arena, the battle between the seven-headed dragon and the lightning ghost has been decided, but the result is beyond his expectations. The winner is not the seven-headed dragon, but the lightning ghost. This lightning controller, who is from an unknown race, has a trick that can extract the opponent's power. With this trick, he forcibly extracted most of the power of the seven-headed dragon, thus suppressing the seven-headed dragon in one fell swoop and beating it to death. This was quite beyond his expectations. He thought that the final battle would be between himself and the seven-headed dragon supported by the nine-faced dragon god Io. But he didn't expect him to fall down in advance. It has to be said that those who can get to this step are all top-level strongmen. It is impossible to determine who will win or lose before the last step. After the seven-headed dragon was defeated, only Lin Xiao and Lightning Ghost were left. The lords began to hesitate, and many who had been optimistic about him before were also hesitating whether to support Lightning Ghost instead. Lin Xiao looked up at the void behind him. It was a pity that there was no familiar person among so many lords. None of the great powers of the human divine civilization was here. No familiar person came to witness him taking that step. He had absolute confidence in the final champion of this evolutionary journey. After all, Lightning Ghost had fought once before, and had a certain understanding of his methods. Although the trick of extracting power was a bug, it could not do anything to him. As the lords made their choices one by one, the final battle began in the secret communication among the lords. The feet sank, and the light balls where the two players lived sank into the void. And they appeared again in the final arena. No nonsense. In the final battle, no surrender would save lives. Two tigers must die when fighting, and only one can live to accept all the power and become the new great lord. As soon as the countdown ended, the lightning ghost stretched out his hand and grabbed, and a ball of lightning in the sky quickly expanded. At the same time, a circle of extremely thick lightning rings spread out like a tide, and in an instant, it crossed more than 10 kilometers and turned into a lightning wall several kilometers high when it arrived in front of Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's figure flashed across more than 10 kilometers and penetrated the lightning ghost and appeared behind him. A lightning bolt hit Lin Xiao from the lightning ghost, and the blow made him drowsy and unable to move. The lightning ghost also fell into a state of mental stagnation. The two of them fell into a coma at the same time with their backs facing each other. Compared with the passive stun of the lightning ghost in the Tower of Babel for less than 1 second, the passive stun time of this move is now as long as several seconds. But compared with the mental stagnation state of up to 15 seconds of time wandering, even if the lightning ghost has evolved to the extreme and has super strong resistance, it only lasts for a few seconds, which is still a few seconds less. When Lin Xiao woke up from his dizzy state, the lightning ghost had not yet awakened. He directly equipped the Libra Holy Armor, took out the Libra Armored Golden Twin Swords from his back, and slashed at the lightning ghost frantically. Bang, bang, bang. Thousands of attacks in an instant. Thousands of tiny lightning bolts connected together in response to him. The passive talent of Lightning Ghost. Every attack will rebound a lightning bolt, and the power is not small. After enduring thousands of lightning bombardments in an instant, Lin Xiao finally understood why the seven-headed dragon could not beat him. In addition to the extraction attack, this hedgehog-like rebound is also quite disgusting. The damage alone is not high, but every attack will rebound once, and every time the talent dragon breath spews out, it rebounds a powerful lightning shock. The key is that the lightning ghost does not control ordinary lightning. The lighting he controls has additional damage to the mind and soul, which is very powerful. The seven-headed dragon does not have Lin Xiao's time travel to cancel the damage suffered in the last 15 seconds. So it can only bear it hard. And of course, it can't bear it for a long time. Time lock. With the vast vitality of the golden ancient tree, it could withstand millions of lightning strikes in an instant. And with the help of time travel, it could return to 15 seconds ago intact. While the lightning ghost could only withstand millions of attacks in the 1-second time bubble of LV6 time lock for 100,000 seconds. After being freed from the time bubble, the lightning ghost's body shook violently, and countless tiny cracks appeared on its surface, and strands of lightning overflowed from the cracks. The recovered lightning ghost pointed at Lin Xiao, and the lightning link connected to Lin Xiao and began to extract his power, extracting nearly 1% of his power in 1 second. He quickly cast a black hole shield on himself and failed to interrupt the lightning link. The black hole shield can dispel all negative buffs, but the lightning link is not a negative buff, but a talent for continuous casting. Once again, time travel appeared at the edge of the final arena in an instant, 1,000 kilometers away, and the lightning link did not have such a long connection distance, so it was directly interrupted, appearing again behind the lightning ghost. The lightning ghost, who had anticipated this, reached out to grab the sky before the lightning link was interrupted. The super lightning ball in the sky, which had a diameter of hundreds of kilometers, suddenly lit up, and a blazing white lightning column fell right on the lightning ghost, and also hit Lin Xiao, who had just appeared behind him, knocking him out on the spot. Boom, boom, boom. Endless blazing white lightning struck down, and Lin Xiao seemed to be in a lightning purgatory. The terrifying power of lightning constantly impacted his soul and destroyed his body. From the outside, it seemed that the lightning ball, with a diameter of hundreds of kilometers above the lightning ghost's head, was pouring down like a flood, drowning both of them in the sea of thunder. Endlessly, the wills of the masters involuntarily approached, and almost at the same time, they uttered a surprised cry. Huh? Chaos Void C. EP741 Crystal Wall System. A mid-level crystal wall system recently discovered by the Giant God Division. The huge Temple of Truth is close to the edge of the crystal wall system. The powerful force has forcibly torn a gap in the outer wall of the crystal wall system. The division's various regiments have invaded the crystal wall system through this gap for decades. Now they have conquered one of the two main planes of the crystal wall system. The remaining indigenous gods, led by the son of the crystal wall system in this world, are defending the other main plane and confronting the coalition forces. Lin Xiao's true body has been in this crystal wall system for more than 10 years. With the power of the Temple of Truth and the powerful divine powers of the divisions, he has forcibly suppressed the resistance of the crystal wall system's original consciousness. Now, as long as the native son of the crystal wall system is killed, this world will be under their control. But this step will be a bit difficult. The strength of the son of the crystal wall system must be the limit of what the current world can accommodate. The limit of a mid-level crystal wall universe is not weak. Under the home advantage, it is comparable to the super divine power of the 19th level of the godhood, and it is still the best among them, although the giant god core has many powerful divine powers. Plus, he controls the Temple of Truth. He has no spare power to suppress the son of the crystal wall system after suppressing the original will of the world. Now the war situation has entered a stalemate, and the native gods can't do anything for a while. After meeting with his subordinates, Lin Xiao made a decision to prepare for a temporary stalemate and return to the war zone to see if he can find a colleague in the war zone to cooperate in attacking this world. Coming out of the crystal wall system, back to the Temple of Truth, sitting on the throne of truth, Lin Xiao was about to give an order, but suddenly stopped. A hint of surprise appeared on his face, and at the same time a strange breath spread out with him as the center, and the space rippled. If there were powerful divine powers here, they would definitely be able to see that he could not control the overflow of his own power for a while. With a wave of his hand, dazzling crystal lights flew out with him as the center, quickly weaving into a net inside the huge Temple of Truth, isolating all the breath from leaking out. After doing this, he no longer suppressed the leak power, and his divine body expanded rapidly without control. The 10,000 feet of divine light soared into the sky, but was blocked by the temple's prohibition. Billions of stars lit up above his head. He stretched out his hand and pressed the armrest of the throne of truth. The chaotic fireball behind the throne burned with a bang, and the uncontrolled divine power filled the entire temple, and the divine body became larger and larger. What did my incarnation do? Lin Xiao closed his eyes and pressed the armrest of the throne tightly. He could feel that his soul seemed to be undergoing some indescribable qualitative change. The endless soul power gushed out from the depths of his soul. Endless and seemingly endless. In just a short while, the soul power that gushed out was almost 1/10 of his own soul. This surprised him very much. He didn't know what happened at all, and he didn't dare to act rashly for a while. However, as the power that gushed out from his soul quickly exceeded his current soul strength, he didn't know when he had a thought that he couldn't believe. He didn't believe it, because he had never seen or heard of this situation before, and he couldn't grasp it at all. But there was no other explanation for the situation that happened to him at this time. After all, he now had 2 ancestor marks in his hands, and even now, they have been continuously providing him with power. Unlike the ancestor mark continuously increases the divine power, while now it continuously generates the soul power. But the essence is the same. Could it be that one of my incarnations has been promoted to a great divine power? Lin Xiao couldn't believe it. But there was really no other explanation for this abnormality. Only by reversing and upgrading to great divine power, and then returning to the true body. He was looking forward to it, but also a little uneasy. The gap between great divine power and super divine power is too big, even bigger than the gap between true gods and mortals. If the incarnation is promoted to great divine power, if the incarnation is not returned as soon as possible, there may be a crisis of independence. But at this time, he didn't know which incarnation had a problem, let alone where the incarnation had gone. And he didn't know where to find it for a while. No, I have to ask my father-in-law for help. Once the incarnation is independent, it will be a big trouble. He did it as soon as he said it, and he immediately stood up and prepared to leave. But as soon as the idea came up, he suddenly paused and sat down again. In his sea of consciousness, the magic cube of creation, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly changed with the qualitative change of his soul, and appeared out of thin air in the center of the sea of consciousness. A stream of extremely rich flame spewed out from the gap of the magic cube, and as the magic master slowly turned, it exuded a different breath of law. Lin Xiao stared at the creation cube. Compared with the threat of the incarnation far away, the creation cube was in his soul sea. What kind of change would directly threaten him? It is certain that the change of the creation cube was triggered when one of his incarnations was promoted to a great master, and the feedback of the true body soul also underwent a qualitative change. It has never been like this before. Lin Xiao soon discovered that the breath of law sprayed out by the creation cube was different from what he imagined. It was not the common mystery of law. But the origin of law? Where did the origin of law come from? Soon, he didn't have time to entangle what was going on, because there was a piece of information that appeared with the origin of law. He was shocked at the first sight. At the end of a certain chaotic era, a supreme master was unwilling to fall with the end of the era. So he gathered thousands of great masters, including more than 10 supreme masters in the entire era, to work together to refine this transcendent artifact. But they didn't expect that their actions accelerated the end of the era. The end of the era came before the transcendent artifact was refined. All the masters fell, leaving only this unfinished transcendent artifact to survive the end of the era. After that, it went through countless eras and many masters. But no one could go all the way to the step of being promoted to a great master until it fell into Lin Xiao's hands. And this transcendent artifact can only be controlled by the master, as a transcendent artifact forged by all the great masters of an era. It contains the origin of the laws mastered by all the masters of that era, as well as the transcendent function originally set by this treasure itself. The original plan was to gather the power of all the great masters to survive the end of the era after the casting was successful. But the end of the era came early, and the masters fell one after another. But the power of the masters is still there, and the artifact is also there. Now there is only one last step, which is to refine it, fill the core of the transcendent artifact with itself, and complete this artifact. By then, as the master of the creation cube, he will possess all the origins of thousands of great masters, including more than a dozen supreme masters. In other words, from now on, from the moment his soul began to transform, the creation cube has been activated, and the thousands of Lord origins in the cube began to respond to his evolution. In other words, from now on, his power will become stronger and stronger. The Great Lord is just the starting point, until the creation cube and the remaining Lord origins in it are completely integrated, until the treasure is fully opened. And perhaps, there is a way to deal with the distorted abyss. Lin Xiao thought at the first time that as he finally opened the creation cube and gathered the remaining power of an era, it would only be a matter of time for him to become the Supreme Lord. And in the future, he would eventually transcend the era. Before that, his biggest trouble had a solution. He promoted himself to the Supreme Lord. Plus the two Supreme Lords of the Mystery united the forces of all parties and added the powerful people of the human divine civilization. He could face the distorted abyss head-on. Don't worry about whether human civilization is willing or not. As long as they can deal with the lords of the distorted abyss, the big guys of mankind will be very willing. You have to know that it is a super powerful crystal wall system that can accommodate nearly 20 great masters and a supreme master. Once it can be conquered, with the power of the crystal wall universe, it can ignore any conditions and force many strong people who meet the conditions to transform and promote to great divine power. This is an irresistible temptation for many strong people in the main world who are stuck in this realm. As long as there is a possibility of victory, it will definitely push the main world to declare a full war on the twisted abyss. Half a year later, the giant God Warcore Coalition, which had been stagnant for a whole half a year, restarted the invasion war against the natives, and the war soon entered a white-hot stage. The huge floating city was parked outside the plane. Fu Haofei, the battalion commander of the giant God Warcore Arcanist War Battalion, was studying the virtual sand table with several other colleagues in the floating city. He couldn't understand the current war situation. After carefully checking the virtual sand table for a long time, he sighed and said, "If there is no power to change the situation, according to the current situation, it will eventually end in a stalemate." Pinching his eyebrows, he looked at Thanatos, the god of order and earth assigned to the giant god regiment, and asked respectfully, "What do you think?" Thanatos shook his head expressionlessly. "This is the order of His Majesty the God King." Fu Haofei shook his head quickly. "Don't get me wrong. I'm not questioning His Majesty's order. I'm just a little confused." As soon as the voice fell, everyone in the floating city turned their heads to look outside. The crystal wall channel at the back suddenly twisted rapidly, and a terrifying power wave that made them feel strongly palpitating flew out of the crystal wall channel, quickly opened and turned into a huge hand covering the sky and the sun to grab the main plane. Dozens of United Kingdoms in the center of the Indigenous Gods Coalition at the edge of the main plane burst into dazzling divine light, and an extremely huge true god flew out of the central kingdom and quickly turned into a giant to meet the giant hand. The next second, the giant was caught by the giant hand, and a familiar voice full of fear rang out. "Great power. This." The whole place was silent. Fu Haofei opened his mouth, but made no sound. He looked at Thanatos, who was also filled with shock and ecstasy. At the same time, Lin Xiao, who was in the Fortress of Truth, also opened his mouth and looked at Xin Yuexin, who had come specially in front of him. The only thing in his mind was what she had just said to him. "I am pregnant with your child, and you are going to be a father."